important, and neither is the rest of the episode. So why are you getting mad at her when she doesn't tell the other about the thing that you already did?
I'm so tired of this plot.
It's actually really weird, and they probably would have caught on to something
no,
if they didn't drop it right out.
Oh my god, have a club with a t-shirt.
All of us like t-shirts. Their lunches at the table. But if you guys already played each other, maybe use your numbers for each other. Grown up! Good morning, everyone. Let's start this.
You guys ever play Minecraft? You ever make a house and play out a story in your head? Maybe write it out and act it out? Ever wanted to watch someone do this exact thing? Well, in the modern times of 2015, aphmau was known for her Minecraft roleplays, specifically with her series Minecraft Diaries, which eventually led into her doing short side stories following the characters from Diaries. The final of which, The Big Move, spun off into its own series, Mystreet. Shortly after the first season saw a rise in popularity, aphmau made a prequel being Strap High, or PDH. I'm going to go in order of how it canonically goes, not airing-wise, since episodes were added years ahead of the original posting, and it was airing alongside the main series. If you were to watch the series in its original state, you would be switching back and forth between two series that have the same timeline with the same characters. As confusing as it may seem, it worked pretty well. Both series built up to dramatic parts together that you can't get while watching it in canonical order.
You guys doing good down there? I got into aphmau from friends when I was around 9 or 10, and I didn't know how to say her name, so I just called her Aftermath, which you actually can't blame me for. Her name is pretty confusing, especially as like a kid, and like don't even get me started on her last name. It's like aphmau shala shush shop shala shush Shut up! Oh, shalalala, don't be shy, you wanna kiss a guy, whoa. Hey, so I'm filming the beginning of the aphmau video. How do we pronounce her last name?
Oh, Shalashaska?
Shakla?
Shalashaska.
Shasha. Shalashaska.
Yep, that's it.
Strap Higher PDH follows a girl named aphmau in her first year of high school with her 2012 nervousness. Oh no. Oh, God, no. She struggles with the all typical high school shenanigans, making new friends, studying for classes, being stuck on a harem, figuring out classes, a weeb stereotype calling her senpai, and bullies!
Savannah wakes up aphmau while she hides in the closet like the shy girl she is. We find out aphmau hasn't been in physical school for over a year, making her nervous. When getting to the school, we get a real-life 2016 culture meme in the wild. Yeah.
This is it! I can do this! But first, let me take a selfie.
Stop, wait.
Perfect.
This is a highly sophisticated move and opens up realms beyond our understanding. We will get into it later when we have some more info and you're knowledgeable enough to handle it. But for now...
Perfect. What the... Hey! Watch where you're going! What a jerk! Anyway...
This is important. She meets a girl, Tiani, who plays a minimalistic role throughout this whole season.
See you tonight. Have a great first day. Oh, and don't talk to any boys. They're nothing but trouble. Bye!
Immediately runs into boys. Meets Dreamboat Garth and Lawrence, who are totally not the same character with different voice actors, and she also meets Travis in her homeroom and goes to the club fair.
They decide to become not alone buddies. No one can be without a buddy, and they're always together, which is essentially friends. But they made it into a club. Half of the characters in this are dense, and it's going to be a running pattern.
This episode picks up after episode 1 with Travis and aphmau waiting for the club fair to open. Travis is somewhat of an anxious character that has a light stutter when we first meet him, but don't worry, they quickly forget this. When finding a club, we find out that aphmau and Travis are both interested in anime, but Travis is more interested in theater. He doesn't talk to them. But before that, Travis gets whacked in the face with the volleyball by our new girl boss, Caitlin. Caitlin is shown to be a very jockish character to aphmau and Travis right off the bat, but is very quickly friends with aphmau, and it's never really explained. Travis is a different story. A perverted one. We see aphmau texting someone named FC, but who could that be?
Do not be telling anyone over the internet any kind of personal information about you, like your home address, your social security number, where your liver is. No one needs to know that, and no one should know that. No one should know where your liver is.
There's a mysterious class on aphmau's schedule called WWLD 107. What can that be? A werewolf class, 2 kids are fighting! Oh no, someone gets thrown out a window! Hold on, wait, we don't have any budget for that. Aphmau has to sit next to the scary boy who threw someone out the window. She tries to be friends, but he tells her to mind her own damn business. Aphmau runs into the bullies of the school, Lily, Alex, and Ivy. Ivy talks to her about the Dreamboat Garth and how they're totally together. Aphmau says some lines that are misinterpreted by Ivy and cause a catfight. At school, aphmau texts FC and they tell her to go tell the teacher like a responsible student.
Hold it! You don't even know these guys. It's not safe to get into a car with strangers.
Guys, if Sonic says no, we can't talk to strangers. Again, I will state that this is weird and should not be happening, and we're lucky enough that it was a high schooler on the other end of that phone.
aphmau, Garth, and Lawrence are in a creative writing class. Aphmau acts like the ooh, I'm so shy around the dreamboats like them. Nothing important happens here. We just needed to mention it. Aphmau then has witchcraft class with Lucinda and Caitlin, and they fight over aphmau to try to be her new best friend. Shenanigans happen, and oh, cat potion. Aphmau doesn't want to get changed for gym. Wear a tank top. Dante shows up. I never mentioned Dante. And he tries to go flirt with aphmau. Aphmau knows Dante dated 2 girls at once because of Travis earlier. 2 hot girls! Let's go! Aphmau goes to the locker room and gets confronted by Ivy and her Toon Squad. She tells her to stay away from Garth, and shoves her. Blah blah blah, aphmau shoves Ivy back, and a teacher sees only aphmau shoving Ivy, giving her detention. Lawrence leads her to detention and worms his way into her DM. She gets detention with the mysterious boy and gets a poster from another boy.
None of this is important, and neither is the rest of the episode. The only point that this serves is that Lawrence has aphmau's number. Get a call from my neighbor. There's a teenage girl screaming in her house. What's going on? Don't worry about it, man.
It starts off with an assembly where we find out that the principal is a nutjob and he's off to make a scientific discovery.
We only see him 2 times after this. Maybe he did make a scientific discovery. We will never find out.
Travis and aphmau exchange numbers before Travis gets verbally harassed by aphmau's mom for being a boy. Later on, Lawrence texts aphmau about going to the park together, and we find out he has an iPhone. I'm gonna put that information into a file that has little to nothing to do with the story, but will add an extra 5 minutes to this video. aphmau goes to the park after being lectured about boys. They're scary. Not Siri! In the park, aphmau and Lawrence run into the actual villains of the whole season, Jean, Sasha, and Xenix. We find out a lot about Sasha and Jean later, so let's focus on the star. Xenix. Okay, there is no way to actually explain it, but the only haircut we can picture this kid with is the Ace Ventura horns. Also, he has little to no purpose for the rest of the season. Garth comes along and we get the feeling that he's a bit jealous that Lawrence and aphmau got to hang out earlier beforehand. This is one of the most filler episodes that will come from this series that was officially included in this season, and that's coming from someone who's seen episode 29 of the season. Except I haven't. I've never seen this series in my life. I don't know who you're talking to. Who's talking right now? They meet up with Garth and they both tease her about walking to school with either of them. Surprise, surprise, they have the first same period together. Art 101. They talk about how Lawrence got lost in his first year and how his soccer team sucks so bad that they lost for 6 years in a row. Oh, and Lawrence is the captain. aphmau's the model for art class, and we figure out that Lawrence can't draw for crap, but that's okay, because neither can Garth with the stick figure. aphmau and Garth say they're going to talk about art tips together later after class.
We only see them draw once more before it's never mentioned again.
Travis gets into the theater club, and we find out his greatest fear is to be casted as a rock.
You won't believe what happens during the play.
A new kid is introduced, Vlad. He serves little to no purpose besides expanding the Ramey family. I haven't explained the Ramey family yet. The other Ramey brothers are Garth and Zane. I haven't explained Zane yet. Vlad explains how Zane is his brother, if only I can remember what he says. aphmau goes to her next class but runs into Jean and his Shadow Knights. I didn't talk about the Shadow Knights in the last episode because it wasn't really important, but it's a gang.
it's just a bunch of kids spray painting the 2018 Visco Girl quote over and over. So they must be delinquents.
They're talking about Aaron and how he's been getting in fights while aphmau tries to sneak past them but gets caught by Jean. Tiani gets saved by aphmau and lets Jean off with a warning. Sylvana takes aphmau out of the house and says that it's nice to be outside with her daughter. Aphmau, being the misunderstood child, says, "You can't pause MMOs, Mom." God. Sylvana says she's brought a friend, and a very energetic, millennial-type woman comes in saying the famous lines, "Girl," and "Yo." Truly, hip and down with the cool kids. aphmau thinks she's going to be babysitting her mom's friend's kid and asks what kind of brat she has to take care of. She, in fact, has to take care of 3 brats, except one of them is Garth, the second is Zane, and the third is Vlad. Ziana, the brat's mom, tells Zane to try a new sport but not to rough himself up too much. When Zane says he doesn't want to, Garth threatens to kill Zane during school with a knife from the cooking Garth threatens Zane by saying he will hug Zane during school at every chance he got. They decide on soccer, and the person playing the scene is just a person playing prop hunt. No, literally, the scene is just a person in a soccer ball model jumping around.
We never get to see who plays the ball, and they go uncredited to this day. So if you have any information on who plays this ball, it's called soccer ball. This is the last time it was seen. You was wearing nothing. It was streaking, actually. Its height was 7 inches. You were rewarded a hefty negative $20. Money is money, people. In this economy, we all need it. Please call this number. It'll be also on the screen. Please, these things cannot go uncredited. They need money. We also need money. Please send us money.
During the soccer game, Zane pisses off aphmau enough to make her kick the ball straight into his eye. The moms come back to the kids, and Ziana says that seeing the kids together gives her deja vu from when they were younger. Wait, they knew each other when they were younger? Yeah, the 3 boys and aphmau all knew each other when they were younger. Ziana and Sylvana laugh at the situation and says that they should catch over dinner. That night. aphmau is still gobsmacked at finding out that she knew the 3 Rouet brothers and asks her mom if she's okay with them all being friends. Sylvana says that it's alright since she knows her mother personally, and aphmau excuses herself to text a stranger from the internet.
Again, people, stranger danger. I don't know how many times I can do this bit before it gets old and I accidentally reveal who the mystery character is.
Travis stops by her house and they end up picking peppers together for salsa. Now as I'm watching this for like the second time on 3 times speed, this is a filler episode. There's some newly added information like Travis thinking Caitlin is cute and being in the theater club. Also a rumor about aphmau and Jean being around each other. Just about anything that happened in the last episode. Also, now that I'm reviewing/editing footage, Sylvana is stalking this entire conversation, literally sneaking on the windowsill. They drop Travis off at his house, where Dante and Jean are also waiting outside. Travis mentions something about a bio project before getting out of the car to talk with Dante, and Jean looks back at aphmau's car to follow it. At the dinner, Sylvana and Ziana make jokes about Garth and aphmau being together, and they both just awkwardly shrug it off. Garth and aphmau feel awkward being there, and Garth decides to do a tour of the house where we find out aphmau can't be sarcastic for her life.
So, these are our stairs.
Wow! I've never seen stairs before! How do you have access to such technology?
I can't tell if she's being seriously sarcastic or her 12-year-old voice is making a comeback. Garth barges in on Zane doing what all teenage boys do with their door closed. Play MMOs. aphmau makes an epic gamer knowledge move by telling Garth that Zane actually can't pause his game.
You can't pause MMOs, Mom. God.
Garth barges in into his younger brother's room, and again we find a teenage boy doing teenage boy things with the door closed. Meditation. Meditation. Weed. aphmau makes a 2016 squeak noise when going into Garth's room, only to find out he's the least teenage boy out of the teenage boys. He plays Zelda and has a poster. Zane catches the vibe that Garth and aphmau have feelings for each other and tell them to just kiss already. Vlad comes in and talks about how Garth wasn't a good older brother when he was younger, and Geralt has a crisis as his whole grinder description is now ruined. Throughout the dinner, Zane keeps making passes at aphmau and Garth ends up leaving the table with aphmau going after him in the backyard. Something, they kiss and Garth immediately goes on to say that Lawrence likes her too and tells her to keep it quiet. Dreamboat Garth, everyone! Oh no! Jean was watching over the fence in Garth's backyard and is apparently going to use the photo of Garth and aphmau kissing as blackmail.
Was he just waiting there?
aphmau aphmau is having an emotional crisis over holding a secret from Lawrence, but that's okay, because Lawrence is already there to question her. They walk to school together, and Lawrence tells her that they should play soccer together sometime before leaving for his class. Jean comes along to tease her and say that he has some type of blackmail on her so they can go hang out after the bell has rung. aphmau ends up ditching class to go find out what Jean wants from her. Aaron happens to come around and tries to save her, but she shuts him down and says that she can handle Jean herself. Jean ends up showing aphmau the photo of her and Garth kissing, and she questions why he has it, but he doesn't go any further as that would be ruining the plot for the next 5 episodes. They go behind the school and pre-initiate her into their gang, but Lawrence catches them and aphmau tells him that she's trying to rehabilitate the gang members. Lawrence believes her, praises the effort, and screws off. After school, Jean says he wants aphmau to meet his mom so she would think he has a good influence.
We also find out that Jean takes dancing lessons with his mom, so use that information how you will.
This episode literally starts with Jean asking aphmau to skip and hang out with him and his posse. He also says that he doesn't like aphmau, but I have a 300-page long essay about why he does. They leave the school and Aaron watches them from afar, and aphmau is disgusted to find out that Jean drinks coffee, straight black.
Ew!
He tells her that she just has to hang out with them for the day just to see how they're like. If she decides that she doesn't like him, she doesn't have to hang out with them ever again. Jean leaves aphmau with Xenix and Sasha to go get art supplies. Sasha asks about aphmau and her grades and reads her palm, but Xenix calls her a fraud. aphmau's surprised to know that the Shadow Knights have decent grades and just don't go to school because of the material. Sasha says that they only get bad grades because the school doesn't teach what they want to know. Sasha's also known to be a very carefree person around Jean with a whatever tone, while Xenix is mostly frantically angry. He likes yelling, and the movements on screen involve very rapid head movements. Jean comes back and asks of her what is every 2016 teenage rebel boy's dream: having a goody two-shoes spray paint a bridge. She does it, but later that night she goes back with a sponge to try to clean it off, and a police officer catches her. Amateur. Starting right off from the last one, the police officer took aphmau home and has Sylvana telling him that he's wrong. She says that the only spray can aphmau uses is Lemon Pledge, a cleaning spray.
I thought this was a joke. It exists, and I now have it on my aphmau merch shelf. Oh, spoiler.
aphmau tries to tell her mom about being blackmailed, but Sylvana thinks aphmau is just hanging out with a boy. Sylvana and Sienna talk about how they would kill the boy who kisses aphmau, and Garth is in the background with 3x3 eyes. aphmau goes to her room and begins to talk to Lawrence about her problems in third person, so he has no idea the problem is about her. During the next day at school, aphmau is hiding from everyone and ends up in the music room with the mystery guy. She talks about her problems, and the guy ends up giving her advice. Jean finds aphmau and tries to blackmail her into skipping class with him, but she sticks up for herself for once. He settles and says that he won't bother her and leaves her alone. Aaron sees Jean talking about how he's gonna get aphmau, but knocks Jean's phone out of his hand before stepping on it and drops an epic line that burns Jean alive.
Go about this a different way. What the? That was my phone!
Really? Huh. Looks like trash now.
He did not just say that.
It's your fault for leaving it.
I wonder what this episode is about. aphmau is having her first sleepover and accidentally invited the weird girl.
We'll get back to her.
Sylvana and Ziana have plans to stalk aphmau during her sleepover for her opinions on boys. Caitlin is dropped off, but it turns out that Sylvana and Caitlin's dad are longtime friends and even past lovers, even dropping a line that Caitlin and aphmau could have been sisters.
In fact, had I played my cards right, you girls might have been sisters.
What? Sylvana adds Caitlin's dad along to the stalker posse to reveal their daughter's secrets. During the sleepover, we get their version of Twilight called Midnight, which probably means they have their own version of 50 Shades of Grey too. The girls are gossiping about girls and boys and goes on to talk about Garth and Lawrence. Guai-chan lets out her 2010 fangirl and talks about how she ships everyone with someone else at school.
I never did this, and if I did, I never wrote it down, so it never happened.
aphmau asks who Guai-chan ships with her, and she reveals that she ships aphmau with Aaron. aphmau freaks out and lists why he sucks before saying how Garth and Lawrence are better. Caitlin's dad then breaks in after hearing them talk about boys with the perfect disguise. aphmau aphmau and Kawaii-chan are talking about the sleepover, but it cuts over to Garth, Lawrence, and Dante talking about aphmau. Dante points out that Garth is always acting weird around her or when she gets brought up. Lawrence dismisses it and says how Garth has known aphmau since they were kids, so of course it's weird when she comes back.
This is one of the few problems that was completely not aphmau's fault, but will bite her so badly in the ass later.
Dante and Lawrence leave and Garth goes over to aphmau to ask her out on a date. She actually says yes to him, and it immediately cuts to their date at the carnival. They spot Lawrence a bit into the date, and aphmau leaves for the bathroom. Lawrence pulls her into a photo booth for pictures and ends up kissing her during one of them. He tells her not to tell Garth about this, and they both leave to go back to Garth.
She never uses the bathroom?
They meet up with Garth at the drawing easel and end up drawing each other.
Cute drawing and all, but oh my god, that could not be the same person drawing this. Like, look at the drawing from a few episodes back and look at this now. Go art class, I guess. That's not what I learned.
The annual sports festival is going on during school, and while warming up, Aaron pushes aphmau and she snaps at him for it. He throws some 2012 insults at her and she kicks a volleyball at his head. Garth calms her down and Ivy sees her from afar before trying to get him away from her. Ivy tries to show her dominance by saying how much longer she's known Garth, but aphmau chokes her and says she's known Garth since they were kids. Aphmau talks to Travis while if you pay attention, you can see Kawaii-chan getting absolutely annihilated in the background. My caps were on during the scripted phase, and I never really decided to fix it. aphmau and Aaron's classes are going against each other in a soccer game, and aphmau class wins first. They end up doing a relay race with each other for the last game, and before the race ends, Aaron stops and says how she should take the win to look good in front of her class. She says that she wants to win fair, and he takes the win.
What an idiot!
After class, aphmau hears a girl crying in the locker room and Ivy shoves her in a locker. aphmau is stuck for a few hours before Aaron opens up the locker and she learns that she was stuck in his locker. Ew. aphmau's in werewolf class and arguing with Aaron. Big shocker. After class, another student comes up to her and asks if they can talk. She shoots him down and we see Aaron glaring at the kid from behind.
I wonder what that means.
aphmau's sitting outside and Jean is texting her to hang out, but then Lawrence comes around to talk. He wants to talk about episode 15 where they kissed in a photo booth, but then they hear Caitlin and her boyfriend Jeffrey talking from behind the bleachers. aphmau and Lawrence see them kiss and watch like the perverts that they are. Caitlin's dad, it's been 4 episodes since we've met him. I can call him by his real name. Eric shows up to pick up Caitlin, but aphmau and Lawrence try to keep him away. Casual misunderstandings lead to a box of invisible cats, and Eric almost seeing Caitlin and Jeffrey. Eric leaves to go to the front of the school and everyone meets up there. Eric sees Jeffrey and starts to threaten him, but aphmau talks him out of it by saying they're
Brother from another mother, yo!
It opens up with Vlad and aphmau trying to do witchcraft on a pumpkin and cast a 50+ spell.
Dankest Memesis!
There's a big sale in the cafeteria that's being run by the one and only Kawaii-chan. Because of a club initiation, Kawaii-chan has to run the booth all by herself and needs help. This club is never mentioned again, and it's not mentioned on the wiki or Kawaii-chan's wiki. She asks aphmau to help, but Vlad says that it's an exclusive club that not a lot of people can get into. Kawaii-chan starts to cry, but comes up with a plan and tells aphmau to meet in the girls' locker room. While in the locker room, aphmau is texting FC. Sorry. FC's worried about aphmau while she goes off about her boy troubles. After hearing other boys, he becomes a pick-me and cries about how they're gonna lose their only healer if aphmau gets a boyfriend. In the background, we just get a long shot of a potato on a soccer field. This goes on for over a minute. Anyway, FC starts making passes at how they've been wondering what aphmau looks like and vice versa. Kawaii-chan bursts in and throws a potion on aphmau. Outstanding move. aphmau gets turned into a mayfly, except she doesn't, and now she's a werewolf with a maid uniform.
I think this is fan service, but neither me or my editor is qualified to say for sure.
aphmau is stuck as a werewolf and her mom seems to be okay with it besides the shedding. At school, Balto, I never explained Balto, is being stepped on for not being the alpha of the school anymore. Jean talks to him about taking down Aaron, the new alpha of the school. Volta wants aphmau so Aaron can be dethroned, while Jean wants Aaron to get out of the way so he can control aphmau. In werewolf class, Aaron sees aphmau as a werewolf for the first time, is confused why she's still wearing the ears and tail. He grabs her tail and ears to see if they're real now, and he's going to jail for harassment of a minor. They leave and aphmau hangs out with Travis, who tries a few pickup lines on her. Travis takes her to the potion room to try to get her back into human form, but turns her into a dog. Travis then falls in love with Lucinda. I don't think I explained this point of the episode. Aaron is friends with one of aphmau's bullies, and it's literally a 10-second clip.
This whole thing could be a 10-second clip.
Garth shoots his shot and aphmau makes a joke about buying a boyfriend. Aphmau says she'll think about getting a boyfriend and leaves before Jean comes up to Garth. Jean tricks Garth into saying that he kissed aphmau, and Jean threatens to tell Lawrence. Garth finds out aphmau kissed Lawrence the day of their date because of it. Aphmau tries to make friends with Zane and finds a pony drawing on his paper. A boy who draws ponies. What a weird and novel concept. Zane pretends to be friendly with aphmau to get dirt on her to get back to Jean. To gain her trust, Zane tells her a fake secret, that he likes a girl. aphmau tries to figure it out and keeps bringing girls to him for the rest of the day. A girl named Michi comes back around and thanks him for something he had no part in, and I guess he seems to be neutral with her.
I just realized this episode is kind of stupid. The only thing that we learn here is that Garth now knows that aphmau and Lawrence kissed in the photo booth.
Lawrence hears a rumor that aphmau and Aaron are dating from other students. When Lawrence goes to tell Garth, Garth snaps at Lawrence and asks why Lawrence never said anything about him kissing aphmau. Lawrence gets mad at Garth for going on a date with aphmau when he knew that Lawrence liked her. They both stop when Lawrence says they both being played since aphmau was apparently dating Aaron. They're mad at her for kissing both of them when they both betrayed each other and told her not to tell the other. aphmau's in the bathroom and overhears Lily and Ivy talking about how they're using Aaron. She gets out of the bathroom and runs to Aaron to tell him about what she overheard, but he brushes her off. aphmau goes to talk to Lawrence and is surprised to see him talking with another girl named Michi from last episode. He tells her that he thought she was cute before, but is now moving on and leaves her. aphmau goes to Garth and he tells her that she didn't have to play Lawrence and him if they weren't her type. aphmau is left confused and alone since everyone turned on her the moment something was said.
Hey, it's like real high school.
aphmau goes to the music room to talk to the mysterious guy, but he also shuts her out and says for her to leave him alone. She goes on her phone and starts texting FC, but she overhears text messages from the other side of the door. The mysterious guy asks if she's getting text messages, and they also start to question why they're both hearing the noises. The music builds and the typing gets faster. The tension is building, and she tells FC that she'll knock on the door, and they hear it. The door opens to reveal Aaron? She turns to leave, but he grabs her to stay, telling her that he is FC. She denies and tells him off for a sick joke, but he tells her that he is real. aphmau loves FC, but hates Aaron, and Aaron thinks aphmau's a brat, but loves Shu. Oh crap, I didn't explain that one either! Oh! They're awkward about it, but try to be alright knowing that they're still each other's worst enemies and best friends.
I should tell you not to look at the captions for this episode, because it spoils a lot. And I don't mean like a lot as in the season, I mean a lot as in the entire series.
Actually, no.
This was a really big moment in the show, and I feel like I can't just jump into the next one, so I guess we can like take a break here and talk about something else. Stranger danger. No, I'm just kidding. We're done with that bit. It's over. We know who it was. Aaron. We can talk about how stupid the logic of Garth and Lawrence is for a few sentences. Garth kissed aphmau and then told her afterwards not to tell Lawrence, even though she already seemed kind of nervous and anxious. Then Lawrence kissed aphmau in a photo booth when she wasn't expecting it, when she was on a secret date with Garth, who told her not to tell Lawrence. Then Lawrence tells aphmau not to tell Garth, but then they hear a rumor about her dating someone else besides both of them. They get mad at each other for going behind their backs, and then they get mad at aphmau for going behind their backs, and like, you told her to go behind your backs! You both told her, do not tell the other. This thing I just did, don't tell the other. And she complied. She said, alright, fine, I won't tell the other. So why are you getting mad at her when she doesn't tell the other about the thing that you already did? It's so stupid. I'm so angry about this like whole argument because she did what you wanted. She did exactly what you wanted, just not in the way that you expected the outcome to. But if you guys already played each other, maybe you two are perfect for each other. Garth and Lawrence, everyone. I get this was for the story, but the plot is so bad and I can't really do anything about it, so we kind of just have to move on. This is not the first time Garth will screw up an entire season.
It starts with aphmau and Aaron standing in the hallway talking to each other about last night's game, with everyone around them watching and whispering. Garth sees and immediately thinks Lawrence is right about them dating. Aaron asks aphmau if she's going to talk to Garth and Lawrence to clear up the drama, but Balto comes around. Balto thinks aphmau and Aaron are going to fight, but is confused to see them only play fighting with each other. Balto calls Aaron aphmau's mate, and aphmau thinks he's Australian because she hasn't been paying attention in werewolf class. Aaron rethinks his choices in friends, but carries on with gaming with aphmau. Jean finds out aphmau and Aaron are friends and gets slapped. I'm not explaining that. Aaron teaches aphmau during lunch, and she learns about the alpha and female alpha and asks if that kind of hierarchy is a part of the school too. But Caitlin and Siani think aphmau is being attacked by Aaron and pull her into the bathroom while Kawaii-chan yells at them about how cute aphmau and Aaron looked. Weirdo. aphmau tries to explain how Aaron is her friend, but they all tell her that she's wrong. Caitlin teases aphmau for liking him and leaves the bathroom party. aphmau meets back up with Aaron and says that she'll talk to Garth and Lawrence. Garth and Lawrence are watching them from afar and plan to record aphmau and Aaron to show that they're actually dating. I've never heard of a worse plan that works out in the best way. Balto and Jean go up to aphmau and Aaron to cause a fight and make false evidence of Aaron starting it. When Aaron doesn't fight back, Jean threatens to kiss aphmau, and when aphmau tells him that he doesn't like her like that, he tells her that someone else does. Garth and Lawrence stop them with their video to show that Balto was the one to start the fight and scare off Jean. Once they're gone, aphmau explained to Garth and Lawrence that her and Aaron are just good friends. Aaron gives them a stern dad talk and they say sorry to her, and aphmau says that she can't picture being in a relationship with either of them since they're too serious. Garth scoffs and talks in a voice that can only be described as a light gravel with a hint of a cough.
Besides, you guys are too serious for a relationship with me.
Serious? I don't have to be serious all the time.
Aaron walks aphmau home and they both plan to meet up in the game later.
How sweet! This part of the script was over 400 words long. There's actually a two-parter in between episodes 22 and 23 called A Wolf's Tale and Where's Wolf? The two-parter is shot 2 years ahead of where we are, the initial series being in 2016 and this two-parter being in 2018. So it's got the hindsight of foreshadowing. I don't really know why these episodes were made, because at the time, another series, we'll get back to that, was put on hold for this. Now looking back on it, I think the next episode of that series just wasn't done, and they just needed more time to finish it. And now for the side quest of the week, A Wolf's Tale and Where's Wolf? Sound like I'm opening a play.
What I am trying to do is say I love you.
Lucinda, Kawaii-chan, and Caitlin are in the bathroom talking about prom and getting excited over it. Caitlin is talking about getting matching outfits for her and Jeffrey, but knows he'll like anything that she shows him.
Hey, foreshadowing, except it's 2 years in the future and we're adding it in.
aphmau falls asleep near the sink and they splash water on her to wake up. They ask her why she's so tired and she tells them that she's been studying for a werewolf test, and they start talking about prom again. It cuts to Travis and aphmau at lunch and we hear the adult version of Travis's voice in the freshman year body of Travis.
So sorry about my mom last week.
I keep telling you, don't worry about it.
This man did not want to go back to the squeaky voice for this role. They talk about the impromptu dinner party from last episode and go on to talk about how Jean and the Shadow Knights are getting more dangerous.
Oh, what are they, stealing panels of wood from the stairs? That happened in my high school and they didn't fix it even after 3 years.
aphmau falls asleep at the table and Travis wakes her up only for him to fall asleep right after. They leave their lunches at the table! aphmau goes to werewolf class and tells Aaron about the pop quiz. She falls asleep during the test and gets berated by Balto for disrespecting the class. Balto threatens to wake her up, but Aaron shoves him out a window when Balto touches her. The teacher threatens Aaron and Aaron reveals something strange. He's the alpha and the omega.
I'm not a fanfic expert, but I am. This makes no sense. And I understand it's like a fake hierarchy of the school and not actually how it works outside of Phoenix Shop High. But this should not have happened. They should not have let this slide. He's also a human, which makes this even worse.
The teacher gets annoyed and dismisses the class before breaking a window and jumping out. Aaron wakes up aphmau and she's annoyed to know that she fell asleep during it, and Aaron tells her that he'll walk her home. Aaron goes home to his sister Melissa and she tells him that their parents are out for the night. She tells him about an old box of toys in his room that she found in the attic, and he finds an old wolf plush. Aaron decides to give the plush to aphmau to help her out with the class. She thanks him and asks him why he was giving it to her. He gets confused and she points out that it's Valentine's Day and asks if he was insinuating anything. He says no and aphmau teases him before the episode ends.
What I am trying to do is say I love you.
I know this title is a two-way pun. Where's Wolf since aphmau loses the plush this episode, and Where Wolf since that's the class she's having trouble in and the plush helps her. But this is a stupid title. Anyway, aphmau's in her room crying about how she doesn't understand werewolf class but remembers the plush that Aaron gave her. She hugs the plush and falls asleep with her slippers on. aphmau wakes up at 5 a.m. and rushes to finish her work from the night before with the plush. At school, aphmau falls asleep during class, but Aaron tells her that she didn't miss much before walking her home. Her teacher stops her and tells her that the homework wasn't as bad as usual, which gets her excited. At home, she talks to the plush and wonders if it'll help her with other homework that she doesn't understand. She gets an A on a math test and is surprised to see that the plush is helping her do better on schoolwork. aphmau gets the bright idea to bring the plush to school to do better on her work, but gets teased by Ivy and crew. Aaron is surprised to hear that the plush is helping her with her work and is happy to see that she's doing better. aphmau goes to the bathroom and leaves her school bag outside the stall, but Ivy comes out of the other stall and goes to steal the plush. Ivy gives it to Balto and aphmau goes crazy trying to find the plush with the help of Caitlin and Lucinda. Balto blackmails Aaron with the plush to get him to fight.
Okay, there's something I need to explain about werewolf rules. If the alpha is challenged, he has to take on the challenge, and if he gets defeated, then he steps down and I think becomes the omega or gets kind of like banished. And then the person who called the match, defeated the alpha, then becomes the new alpha. Of course, this isn't the rule for like all werewolf fanfic or writing, but it is the most common.
Balto wants to fight Aaron to dethrone him and knew the only way to do it would be through something connected to aphmau. At the end of the school day, aphmau sits down in the cafeteria and hears the plush talking to her. When she looks, it's the plush talking about how she lost it. She starts crying about losing it and how it was special to her since it came from Aaron.
I was going to talk about how aphmau stole this scene from Miraculous Ladybug in the episode The Puppeteer 2, where the main character confesses to what she thinks is a wax statue of her crush, but it actually just is him playing with her. But then I looked it up, and aphmau actually did this a year before the Miraculous Ladybug episode. So what I'm saying is Miraculous stole a scene from aphmau's side series, A Wolf Tale, without credit. Get your royalties, aphmau.
Aaron comes out from behind the lunch table and questions what she was talking about, but aphmau dismisses it immediately. She names it Wolf because, in her words, it sounds like wolf. Deep stuff, guys. aphmau and Aaron are staying later after class to study for werewolf class. Aaron confesses to her and says that he's always liked her, and they're about to this is a dream sequence, isn't it? aphmau wakes up kissing a wolf plush and is conflicted about her feelings between Aaron and FC. She looks for her phone and goes to her mom about it before seeing that her mom has it. aphmau questions why she has it, but Savannah tells her that she was looking to add more data. aphmau gets excited about more data, but her mom tells her about having people over soon. Later she gets a text from Travis and is surprised to see him looking dapper in front of her door. Before Travis can explain why he's there, the bell rings again and Garth is now at her house. Aaron also comes over and aphmau is left with multiple boys in her house that she didn't invite. Savannah comes downstairs to gaslight aphmau into thinking that she did invite everyone over, but Savannah breaks and tells aphmau that she did it. Savannah likes Travis and Garth, but is iffy when it comes to Aaron. Savannah wants to know about the boys in aphmau's life and calls them the devil. The dinner burns while in the oven, and Savannah says that it's ruined. Aaron says that he can save the dinner with a lemon, but Savannah disagrees. Aaron proves her wrong and turns the ham into gold.
It's all you need, folks.
During dinner, Aaron steals a Beyonce joke from Savannah and gets chased out of the house. End episode.
I don't want to do this episode.
Travis is hyping himself up to talk to Caitlin. Jeffrey comes over to them before Travis can shoot his shot, and Caitlin leaves with him. Dante comes out from the corner and critiques Travis on his strategy and tries on another girl to prove it. Dante ends up hitting on aphmau, who is scolding Dante for giving Travis horrible dating advice. When aphmau asks Dante where he got his tips on picking up girls, he shows her a book that he's written himself. It's a 2D Roblox character, and the best quality you've ever seen a 2D Roblox character. Dante challenges aphmau to get a girl's number by the end of the day. aphmau forces Quiet Chin's number out of her, even though she already has it. He then forces aphmau to dress as a guy to play into the facade of getting a girl's number. We get a montage of Marina and the Diamond song called Heartbreaker. aphmau falls and tries to think about how she would get a guy's number, and remembers Aaron.
This is out of place, but there's nowhere else to put it that would make any sense. There's a hall monitor that's been in quite a few episodes, but as like a background character, and he actually speaks here. When aphmau's trying to figure out how to get a girl's number, he tells her that if she ever finds out, to tell him. We find out he has a crush on Sasha, and aphmau tells him to just be himself, and if she doesn't like it, just to move on. I think we hear him talk 1 or 2 more times before he goes back to being a completely background character.
After failing for the final time, she goes back to Travis and Dante. Travis tells her that it's alright she didn't get a number, but Dante rubs it in her face. Travis splits off for them when he sees Caitlin crying and finds out that her and Jeffrey had broken up. He tries to use a pickup line, but it makes her giggle because of how bad it is. Something, 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 butt joke, and he gets punched.
But...
Why? Dante teases aphmau still, and she retaliates by asking herself out and blaming it on there being no rules. I hate this episode. There's no point to it besides knowing that Caitlin and Jeffrey broke up. Aaron's parents signed him up to babysit a neighbor's kid without letting him know.
The baby's name is Lilith, and I know that sounds stupid, but it is the most throwback reference without being an outright connection. There was a series before this called Minecraft Diaries, and I hope to never do a review on that because that's like 200 episodes long, but in that series, aphmau and Aaron end up adopting a little girl from a scenario I can't remember, and that little girl's name was Lilith Garnett. Just thought I'd bring it up.
aphmau calls him and asks why he's not online, but he tells her about the babysitting situation. She tells him to come over so that she can take care of the baby instead. He asks if her mom would be okay with it, and she says yes, only because when Sylvana sees the baby, she would be so wrapped up in it that he can get away. He comes over, and aphmau teases Aaron about not knowing how to take care of babies.
This man is useless. He can't feed the baby or keep it in sight long enough for aphmau to run a bath. In this day and age, we would shame him on Twitter.
He loses the baby, and aphmau says that they just have to make a new one. Now, there's a line we just had to kind of stop at.
We don't need to find one. We just need to make a new one.
Yep.
aphmau,
Dude.
Do you know where?
When he said,
How did she get
have
up
you
there?
taken? Do you know where I thought that was
Trying to
going?
take her away.
Wait, what?
Taken.
Have you taken?
Do you know where babies come from?
Okay, now what do you think when he says that?
I can only think of one thing when he said. Oh, does he mean like a class?
Or what do you think he's saying?
I was thinking a pill.
Yeah, no. That's what I thought too. That is what I thought.
Right?
That
Let's
is
see.
what I thought. We're gonna move on, because there's like 5 more episodes that I have to get through. An apple falls from the tree, and they find Lilith up there, just hanging out, being goofballs. They get her out of the tree and keep her tame until Sylvana comes home. Sylvana gets mad at Aaron being in the house, but stops when she sees the baby while Aaron runs away. How's the baby gonna get home? I'm just thinking about this now. Hold on, wait. He took the baby there. He has to bring the baby back. Episode 26. Aaron is excited about prom, and Aaron is questioning if aphmau would want to go with him. Also says in front of Aaron that he's planning on asking aphmau, and Aaron leaves the room. aphmau, Tiani, Caitlin, and Lucinda are in the bathroom gushing about prom. Caitlin is crying for breaking up with Jeffrey, and they spend the rest of the day trying to cheer her up. They end up on the volleyball court trying to get her to play, but aphmau leaves for a moment to get the ball, which hits Zane.
I haven't said anything about this because I kind of forgot about it, but Zane has like this squeaky voice up to this episode. It makes him sound like a mock villain. Like, you know in those like kids TV shows where you hear like the villain and you hear their voice and you just know this actually isn't the villain, we're being played? That's what's going on here. But in this episode, he gets hit by a ball and his voice drops.
I'll try.
Why are you crying?
Because I can do whatever I want.
You better
There
be
you go.
sorry.
Zane?
What happened to your
What?
voice?
Your
Zane?
voice
What about it?
What happened to your voice, Zane?
What?
sounds different.
You dropped. You hit puberty.
Does?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, a ball dropped on
Kinda
him.
sounds really nice too.
You think so?
In
See,
any
kids,
case,
all you need is a ball
I'm
to
That's
drop on for your
how
voice
it
to drop.
goes.
Please forgive Caitlin. She's really
I
going
need a
through a hard
ball.
time.
aphmau calls his voice nice before leaving back to the girls. She finds Caitlin happy and humming, and they tell her that Garth gave her a cupcake along with his funny voice from episode 22.
I don't have to be serious all the time.
Aaron is trying to teach aphmau math, and they start talking about how Aaron is going to college while aphmau stays behind. But forget all that. aphmau is typing something into a calculator that makes her laugh.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I ran out of word using numbers. See, if you type in 8008, it looks a lot like...
All right, give me that.
80085.
A werewolf comes up to aphmau and asks her to prom, but she shuts him down and throws a stick so that he wouldn't get angry with her.
He calls him a dog, which I think is their version of a slur.
Throughout the day, aphmau keeps on getting asked out by multiple werewolves for her to go to prom. Aaron keeps making passes at aphmau trying to get her to go to prom with him. She declares that she doesn't want to go with prom with anyone because of how many people she doesn't know who are asking her. Caitlin and Garth are going to prom together, but as friends to help set up, causing Caitlin's dad to get mad. Later that night, Aaron stops by aphmau's house and they sneak up onto the roof with each other. He gives back her calculator, and on the calculator it spells out "go to prom, AD." There's this running joke that I don't think I ever brought up because it was kind of stupid, but I'm sure it was the talk of the town back in 2016. It's 8D, like the face. Before FC was Aaron, he would do it to aphmau to annoy her. That's it. It's their own little joke. aphmau says yes to going to prom with Aaron, and the episode ends. aphmau is at Garth's house talking with Vlad and Garth about how she's going to prom with a senior. Vlad asks aphmau how she got her mom on board, and aphmau tells him that she literally put her into cardiac arrest when telling her. When at the hospital, she finds Caitlin next door, and they talk about getting their parents to let them go. Savannah and Eric are drunk on drugs, and they talk about how they went to prom together.
Wow, I have so many fingers.
Caitlin and aphmau are shocked to find out, but ask if they can go to prom with their dates since they're delusional. Their parents say yes, and aphmau heads home to get ready with Caitlin. Aaron and Garth arrive with... What the hell is that? Are those short-sleeve tuxedos? What? Oh, those are ugly. The girls come down in pixelated dresses, and aphmau mistakes a corsage for a croissant and is devastated at the fact that it's not bread. I would be too. While at the dance, Garth sees Jeffrey come in with another girl and tries to keep Caitlin away from him. Jeffrey comes up to them anyway and tells Caitlin how beautiful she looks. Caitlin starts crying and Garth gets angry at him for saying that since they were broken up. Jeffrey's confused and tells Garth that Caitlin broke up with him instead of the other way around. Caitlin says that Jeffrey is too nice and is always agreeing with everything she says.
I mean, I guess.
aphmau and Aaron leave to be alone, and aphmau takes them to the music room. She makes Aaron play the song he played for her when they first met in the music room. They start talking about them leaving each other for school, and aphmau breaks down saying how she's going to be alone. He dances with her, and aphmau jokes about how her mom was going to kill him. And she should.
This episode sucks, and I'm not one to call an episode bad. There's just a lot that I feel kind of iffy about, but this one, it makes me mad. I've never seen a more filler episode than this, so much that I didn't even write this. I made my editor do this, so if I sound slightly off, blame it on him, and if I sound right on point, then that's a little freaky.
The episode starts with aphmau talking to Aaron while she's half asleep and waiting for the bell to ring, stressing about assignment and creative writing. The prompters are generic. If you could remind your adult self of a random event you have as a kid, what would you say and why was it important? Never mind, scrap that. There's a rabbit outside the classroom. As anyone would do, aphmau gets out of class to chase the rabbit, midway through her final, all the way up the mountain outside the school. The bunny murdered aphmau, threw her down a pit, and she's dead. Of course, she wakes up immediately unscathed. Wait. No. Is this?
Oh my god. It's just Alice in Wonderland. It's just Alice in Wonderland.
Fine. So then aphmau's confronted as Jenny dresses as... Right, this is 2016. Okay, this is Alice in Undertale. aphmau continues until she barges into a class with Dante teaching Travis Butts 101. aphmau keeps interrupting the teacher as they're giving an important lesson, clearly not studying the source material. No wonder she's failing. Dante, being the saint of a teacher he is patient and elaborates on the equation stated in the previous chapter. Bun divided by the power of bun is equal to booty booty booty, rockin' everywhere.
Better be taking notes, this will be on the test.
aphmau then leaves to immediately bump into the Cheshire cat, Lucinda. She then offers aphmau a cat potion, drugs, to which she declines and moves on. aphmau bumps into the Dad Hatter with all the parents gathered around the table being scared of boys. Cooties. She tells her to go to the music room where she enters the door of the mysterious guy to meet the mysterious king.
Huh?
There she is. As the
They are
court can
dabbing.
clearly tell, she's in no way, shape, or form
Yeah.
suitable for the title of queen.
Ivan.
She's also prey, and he is a predator.
True.
It was 2:30 in the morning on a school night. This was the best that we got. Anyway, Judy helps aphmau, then convinces her to confess her feelings to the mysterious king, who is, get ready, Aaron. Who would have guessed? They lean in to kiss, and aphmau shoots awake having finished her creative writing lesson.
Does this mean aphmau wrote an entire Alice in Wonderland self-insert to her teacher? It's definitely implied that she did that as her final, and which, spoiler, she passes. Like, she seems to be doing fine, the next season.
aphmau turns in her story, and that's it. That's the penultimate episode of the entire season.
That episode sucked.
Kawaii-chan, aphmau, and Caitlin are in the park hanging out and talking about how Kawaii-chan always keeps sugar in her pocket.
What?
aphmau has to get home, and Caitlin talks about her curfew, but aphmau tells her that she doesn't have one at the moment. When the girls ask about it, she tells them that her mom is away visiting relatives and has the house to herself. Caitlin and Kawaii-chan start talking about having an end-of-the-school party at aphmau's house, but she shuts it down. aphmau then heads to bed, but wakes up when Kawaii-chan and Caitlin are at her door. They question why she's asleep at 8 p.m. but ask her for some sugar. She tells them to get the sugar and get out before going back to bed. While falling asleep, she remembers that Kawaii-chan always has sugar on her and runs downstairs to find a party in her house.
How did you not hear them?
She tries to get everyone out of the house by herself, but just can't do it. Just as the plot intends, Aaron calls her and asks if she wants to hang out the next day. He gets the party going and asks if she's attending it. When she says she needs help getting everyone out of the house since her mom isn't home, he rushes over in 3 seconds. She questions why he was so quick, but dismisses it and gets everyone to stop partying. When no one leaves, he throws a guy out the window and everyone leaves afterwards. Caitlin and Kawaii-chan apologize and offer to help clean out, but aphmau makes him go home. aphmau and Aaron clean up, but when Aaron goes to clean the window, aphmau stops him from cutting himself, but he still gets cut. aphmau gives him her headband and they go on with cleaning. One werewolf comes in to thank aphmau and Aaron for being great alphas to them. It finally clicks for aphmau that she was the female alpha.
First of all, the female alpha is actually called a Luna, and second of all, I'm really glad this misunderstanding is over. aphmau keeps on getting her name confused with the word alpha the entire season, and it's extremely annoying. The entire season.
aphmau asks Aaron if he knew, and he tells her that he did, causing her to run upstairs. aphmau asks him why and when, since they didn't like each other when they first met him. He tells her that it wasn't like that, and that he wants to spend the summer with her since he's going away to college. aphmau tells him that he won't leave her and that she won't let him. And finally, the moment all fanboys, girls, and enemies, and anything in between have been waiting for, aphmau confesses to liking Aaron and wanting to kiss him. They're both scared to do it, but do it anyway. Before they can kiss again, a werewolf student breaks the window to her room and tells them about a full moon. Aaron is about to turn him down, but aphmau stops him, wanting to howl with the pack on her roof, finally as the female alpha.
What a nice ending. I have a lot of problems with this, but we'll get into that at a later date. Why don't we talk about something else for now, like the characters? Because right now in the timeline, there's actually a big gap between seasons 1 and 2, about a year, and I just thought it'd be fun to look back at the characters from this season before we get into the next season, or half season. And I'm not going to be talking about everyone, just the people we need to cover for later. So I'm not going to be talking about the hall modder who secretly has a crush on Sasha. Sorry, Jeff.
We need a new baby stat! We don't need to find one, we just need to make a new one!
Of course, we're going to start off with our main character, aphmau. aphmau aphmau. If you don't know what a YN character is, she's kind of the main character. She's who we're supposed to play. YN stands for your name. But she's typically usually portrayed as this very uncool, unpopular, kind of weird, sometimes new kid, mostly described as a small potato in a lot of different works of fiction. And that's how aphmau actually describes herself throughout this whole thing. I think in one of them, she's just like, "Don't hurt me, I'm a small potato." And it's like, for aphmau specifically, she's very much a, I guess, gamer. Even though it's mentioned quite a few times that she likes to play games, we never really see her playing any games. It is a big part of a later season, kind of, but it's just kind of mentioned that she is a gamer and she spends a lot of time indoors on like games like Final Fantasy. aphmau seems to very much think low of herself, and she's still trying to fit in with her freshman year of high school after being homeschooled. She makes friends very easily and gets along with a lot of different people, but there's also a strange amount of boys in her life that just ruin her life, and she doesn't really seem to do anything about it just because they're boys, which isn't a nice thing to really watch through. But she does seem to enjoy their company later on down the line, so I guess that's a win for her. She seems actually very loving and caring towards any of her friends, and she's willing to do stuff she doesn't want to do for the sake of their happiness, like when she got turned into a werewolf for like a week because Kawaii-chan was like, "Help me bake," and she's like, "Yeah, alright."
And then the last one goes, "Those aren't my sprinkles."
Aaron Lycan, there's a lot of things about him I do not like, but that's also later down the line, not necessarily right now. There's things I don't like right now, but that's still later down the line that we're technically not supposed to know yet. You're not supposed to know yet. He's the first person aphmau meets and seems generally very closed off to everyone except one girl named Lily from before. He's stuck in the same werewolf class as her and is really annoyed towards her even if she hasn't really done anything so far. But we're getting off topic. This isn't about his relationship with aphmau, this is about Aaron himself. I don't know anything about him. He's technically the alpha of the werewolf class because he threw out the person in the first episode, and that means he has the higher ground above humans and werewolves now, since he is a human and he's in the werewolf class. He's just kind of been deemed alpha. This doesn't make any sense. I'm telling you, this doesn't make sense. He should not be deemed the alpha if he is. When he finds out aphmau is Shu, he completely changes into like this cool version of himself, which is like still the same character. He's still like kind of annoying to her, but it's more of a frenemy vibe. I also headcanon he's allergic to chocolate.
Kawaii-chan is here! Eat cat potion!
Kawaii-chan. She is a mockery of 2016 fan culture and just an enhanced version of all the worst aspects of it. She's a pink mayfly that talks in third person and is the embodiment of a 2010 girl. She calls aphmau aphmau senpai, and she's very big in shipping culture, which is a main part of her character up until when she's an adult. In the sleepover episode, she makes it clear that she ships everyone with someone else in the school and does nothing really to hold back on it even though she says she does. We see her frequently explode when two characters she likes get physically close together. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. Her voice is already kind of squeaky and high, but it even gets worse when she's around a ship that she likes, and it's a joke later on in the season, or just series in general, that her screeching makes people's ears bleed, I think.
Dante, don't leave me alone! She's gonna kill me!
Travis Valkrum, I have about 13 pages on why his character is wrong, but I also don't, because I've never seen this man in my life. He hangs around Dante a lot and is shown to be a wannabe womanizer. He uses a lot of pickup lines on aphmau, which kind of fall flat, and he ends up just being like a really close friend of hers throughout the series. I think like the main fallback for the womanizer comment I made is the fact that he's a freshman, and they kind of just all brush it off by saying, oh, he's a freshman. It's like, that's not really something we should be brushing over. This is kind of weird. And it doesn't really get him anywhere. Except it does. He does very often sexually harass girls, and so does Dante.
I can science smartly too.
No, Garth, this isn't even science!
Garth Romay, right off the bat, is shown to be someone who knows what he does to girls at this school, and he knows how to use it, and he talks with this kind of posh accent, even though no one else in his family uses it at this point. We have heard his other family. They don't talk with this really posh accent. Maybe his dad, but I think we're pushing it because he's like an adult with a very fancy job. I don't know what he does.
Oh no, she didn't!
Oh yes, she did.
Lawrence Zoll. It's probably a really big mistake to put Garth and Lawrence right next to each other since they're essentially the same character with slight differences. I really like Lawrence. I really like Lawrence as a character. Kind of. He's the captain of the soccer team, and he kind of knows exactly what he does to women, but I think he's a lot more loose about it. He's not as in your face, and he's really casual about it, unlike Garth, I think. And in my head, he becomes a lot closer of a friend to aphmau than Garth is, even though they both kind of suck in this show. In my head, he's slightly better because I just think he gets the feeling, aphmau doesn't like me, I should probably stop, and he just stops. That seems like such a Lawrence thing to do. I also just really like his voice actor, and it's a shame this is kind of like one of the only things he did. He did other stuff, I can't name any, but this was kind of it. And eventually, he was kind of dropped as a character altogether later on in the series, which is a really big shame because they make teases about it, and it's kind of just like this weird joke everyone knows that isn't a joke. I also think he's kind of clueless when it comes to some things, like with the whole debacle of like, you kissed my best friend. Yeah, you told me not to tell you. And I think he just has slightly more brains than that than he's letting on. Or he doesn't. He could be an idiot too. I should probably stop talking now.
I don't want to be friends with you ever! I don't need you to be my friend! You're a stupid girl thing and crazy!
Zayn Romaev, throughout season 1, is probably the most back-of-the-class, hot topic wannabe you've ever seen. And he doesn't do it very well because he has this really squeaky voice until later on when a ball is dropped on his head. But throughout the entirety of season 1, he's kind of just trying to be like this evil character. He doesn't actually have any like evil characteristics about him, besides the fact of like, I dress in all dark colors, which isn't an evil trait. Look at me. This is probably a bad shirt to wear. Zane tries to prove himself as like an antagonist by trying to get in with the Shadow Knights, but they don't really want anything to do with him, so they kind of just awkwardly shove him to the side and make him do busy work, which I guess is kind of funny in retrospective in season 2. We're not there yet though. I don't know that. You don't know that either. No one knows anything here. There's also other kind of weird thing that's mentioned about him in episode 20 is that he's really into ponies, and I really hope that doesn't stick around till adulthood, and I'm sure it won't. Oh, and he also doesn't really have any idea how to talk to girls, and I think that's a stereotype, and I'm gonna allow it because I think it's really funny, and also it works out in my favor later on.
Yeah, you're aphmau's weird not alone friend thing. Trevor, right?
It's actually not alone, buddy, and my name is
Caitlin, last name unknown, is kind of the jock of the little friend group and of kind of the school. She's captain of the volleyball club. She's introduced to the show by literally hitting Travis in the back of the head with a volleyball, and we never actually see how she becomes friends with aphmau. She's just kind of friends with aphmau at some point, and they're kind of hanging out casually, inviting each other to sleepovers, which I don't know, it doesn't bother me as much as it probably should, because I actually just really enjoy Caitlin and aphmau's friendship. After a bit, a lot of her screen time is kind of just dedicated to her relationship with Jeffrey, which it kind of backfires in the end because they break up, which is not really a shame. I never really enjoyed Caitlin and Jeffrey, but there was really nothing else to her besides she's a jock character, she likes violence, she liked a boy named Jeffrey, she broke up with Jeffrey. That's Caitlin. I was like, that's not really Caitlin. That's not. She's a very passionate person with this deep love of like theater, and she goes on to like do a lot of things with theater, and it's kind of just gleamed over. And I think the theater part actually comes from the voice actor herself, who does a lot of covers of really popular songs. And I just think the merge of those two like characters between the voice actor and the actual character is such a nice thing. I actually really enjoy it when people do that. Caitlin is kind of a shallow character in season 1 with her tributes of just like, I like sports. There's this one boy I like. I don't like this one boy anymore for this really dumb reason. It's a really dumb reason, but I understand it in a weird way.
Hey, girlfriend! Ah, what's up, girl?
I'm actually going to combine these two characters of Ziana and Sylvana, Ziana being Garth, Zane, and Vlad's mother, while Sylvana is aphmau's mother, because they're essentially the same character. They're really the same when it comes to their personality. They're very hip and down with the cool kids kind of vibe, you know?
Wiggity wiggity, what's up, dude bros?
They act like teenagers around each other, and it's really cute to watch. Just them going up to each other saying, hey girlfriend, and it's like, you know, it's their own little time capsule, and it's very cute to watch. They're just very much into each other's space. They deeply care about one another, and they have a lot of the same views on everything. During the sleepover episode, when like Sylvana is telling Ziana, like, I think aphmau's had her first kiss and she's not telling me. She comes over, she hides out with her, and they're just like spying on her daughter. And I think it's so cute, and I think that Ziana is kind of just like this aunt figure to aphmau, which is really weird later on. Not in the fact of aphmau sees her as an aunt, but because Garth sees aphmau as something more than what would be a cousin. There's gotta be something else to these characters that doesn't have to do with their children or spouses or to-be spouses. Oh, right. Beyonce is like their prophet. Multiple times when they have problems, they'll go up to each other and be like, WWBD, what would Beyonce do? And it's like, this is their life's motto, and it's very cute. It's very, like, a very kind of mom thing to do, and I'm pretty sure this, like, little fact was inspired off of Jessica's, aphmau's voice actor's, like, real mom who was, like, obsessed with Beyonce, and a lot of what Ziana and Sylvana has to do is based off Beyonce, because this is, like, their idol, and it's very cute. It's very, I can see this being a mother thing to do. My mother doesn't do it. But also, I don't know who my mother idolizes, so maybe she does. As every middle schooler's story is written, it has villains. Luckily, this was actually written by an adult with the mind of a middle schooler, so potato potato. The worst we have of like villains is some kid spray painting walls and maybe like a class 1 high school bully. There's nothing really to it. It's not really deep, but it is technically bullying. It's just really shallow bullying.
She hasn't asked to join yet. The longer we wait for her to answer us, the harder it will be for us to control her. We need to make sure she gives us an answer after school today. That kitty will be mine.
Jean is like the main antagonist, along with like Ivy, who tried to torment aphmau, and their crimes don't go that deep, except that one time when Jean almost sexually assaulted aphmau and was planning to record it, which is, that's an actually bad thing, I guess. I'll give them props for that. That's like an actual typically bad thing, but it's always framed in this like high school bully way of just like, he wants power, he wants a girl, he doesn't get either. I guess he's considered to be like the leader of a gang. They're kind of just like spray painting walls, which I guess is bad, but you can get that off with like Lemon Pledge or something.
Sasha, you didn't even try.
I told you not to put me in. I don't want to conform to this competition. Ugh.
Sasha's one of the only 3 members in the Shadow Knights, and I believe she's actually supposed to be extremely smart, but she kind of just doesn't want to do any of the schoolwork. That's about as deep as she goes as a character. Xenix is the only other member of the Shadow Knights, and on his wiki it's actually said he's supposed to be queer-coded. I don't see it. If you do, don't tell me, because I still probably won't see it.
Listen up! If you think about getting close to Garth Romave, you're in for a world of hurt! He's mine!
Ivy, I guess, is like the other actual villain of the series, and she's got this lisp when she's saying Garth's name.
I saw you next to Gareth Romave in class the other day!
It's actually really hard to tell if Ivy's delusional or not, because it's never directly stated if she knows she's not with Garth or she is with Garth.
Oh, it's you.
Lily?
What happened to you? You look stupid.
Lily is a part of like Ivy's Toon Squad. That's kind of as far as her character goes. She barely has any lines. Oh, she's also Ivy's cousin, I'm pretty sure.
Who does that freshman think she is? I thought I told her to stay away from Garth!
You definitely did.
Alex. This character has no lines. There are some background and side characters that we need to go over, and they don't have a lot of screen time, but they technically meet the requirements of being a character. But to show how important they are, we decided to restrict their time and shove them all in a lightning round.
Hey girl who has obviously never met Caitlin before. Want to be my best friend instead of Caitlin's? I'll help you out in this class.
Oh! Lucinda's one of the only witch characters we see in the entire series, and she's often kind of just fighting with Caitlin. She's just kind of one of the girls that hangs out in the bathroom when there's like a party going, when there's an option to.
Now, the properties of the butt include bun divided by the power of bun is equal to booty 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 rockin' everywhere.
Dante is obsessed with girls, and it somehow manages to work a lot of the time, which I'd love to see happen in real life. There's no way they'd get away with a character like him these days.
No, I won't. There's like 7 words I don't know.
How many words are on the test?
7.
Tiani's a high-ranking student and takes a lot of pride in the school and the work. That's Tiani!
Have you tried saying please?
Vlad Romave is kind of just introduced to the cast to expand the group of friends aphmau has that isn't trying to actively hook up with her. Which means he's my favorite.
Huh?
Something wrong?
It smells like fresh grass and burnt wood?
For Balto, they kind of just needed a werewolf antagonist, so they kind of just plopped him in, and that's about it.
Meow! Meow! Ooh, yeah, get into it. Meow! Meow, meow, meow!
Eric, last name unknown, is kind of just like the other parents, but he's a guy. He's also really into sports, which I guess helps him stand out because he's Caitlin's dad and Casey's, but we don't know him yet.
Hey, did you see? There's a full moon out tonight. Wanna go howl at it with the pack?
Rylands. No clue really why we put him in here. He's kind of one of the only werewolves with a speaking role that doesn't really have anything special about him. And he'll continue to have nothing special about him in the upcoming season.
Nicole von Ronsenberg.
Present!
Nicole von Ronsenberg. Okay, now I really don't have an idea why we put her in here. She gets cheated on by Dante apparently, which I guess is a plot point, but I really don't remember that happening, so... That was not written by me. I know that happened. Editor Jax doesn't. So a big part of aphmau is actually shipping culture, and shipping culture in its finest of forms is just seeing two characters together. And I'm not talking voice actors, I'm talking about the characters themselves. And for this segment, we're actually gonna go down to the floor. Hi, we're on the floor now. And this is the chart that I've made for shipping. These are all the characters we're gonna go over. No one more, no one less. We have 5 colors. We have white for friends, pink for crush, red for some kind of lovers or romantic feelings, and we have black for if they should not be in contact with each other because, you know, this is high school. Some people shouldn't interact with each other. And then we also have blue, because I don't have any gray, and this is going to be other with an explanation attached to it. I don't know if we're going to use it. You know, it's good to have an other. So I think debatably the first people we have to talk about is the main couple of the series, supposedly, which is aphmau and Aaron. And I'm going to give it a white string for just friends, just because I think they both need to grow as people. Aaron is a senior at the start of this. Hey, they're right next to each other. That's really convenient for me. You know, aphmau's a freshman, Aaron's a senior, and it's a bit, I don't want to say icky, but it's icky, and it's just, you know what? They need to grow as people. They shouldn't really be thinking about this kind of thing, especially since Aaron's about to leave, and aphmau is, you know, still kind of going into high school. You know, sophomore year isn't that far into high school. She's got a lot of room to grow, and so does Aaron. And for that, white string. I believe they could just be really good friends. And they are good friends, and they should have kept it at that. We're gonna go on a little aphmau train actually right now, because she's the main character. The series is kind of revolved around her. The channel name is named after her. Anyway, aphmau and Lawrence. Okay, I have actually mixed feelings in aphmau and Lawrence, just because as a child, I was a aarmau fan. I was a very big aarmau fan. And I think because of that, I'm still within the boundaries of my childhood nostalgia. And for that, I'm gonna give it a pink. Now, if you were to actually ask me right now, like, hey, do you actually think aphmau and Lawrence would be good together? I'd probably say no. For the sole case of, I think they could just be really good friends. I think they could just be really, really good friends because, you know, sports. Lawrence is the captain of the soccer team. aphmau is shown to be very, very skilled at soccer. And I just think that's like a really good, I guess, starter for the two. But beyond that, I think they could just be extremely good friends. And I kind of picture them to be extremely good friends. And they are extremely good friends in the show. It's just, I think in some universe, they would have been really good together. It's just not this universe. But I am making it pink for the sake of my nostalgia. And because I'm making aphmau and Lawrence pink, there's something else I need to talk about now, which is Gareth and aphmau. I put them all really close to her, didn't I? For aphmau and Gareth, white string. I feel like if you're not a aarmau person, you're probably a aarmau person. If you're not a aarmau person, you're probably a aarmau person. If you're not either of them, you're probably aarmau. And I've already said my take on aarmau. If you don't know what I'm talking about right now, these are all the ship names for the boys in aphmau. Everyone's got one. And I'm not even talking specifically, I probably shouldn't have said specifically boys. Everyone has one for aphmau. Aphmau gets shipped with everyone because this is the harem, you know, of course. So because I ship aarmau I'm giving aarmau a white string, but make it a really fine pink. I think they also could have worked, except I think Garth has a lot of misplaced feelings. For some reason, when I was watching the show, I got this weird feeling that he was kind of only with her because she was this girl that he had known when he was a kid. And it's like, oh my god, my best friend, she's back. And Q, I think. I mean, maybe. Who am I to judge, man? Who am I to judge? But it's always just kind of just like, hey, we're meant to be together because we've been childhood friends. And it's like, that's a really not good take to have, especially since she moved away. aphmau moved away at some point and then came back and they didn't even realize each other were like childhood friends. So she doesn't really have that kind of connection. And when they get that connection, it's more weird. aphmau seems to be like, oh, this is my childhood friend. This is great. I get to have a friend again. But Garth is like, this is the girl I loved since I was a kid. I'm bound to be with her. It's like, no, you're really not. You have no play. And you're kind of really full of yourself. I just don't see it working out. I believe they can be really good friends though. I just don't think it would work. I think both of them have to mature one way or another. And it's just not really set in stone for high school. Let me be clear, I'm talking about high school characters. Okay, this next one, I don't personally see this, but this was on the wiki, and I am throwing this in for the people who do see this, because apparently it's a really heavy, really packed ship, but it's going to be Lawrence and Gareth. And I think in some universe, I would be able to see this, except I'm not in that universe, and I'm in this universe. And since I'm in this universe, I'm giving it a white. And this isn't to bash people who actually ship Garth and Lawrence. I think this can be something, and I guess in the universe that I do see it, I see it. But I don't know. I do headcanon Lawrence to be actually kind of bi, but I also think Garth would be completely straight and only see him as a buddy. So sorry, Lawrence, you don't get romance. I feel like I'm accidentally creating the Illuminati. One more to go, then I'll hit it. But for now, we have a right triangle, Pythagorean theorem. 8th grade, everyone. So, Ivy. This is really weird one for me. I don't like Ivy. I really do not like her. But she does have this weird relationship going on with Gareth that I don't think he's in on. This is a one-sided thing, and because it's one-sided, I'm giving it a black. Let me explain real quick though. Ivy, I can't tell if she's delusional or if she's just like really headstrong. She really thinks she's in a relationship with Gareth. And like, I'm all for a very determined person. Yeah. It's just, when it comes to dating and like, hey, do you want to be in a committed relationship with me? She doesn't get the hint, and I don't think Gareth got the memo. So because of that, I'm actually giving them a black string because I think Garth is actually quite uncomfortable around Ivy sometimes because he doesn't get it's not real, or she doesn't get it's not real. And I don't think he understands what exactly is going on. And no one's telling him because I don't think anyone else knows what's going on. It's just Ivy. I think she's delusional and crazy. And that's nothing against a delusional and crazy person, except be delusional and crazy with someone else who's also delusional and crazy, not with someone who's mostly sane in mind. So Kwai-chan and Dante, I put this in for the sole reason of they said Dante had cheated on Kwai-chan with Nicole. She's not on this board. And they kind of just left it at that. It's either Dante cheated on Kwai-chan with Nicole or Dante cheated on Nicole with Kwai-chan. It's never actually explicitly stated who cheated on who first, but both girls broke up with him and both girls hate him. And because of that, giving this a black string, I don't think Dante should be with anyone. I kind of really hate him. I really hate him as a character. I think the fact that he's playing all these girls and thinks it's like really hot is really kind of weird. And I wish someone would tell him that. And people have told him it. It's just he won't listen. So I guess that's a him problem. And because it's a him problem, he gets no one. Travis and Caitlin. I'm gonna give it a white string. And I'm talking specifically about their high school versions, but if you were to ask me about their adult versions, like in mystreet, you know what? Maybe. But I think both characters still have a lot to grow. Caitlin, I think, needs to learn to be less violent. I think Travis needs to learn that this isn't how you talk to girls. I also think he needs to not be friends with Dante, because I think Dante is ruining his character. And nothing against you, Dante, after I just got done bashing him. I just think, right now, no. Travis and Caitlin, right now, no. In the future, maybe. Just maybe. Okay, this is actually a canon thing that I kind of had to put up here. This is the only reason he's even on here. I'm talking about Jeffrey and Caitlin. I'm giving them a white string, and I'm pretty sure I said it in the episode. But the reason they broke up is kind of stupid and dumb, but also I understand it to a degree. And I just think, you know what? I don't think they'd work out entirely. Caitlin has a kind of valid point, and he's just not really fit for her. I do think they look really cute together. I just don't think Caitlin needs something else. And that's okay. That's alright. She clicked well with Jeffrey. It's just, you know, after some time she realized something isn't working for me. And that's alright. But for now, they can be friends. And I think they would still make really good friends. I know in the prom episode she was sobbing, but it's like, he was good to her. And it's just not what she really wanted. He was a little too good. He worked out a little too well for her. So in my head, Caitlin and Jeffrey, they would have eventually broken up, but they still remain pretty good friends. This one is kind of a weird one. It was mentioned. It wasn't mentioned in a romantic way though. It was only a friend way, and that's Garth and Caitlin. Giving it a white string because they made it seem like a white string, and I just don't think the two would really click very well on a romantic level. I think Caitlin is a bit too, why wouldn't you guys work out? I think maybe Caitlin is just a bit too extreme for him. And I think Garth would like more aphmau flavored characters. But I do think that, I think Caitlin would get mad at him for the same reason she got mad at Jeffrey, which was he's a bit too nice and she just likes fighting sometimes. She enjoys the fight. And for that reason, I think they could just be friends. And in an episode, they're just kind of made out to be friends. And I think that's good. I think they both work really well as friends. I think that because they're on sports teams, they really get along with each other. And in an ideal world, I think they do like clubs together. And I think they do work really well as friends. It's just, you know, that's where it ends. Friends. Okay, for this next one, I'm extremely biased, and I don't think I should be the one doing this. But Jean and aphmau is exactly the same as aphmau and Aaron. They have the exact same problems. I think Jean is actually a bit of a worse character when it comes to Aaron and Jean, because he did try to he planned to sexually assault aphmau, but he didn't go through with it, so I don't know if that's just like, oh, well, he didn't do it. It's like he was planning to record it, he was planning to frame everyone for it, and it's just, black is just a good color for them, you know? In an ideal world, I think he wouldn't have done that. And I think they would have been extremely cute with each other. It's just, this is high school. Everyone's stupid, and we all think we can get what we want. And sadly, according to this board, no one's getting what they want. Except maybe for Aaron and Caitlin. They got what they wanted. This isn't really a shipping one. This isn't a shipping one because they're not made out to be like in love with each other. I just don't enjoy this pairing. I do not enjoy these two characters together, and I do not believe they should be friends. And I'm talking about Travis and Dante. I don't enjoy Travis and Dante's dynamic. I do not enjoy Dante. I do not enjoy what Dante has done to Travis. I really like Travis. Have you noticed that? So because of that, I'm giving Travis and Dante a black string because they should not be in contact with each other. Travis should not be friends with Dante. I think he was such a good character before Dante really told him women are out there. And Travis was like, really? I can get women? And then Dante was like, yeah, man, I've got two at the same time. And then Travis was like, what happened? It's like, they broke up with me because they found out about each other. It's like, you've ruined a very good character. You've ruined him because you wanted him to like women. And I'm not even saying that in a bad way. Travis could have been a really good love interest for a lot of different characters. I just think they ruined him because they made him a character who wants other characters. Wants too many other characters. I'm pretty sure he hit on every single girl character on this board except Ivy. I don't think he hit on Ivy, but I also don't think they had any contact with each other. But I'm pretty sure he tried on Kawaii. I'm pretty sure he tried on aphmau multiple times. He tried multiple different lines on aphmau. He tried on Caitlin. He probably tried on Dante at some point. And I just think when he's older, maybe he'll get back in contact with Dante. But for now, in high school, they should not be talking. They should not be speaking to each other. Because I think Dante did something to Travis that made their friendship blow up, and he blames Travis for it when Travis didn't do a single thing. And that's what I think really happened. But it didn't, because this isn't my series. This is someone else's series. And in that series, the two perverted boys stay friends. Ain't that lovely? Oh no! I forgot a character. Lucinda. I'm so sorry, girly. Anyway, I think you know half of the character we're gonna put in this next one. So for this next one, I'm gonna be talking about Travis and Lucinda. And I know I just bashed Travis by saying he should not be with any of these women. And he shouldn't be. This is a white string. I don't know why I said it like that. He's still not getting with anyone. Just because he's a freshman. He's really stupid and dumb. And Lucinda, I believe, is a sophomore? And nothing wrong with that pairing. That's a year apart. There's nothing wrong with that. I just think Lucinda is always just a flirtatious character in general. She's shown to be a very open, free character. She flirts with whoever she wants. She makes fights with whoever she wants. She kind of does whatever she wants. And I think that's a really nice character trait of hers. I just think they could be really good friends if Travis was not trying to hit on her. And Lucinda maybe toned it down a few notches. But after that, I think the two could actually be really good friends and have this weird dynamic of her pulling him around and him just going, yeah, all right, I'll go with her. I've got nothing better to do. What am I gonna do? Go to class? No, because none of you go to class. None of you. Everyone's failing this school year. Everyone. This next one's gonna be a white string. And I just realized there's not a lot of actual variation in color on this board. But it's the first season. We'll get there. We'll get around to some more color next season. Spoiler, I'm sorry. There's going to be more of these segments. And this one is actually going to be between Lucinda and Caitlin. And I know I'm making this a white. I know I'm making these guys friends. But picture it a very, very faint pink, okay? You seeing the vision with me? I know they fight a lot. They fight a lot. They're supposed to be rivals. I just believe these two rivals can be friends to lovers or enemies to lovers. You understanding the vision? I believe these two could be enemies to lovers in the perfect universe, but then break it up and just be friends. Okay. Lawrence and Jean. Bitter exes. I believe these two could just be really, really bitter exes. And that's my take on Season 1 Phoenix Drops High's characters. Why did Lawrence get both of the pinks? Hi, we're back up here again. Time to move on. There's a bunch of little extra things that I need to mention, but there's nowhere really to put it because they're extras and they don't really fall into a category. So we just need to talk about them now before I move on later. What to start with? Oh, we can start off in episode 4. Where Aaron and aphmau are in detention with each other, and Jeffrey kind of mentions like, oh yeah, Aaron was in military camp for like his entire life, and it's never really mentioned why he was in it, just that he was in it up until his senior year of high school. At the beginning of the season, aphmau's mentioned to have taken a year off for homeschooling, which is actually inspired off of Jessica's like real life, where her dad pulled her out of school due to 9/11. Just thought that was a fun thing for you guys to know. Little side thing. What I'm trying to say is Phoenix Drop High wouldn't happen if it wasn't for 9/11. Hey, this is just like 50 Shades of Grey. Right now is probably a good time to mention that Jessica based a lot of her characters and the experience off of her actual experience in high school. Oh my god. That means aphmau is both a self-insert to her own story and a self-insert into her own teenage life. This season is technically a harem, and I mentioned this at the start, but I'll mention here again. But aphmau is the main girl character that all the boys are trying to get in with. And the main boy characters trying to get with her kind of boil down to Dreamboat Garth, Dreamboat Lawrence, Stoic Aaron, and FC. There's also a bunch of tinier ones that we could also throw in, like Travis, Dante, Jean, Balto, if you squint hard enough. Hey, also, while we're here, this school is kind of a real place. Like, not just a school. This is based off of Little Rock High. Like, the same Little Rock High that had the US government escort African American students to school during the Civil Rights Movement. I just thought that was interesting. I really want to know why. I want to know why, because I don't, maybe Jessica was actually like based in that school. Maybe that like was her school, but I don't think it was. Episode 12, Skipping School, actually had a different title. I think it was originally called like Playing Hooky, and I think I understand why they changed this. Some people might have assumed Playing Hooky meant hooker, which I guess is a reasonable thing to want to kind of scrub from your PG Minecraft roleplay. I also think it could just get mixed up with the season 1 SpongeBob episode, playing hooky. At the start of the show, there wasn't actually voice acting. It was just Jessica kind of saying the lines, and you could like see it and like the text at the bottom of the screen so that she could just read off of it. There was some lines that were said by an actual voice actor, but that was kind of few and far between. But around episode 14, Operation Sleepover, I think they switched to primarily voice actors, which I think helps the show a lot. I think this is really funny. They have an in-universe version of Twilight called Midnight. Its cover is a direct mock of the original with a cupcake in its hand instead of an apple. The author of the book is also, I'm pretty sure, a rip on the actual author's name, Sepideh Mayo. Episode 2, the texting on aphmau's phone is weirdly louder than her actual talking, and it's kind of distracting, weirdly.
Dead yet.
In episode 15, First Date, around 8:13, there's 2 characters behind Garth that resemble the characters Papyrus and Sans from Undertale, and both are played by Kimiwasa.
Dude, that artist is terrible.
Why do artists always get my nose wrong? This is just...
Huh?
aphmau throughout the first season is shown taking photos and uploading them onto an Instagram. That's real.
But first, let me take a selfie.
Stop, wait. This is a highly sophisticated move and opens up realms beyond our understanding. We will get into it later when we have some more info and you're knowledgeable enough to handle it. But for now...
So I'm going to be specifically talking about the pictures that were uploaded onto Jessica's real Instagram that we were able to see in real time when this was airing. The first day scene, when aphmau takes a photo and Aaron bumps into her right after, was actually uploaded onto Jessica's Instagram, and there was actually a remaster later on down the line which is more in-depth. I don't actually know why she did this, but it was posted and it does look better than the original because, you know, graphics. I don't know. I didn't take an art class. So this one was about, in the second episode, I'm pretty sure, when aphmau's in home alone after she had met Travis, and she feels really lonely now because she's without her not alone buddy, which is really ironic.
This is a wrong time for a selfie, but I don't know, maybe it'll help me feel better. That only made me feel worse.
But she just kind of posts a picture onto her Instagram, and Jessica's Instagram, saying something like, "Without my not alone buddy." And that was kind of it. These never really went anywhere. These didn't really go very far. They weren't really to like lure us in or something. There wasn't anything really to them. It was just a fun thing you could sometimes see if you were on Jessica's Instagram around this time. But what middle schooler was on Instagram back in, 2017? I'm pretty sure the next photo to be uploaded was a photo of Garth, Lawrence, and aphmau outside the school after episode 6 Art Buddies, and the caption I'm pretty sure was just "me and my art buddies" with a smiley face. That was kind of it, but it still was cool to have these in-universe photos in our universe, which terrifies me a little because if you can get into my world, does that mean I can get into yours? I am. So in between episodes, there was actually a bunch of other things being posted at a time, and what would usually go on was mini games between the voice actors and Jessica herself. Now, these mini games didn't really have anything to them. It was kind of just a fun extra thing that the voice actors could do together, in character and out of character. And what would happen was these mini games wouldn't have any scripts for them to follow, so they had to improv on the spot, which is really fun for one, the voice actors, and for us because we get just a look onto the characters, but also because it was improv, a lot of the voice actors would kind of have to just steal stuff from their own life and put it into the character. So we got to know more about them too, and just kind of say, oh yeah, that's just a character trait of Zane, that's just a character trait of Kawaii-chan, you know? And it wasn't really ever talked about in the show, but it was just something you could find on the wiki. It was just a fun thing to air alongside the actual story, but you had to be kind of picky with the characters that you did put in it because, you know, storyline, what characters you're friends with, what characters you're not friends with, but also sometimes they threw it out the window and added Zane to the roster even though we don't like Zane. So in season 1, they had a couple games that would regularly go through the roster between episodes, which were Prop Hunt, Murder Mystery, Hide and Seek, and Pixel Painters. But Pixel Painters didn't really come around that often, and if you like look through the entire thing, I think there's only like 15 episodes of Pixel Painters, so sorry Pixel Painter fans if you're out there. I was a murder mystery kind of gal. Later on down the line in like season 2, because I'm not gonna make this segment 2 parts, they had Never Have I Ever, Who Am I, Try Not to Laugh, Cosplay Contest, Fanfic Reading, Kiss, Marry, Kill, Would You Rather, and Bubble Tag. Now I'm gonna call out Bubble Tag specifically because I've never heard of Bubble Tag before it was posted on aphmau, and I need to explain Bubble Tag for a moment. Bubble Tag is essentially reverse tag, where there is one person hiding and they go wherever the sets are. The sets could be anything. The sets could have been the school, someone's house, 2 houses in the later seasons, the mall, you know, just random sets throughout the season, and someone would be hiding. They'd hide, and when the timer was up, they'd freeze. They would not move, they would not be able to move, and there would be a barrier around them, a little bubble. And there are 3 seekers, maybe 4, however many people are there, who would go looking for the person. If they found the person, they would tag them and they'd get sucked into the bubble, and now they can't move either. And it was just a spin, I guess, on freeze tag, essentially. But I've never heard of it before, and I'm assuming aphmau made it, and that means none of you have heard it too.
Upside Down Stories was a spin on the series going on between Season 1 PDH and Season 2. This was a small filler in between seasons since it took over 8 months for Season 2 to come around. It's not actually the characters acting opposite how they would react. This is more of a personality swap. There's a difference. Jean, Sasha, and Xenix have taken over as a protagonist for this mini-series and talking about what to do after school. aphmau comes along with Garth and Lawrence to shove over Jean and call him a nerd. When they leave, Jean calls him evil, but Xenix says that they can't change him while Sasha tells him to let it go. During lunch, aphmau bumps into Jean again, but Jean stands up to her and she calls him Kitty.
What's the matter, Kitty?
Oh my god, it's like the original! Jean tells aphmau and our goon squad to apologize, then asks him to think about being nice for once. He tells them to hang out with his friends, but they decline. They say something about friendship, and Jean invites them to the movies after school, to which aphmau agrees. There's also a fourth wall break with Zane stopping the video and asking why he doesn't have any screen time. Regular aphmau then cuts in out of nowhere and says that he's somewhere in the middle of good and evil, so I guess he doesn't count. At the movie, Sasha, Xenix, and Jean are wearing the versions of aphmau, Lawrence, and Garth clothes. At least I think Sasha's supposed to be Garth, while aphmau, Lawrence, and Garth are wearing their versions of Jean, Xenix, and Sasha's clothes. They rob Jean of all his money and are disrupting the movie because they think it's boring. After the movie, Jean asks them if they're ever gonna change, and aphmau says that they just wanted a free movie. When he starts to go off on them, she gives him a kiss just to show that she could be nice before leaving it. Garth and Lawrence tease him for a bit because aphmau likes him and now he has cooties. Oh, and then Zane breaks the fourth wall again, but all I hear is yap 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 yap. Jean finds out from Sasha and Xenix that aphmau is looking for him and he starts to freak out. They go to Zane for the kiss on the cheek because apparently he's good with girls in this universe. Oh, and Zane doesn't have freckles in this universe. His skin is kind of darker, which makes sense since he's on the soccer team and his hair is kind of a dark navy blue. But what I think I'm trying to say is that this isn't Zane's skin modified. This just isn't Zane. Zane asks why Jean is being quiet, and Sasha tells him that he's got aphmau cooties. He tells Jean to talk to aphmau about it and leaves before she comes up to him. Jean ends up running away and we get a shot of Zane without his shirt kicking a soccer ball. Wait a minute. Is that the same ball from episode 8 Cool Moms?
If you have any information on who plays the balls in these 2 episodes, you will be compensated hefty $2. Come on, people, we cannot have these rules go uncredited.
We find out Caitlin is actually a mayfoil in this universe, and apparently her and Zane need to work on a project together, but she also mentions something about his gal pal being there. Aaron is now a geek and trying to get into the Shadow Knights, but aphmau keeps shutting him down, and we get a shot of Dante and Travis in this universe, and they're just stoners. That's all they are. I'm not saying I don't like it, it's just, I would have never expected that. Oh, I'm not complaining. Apparently Ivy's dog is dead, and Zane saw the whole thing because he works at a puppy hospital. Why is that in there? aphmau is watching and teases Ivy, but it's okay because Garth calls aphmau out on liking Jean. Our world Zane then cuts in to say that he doesn't like his counterpart and that we should not get used to him, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm so used to this man. He's so much more charming than our version of Zane. Sasha, Jean, and Xenix are talking about how productive they are while I sit on my ass making an aphmau video before hearing something weird. They go behind the bleachers to find aphmau, Lawrence, and Garth tagging it with their motto. Can I use the 2018 phrase joke again? He scares them off, but later on he finds aphmau tagging the inside of the school. Jean threatens to tell on her, and she says to go ahead, but he still doesn't, and we get a montage of just aphmau tagging stuff, and him still not reporting her. She eventually gets caught, and is faced with expulsion, but Jean steps in to say that he was also involved. The principal gets disappointed and scolds him for working with aphmau, and they both get detention instead. In detention, he asks her why she's like this, and she says that she can be however she wants before asking why he took the blame with her too. He says that he thinks everyone has some good in him and wants to see her succeed. Guys. I think he has a crush on her, and vice versa. But I don't know for sure yet, so don't tell anyone. He tells her to use her energy for something else and start up a club over something she likes. aphmau says that she likes anime, and he actually helps her start up a club that has Lucinda and Zane. And in this spin-off, Lucinda talks in a quiet voice and glasses and wears her uniform wrong. As first order of the unofficial anime club, they tag the school with the new anime club look. Why would you tag it? Jean ends up taking over and tells them to draw their original characters' backstories. There's reference to Kiki's Delivery Service, Dragon Ball Z, Final Fantasy, and Jean's version of aphmau.
So stealing other characters. Yeah. Okay.
That was all that came from the Upside Down series. It only had 3 episodes dedicated to Phoenix Drop High and 1 to the main series. None of these were canon. The only canon part I can think of was the nudge to Jean's crush on aphmau in the main series because everyone swapped a personality with someone else, and aphmau took Jean's personality, so then Jean took aphmau's. If aphmau liked him in the swapped universe, that means Jean likes her in the regular one. This is a really long way of saying I think aphmau and Jean are cute together when they're not being edgy teenagers. Would I suggest watching this? Not really. It's a fun break to do when you're on the 67th hour of the aphmau marathon.
And when you're on the 76th hour of the aphmau marathon, there's some things you might notice because you're on the 76th hour of the aphmau marathon. And when you're on the 76th hour of the aphmau marathon, there are some things you might notice because you're on the 76th hour of the aphmau marathon. Here are some things you might notice when you're on the 76th hour of the aphmau marathon because you're on your 76th hour of the aphmau marathon. Multiple times students are told that they can't have their phone on them, but that's also not really followed because we see throughout the entire thing that kids are on their phone and using their phone, and it's kind of back and forth on who they discipline on it. It's mostly just to aphmau just to push the plot along and for plot device. aphmau says she can trust aphmau, but also does 17 things to show that she absolutely cannot trust aphmau under any circumstances. The prime one is the dinner party episode, I would assume, where Savannah goes into aphmau's phone and texts everyone she assumes to be a boy. She missed one, but Jean. And I'm not really trying to say this is a bad thing because, this is her only daughter. Savannah has a reason to be wary of boys for aphmau, but it is something you kind of notice when Savannah keeps on saying, I trust you, of course I trust you, and then she goes and she stalks aphmau from her car, and she's like, I'm at a reasonable distance. You cannot say I cannot be here. This is a public park. And it's just why are you here? You say you trust me, and aphmau doesn't really do anything to obey her, not disobey her trust. The worst thing she does is clean spray paint. Lemon pledge. At some point, aphmau says that she can't aim a soccer ball, but she's shown in every other instance where there's a soccer court to be very skilled at directing a ball towards anyone. She kicked a ball into the back of Aaron's head during the sports festival. What do you mean you can't aim? You perfectly aimed at that man's head. You were headshotting him. So after the season ended, there wasn't another season until 2017, which was a year later when the main series, mystreet, was in season 4 of its run. And that's something I need to go over later, because for now, we have to talk about something that happened in between the seasons. Canonically, this happened a long time after the first and second season. This was one of the last things to be aired by aphmau, having to do with the Phoenix Drop High universe. What I'm about to talk about was filmed in 2019, but is canonically placed in between, I think, the first 2 seasons of PDH season 1 because of some background events. A lot of things have changed scene-wise. Characters are updated, sets are more detailed, everything's a little duller. The set itself looks like a whole different school, and if you squint hard enough to not see the background, this could be a whole different school. This could be a whole nother season, but it's not, because this was only 11 episodes. I'm gonna get into why it was 11 episodes later, but for now, we can just talk about it directly and how good it was. Honestly, if you haven't watched this miniseries, go watch it. It's good, it's short, it's 11 episodes, which makes this rest of this kind of disappointing in retrospective. Anyway, season, 0.5? 1.5? I guess. Season 1.5, Phoenix Drop Days.
It opens up with a view of the sun and butterflies. Yes, butterflies. Round, perfectly detailed butterflies. Is that a cocoon?
Go back. Was it actually a cocoon? Oh my god, it's a cocoon.
That's a cocoon. That's a cocoon.
That's a cocoon. Dude, wait, they got production in this one?
They've got budget?
When they give budget.
We get a shot of our main character, who's a Mayfla, in bed while her mom is calling for her.
This seems strangely familiar.
We find out her name is Kiori, and she has two sisters who she commonly compares herself to about how they have more accomplishments than her and that she's normal.
Is that Ultranova?
Kiori gives us some life advice, and the episode officially begins like a Disney Channel movie. We get a Minecraft animation that has a few throwbacks to characters we will never come in contact with, but I can appreciate the effort. Immediately, we get a shot of the character's new running animation, and to say I dislike it would be a lie.
Dude. Oh, I don't like. I forgot. I remember that. I remember that. I don't like the run cycles.
I hate it. Ugh.
Stop.
Ugh. No, I don't like seeing curved edges in Minecraft.
I don't. Stop.
God.
I hate it.
Turn it off. Turn it off. I don't want to do this anymore. I quit. I changed my mind. I don't want to do this anymore.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm watching a Minecraft animation.
Yeah.
And I've always been kind of iffy about those. It's so bad. I don't like the running animation. That's not in the script. I'm just saying that. When she gets to school and makes it to homeroom, she scans the room for her teacher, but he's actually right behind her.
This guy does ASMR. No one can tell me any different. He has one of the most forced, sexy voices I've ever heard, and that's no shame to the voice actor. I just think he's really close to his mic, and I thought he was trying to hit on her because of it.
Trust me, I'm the teacher you need, not the one you deserve.
Apparently she's late because he gives her detention, and while doing it, we actually meet her best friend, Annabelle.
I love her so much, and I wish nothing but the absolute best for her.
And by the end of this, I'm gonna cry. Annabelle's apparently a cheerleader since Kiori asked why she's not sitting with her kind. They sit in the back with a boy who tries to tell them not to sit there, but they sit there anyway. While talking, Annabelle mentions being upset with a B+ in chemistry, and the boy in front of her tells her to calm down and does a first world problems bit. She tells him not everyone can get by on their looks, and he says that she's hot and that she can. We learn his name is Isaac, and I hate him. I cannot think about a single scene where I like him, and he's basically a version of Dante that's more blunt. And I didn't like Dante, period. Kiori asks about his school varsity jacket, and Annabelle says that if you have one that you're allowed to wear it. Kiori's really into the idea of having a jacket, and this changes her life forever. I mean the next 11 episodes. The guy behind them says he's really creepy for wanting Annabelle to touch his jacket, but Annabelle is amazed at the kid for speaking his mind. Isaac says that he knows when someone feels threatened, and Annabelle gushes at him and holds his hands. His voice cracks when Annabelle is talking to him, and I can't help but just kind of gush at the sight of these two. Isaac says that Annabelle's a bit touchy and that he should change seats.
What?
When the class is dismissed, the girls go to their lockers where they notice a guy watching them, and it's the guy from that morning, the one that pushed Kiori over. Annabelle leaves to go tell someone, and the guy comes up behind Kiori. She punches him out of fright, and Isaac comes up to her to tell her that it was his coach, Roy. At the nurse's office, the nurse scolds him for sneaking up behind girls. He seems to make a few passes at the nurse, and she tells Kiori to leave. Roy stops her before she leaves and tells her that she should sign up for the track team to help with the regionals.
We're shooing for regionals, right?
At the track meet, she runs with everyone else and at the end asks how she did. He tells her that it'll be posted, but then she gets down on her knees. She begs him to tell her her score, and he tells her that she didn't make it. She asks to try again in a month, and he gives her 2. That night, she's planning out a schedule to train, and she sees a runner outside her window and decides to go for a small run. She records the mystery runner and sees that they can do 2 miles in 10 minutes. And the next morning, she chases them down and sees they go into a school building.
It's an outside school building, but Phoenix Drop High is an inside school, so I don't actually know what this building is supposed to be for.
She goes inside to see them changing into a school uniform and asks for the help. They shut her down and tell her to go, and we find out it's the guy from her homeroom who sits behind her. It picks up where we left off, with Kiori outside the schoolhouse asking the guy for advice. He becomes sarcastic with her and still refuses. She goes on a speech about how she wants to become the very best like no one ever was, but he starts to change his pants because he actually doesn't care. She tells him that she is 2 months, but he says he's got better things to do. Kiori's still late and bickers with Hunter, and we don't know his name at this point, so technically I'm not supposed to know. But just like in Season 1, there's a club fair that Annabelle is helping set up, and we actually get a crossover with Phoenix Drop High Episode 2. Annabelle sees Kiori and asks her about the track meet, but thinks Kiori has already made it. Hunter signs up for a club, and Kiori signs up for it too, just to get some more time to annoy him. The other members stare at her and tell her that the club isn't really suited for her, but she does anyway.
This club is literally nothing. The club group is called the Infinity Club because they just go round and round and round with trying to find out what to do with it because they have no idea what to do with it.
It cuts to the the end of the school day and Kyori's at the building outside again for the club. There are 3 new characters inside, Opera GF, Lego Duplo, and the BFG. Opera GF is actually named Ruby and acts like a middle schooler who thinks she's the most crazy and dangerous person alive.
She tries to cook cookies under a lamp later.
They make a chair of chairs and throw in a new Master 420 joke. This was made in 2019, people. Give it some credit. Kyori tries to kill Ruby, but Hunter comes in and stops her from doing so. Annabelle and another girl come around to make sure clubs are clubbing, and Kyori says that she's not gonna stay. They tell her that a club can't stay a club unless it has 5 people, so she stays in hopes of blackmailing Hunter. We learn his name. Annabelle tells Hunter to take care of Kyori, and he stutters. Oh my god. Kyori finds out Hunter likes Annabelle and forces him to train with her in exchange of Kyori helping him win over Annabelle. Hunter and Kyori meet at the outside building and are getting ready to train. Hunter tells her that he won't help her train until she helps him get with Annabelle. She tells him that he will and split up till homeroom. It cuts to Kyori in art class and her having her own little dream sequence.
I think aphmau heard me and my editor talking trash on episode 29, aphmau in Wonderland, because the dream sequence here is just chibi drawings of her goals.
Hunter texts Kyori in art class, and Kyori tries to give him some advice to try out on Annabelle. He goes up to Annabelle and asks for art advice, and he points out the smiley face on the sun and calls it silly. She takes offense, and Hunter tells Kyori about how he's never gonna get another chance at her. Kyori and Hunter stalk her during lunch, and Kyori gives him Annabelle's lunch money that she stole. Hunter goes to pay for Annabelle's lunch, and her cheerleading friends call him creepy for knowing she didn't have money. Annabelle gets mad at them while Hunter leaves, and Kyori tells the cheerleaders to mind their own business. During class, Kyori tries to talk to Hunter, but he tells her off. Kyori tells Annabelle that a friend of hers is having a hard time on an essay, and Annabelle goes to help Hunter out. Annabelle gives Hunter her number for tutoring, and Kyori asks if they have a deal for him helping her with track. He agrees, and the rest of the season is set in stone. We only have 11 episodes.
I'm not rating these episodes, but if I were, this would be the worst one.
Kyori and Hunter are at the top of the hill, and Hunter tells her that they're stretching with the view. They race to a bridge, and in the background we can see the Shadow Knights logo. Long live the king. A good chunk of their episode is just them running and stopping to bicker.
I understand this moment is probably for bonding and friendship forming, but there's nothing else to the scene. There's no talk of foreshadowing or undertone. It's just them talking. When you have a scene like this, you have to keep on adding sprinkles of what's to come to keep people interested, to keep them guessing. And it just didn't happen here. And you know what? Maybe there was more. You know what? There's probably more. They just didn't have time to do it. They didn't see this series closing down so soon, but this is a really boring scene. Also, I think they lightened Kyori's skin in this scene.
We're gonna say it's the lighting. They stop for a water break, and Hunter talks about how he likes to run without anyone watching him instead of on a track. It starts to rain, and they go to Hunter's place. Kyori finds track medals and other gym equipment in his house and ends up looking in his closet to find a varsity jacket. And when he comes back and she asks about it, he kind of just says it had slipped his mind, but seems really nervous about it. But Kyori's kind of ecstatic because she's realizing she can get a varsity jacket now since he has one. Kyori's still bummed about not being able to train because of the rain, but Hunter makes her lift weights instead. After a while, Hunter tells her to go home and take a shower to relax her muscles. She tells him no and that she's too tired to do anything, and he reluctantly offers a shower, and she actually does use the shower, which leads to an interesting scene. When she gets out of the shower, Kyori finds a spider and screams, and then Hunter comes in with his eyes closed and takes the spider out. If we imagine this not as an aphmau series, this is great. I actually really do like this scene, but when you bring in all of aphmau's more tame content, this is a bit weird right off the bat. Again, I kind of really like it, and I think it's actually so far off from aphmau's other characters that it can be qualified as a different series. Annabelle walks Kyori over to her club before going to cheerleading. Suna, with her Duplo eyes, comes in texting like a madman and stares at Kyori while rapidly texting. It's played out like a murder scene, and it's actually really entertaining until you realize it leads to nothing. Kurt, the BFG, comes in with Ruby, and she tells him that they're gonna make cookies for their fearless leader.
What? Hunter? They have a hairdryer and a lamp in the corner of the room for the cookies, and Kyori asks them how that's supposed to work. Ruby and Kyori argue about how many eggs to put in, and Ruby insults Kyori's ears. They make cookie dough and turn on the lamp and hairdryer before Kurt can eat the raw dough.
And instead, we made sticky egg goo with some chocolate!
The cookies actually bake, and Hunter comes in to get some stuff, but does eat a cookie and praises Ruby, so she does a little dance. Oh my god.
Kiori are walking to school together and Hunter is having a hard time texting Annabelle. Kiori takes over and almost sends a send nudes text, but Hunter stops her.
We were robbed.
Kiori tells him that he has to make his move before she finds someone else and he gets nervous. Annabelle shows up and sees them talking to each other and thinks that Hunter and Kiori were having a moment. Annabelle talks about a reunion party and Hunter hears from behind the corner. When Annabelle leaves, Hunter comes up to Kiori and asks to go to the party to get closer with Annabelle. Kiori texts Annabelle about bringing someone and their texts get a little strange.
I'm texting Annabelle about you.
What'd she say? There's a curse word.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, was there? What was it?
Just hope you have an appetite after school.
Bad word.
Just that anyway.
I think he's white?
I didn't read that until now. Anyway, that's what I was gonna show you. Annabelle and a girl named Bree are waiting for Kiori to show up after school and are talking about how Kiori is bringing a date. Hunter and Kiori show up and they go to a restaurant scene in episode 4. A boy named Aiden is also there and he tries to hit on Kiori and Bree, which is really uncomfortable to watch. Kiori sits next to Aiden so Annabelle can sit next to Hunter, but Aiden thinks Kiori is trying to slide into his DMs. Hunter is shown looking for the least expensive thing, which actually becomes a running trend, but Annabelle says not to worry about it since Isaac's family owns the place. Aiden is trying to show off to Annabelle, but Hunter tells him off for it. Kiori tells him that Hunter was on the varsity track team when he was a freshman, and Annabelle tells him how cool that must have been. Isaac breaks the tension and the conversation shifts to homecoming being renamed to snowcoming. When everyone leaves, Kiori tells Hunter to take his shot and he asks Annabelle if she can help with his homework. She agrees and invites Kiori and Bree along for a study group. Kiori is on time and her teacher is acting a little strange.
It's 7:30.
Mr. Diaz, are you high?
High on school, Miss Rivera.
Hunter is nervous about the study group and how Kiori and Bree are tagging along. Kiori tells him to kiss her and Hunter says that that's a horrible plan and he tells her that he doesn't know how to kiss and they pretend to kiss.
Shut up! Look, first off, you have to do your mouth like this.
Okay, look, I don't know anything about kissing and I have no credentials to know what that's about. I don't think this is how it's done.
Annabelle comes into class and is skeptical about them pretending to kiss, but brushes it off to ask Kiori to help her after school. Kiori says sure and that she's usually just hanging out with Hunter after school. Annabelle asks if they're dating and seems excited for them, but Hunter is horrified. Kiori thought of it as a joke, but Hunter clearly seems to take it the other way. During the study session, Annabelle is trying to tell Kiori and Hunter to tell her and says it's okay for them to date. Kiori stops her and tells her that Hunter is helping her with advice for someone else she's actually interested in. Who?
Tell us then, who is this guy you were crushing on?
Huh? Oh, it's...
Don't pick somebody. Just say no one. Just say that you're hiding it. Don't pick... Don't.
Well, Annabelle is dead.
What? Why did she say an actual name? Why did she say an actual name? Idiot! She could have used any fake name. Annabelle thanks Hunter for helping Kiori and says how she can become overbearing sometimes and it's good for her to have someone else to talk to. Kiori and Hunter are training and talk about how Kiori lied to Annabelle for him. At school, Annabelle comes running to Kiori to tell her that the homecoming name had been changed to Snowcoming and how excited she was about it.
Didn't she literally hear about this a couple episodes ago?
She asks Kiori to help and Kiori agrees but says she's not actually going to the dance. Annabelle is trying to set Kiori and Aiden up and Kiori overhears. At their club, Hunter tells them that they're gonna help set up with the dance. They end up helping set up and Ruby tries to take off her shirt.
I will stick with my move.
Hunter says he's gonna ask out Annabelle to homecoming and Kiori laughs at him before we get a fantastic transition. I didn't watch a lot of Minecraft roleplay in 2019. Was this normal? When moving the last boxes out, the doors get stuck and Annabelle and Hunter get trapped inside. He tries to ask her out and imagines that he does, but instead, Annabelle asks him to convince Kiori to go to homecoming. Ruby breaks down the door and tells Annabelle not to give Hunter any SATs.
Don't you dare give him any SATs!
Ruby!
Now, how did she mean that? Because she said SAT.
She did say SAT.
But did she mean SAT?
I don't think she meant SAT.
What did she mean? Don't give him any SATs.
He can't be learning right now.
Hunter's trying to get Kiori to pick out a dress, by using the optical illusion dress from
2015. What the hell?
Curie tells him that the only way she will go out is if he can help her with her homework on werewolves. He takes the homework and tries to find books on werewolves in the library, but they're all checked out. The librarian tells him to look it up on his phone, even if it's against the rules, but he says that he doesn't have any data to spare. She gives him the Wi-Fi password, but his phone is still too slow. He goes up to some werewolf girls, but they think he's trying to ask one of them to go to the snow coming dance. Werewolf boys come along to tell him to back off the girls before aphmau comes along. Wait, what, aphmau? What are you doing here, you silly goose? This isn't your series.
That's the alphas. Since when? Are we really gonna allow 2 humans to—
Huh? aphmau gets the werewolves to stand down and gets everyone else to leave.
Just wait. Once I take that title, I'm coming back for you.
Huh? Hunter asks her about werewolves, and she tells him that she's not the person to ask for werewolf advice. aphmau gives him her phone number and tells him that there are a lot of tabs he needs to avoid.
What?
They go outside and talk about werewolves before the werewolves from before come out to fight aphmau. Aaron steps in and gets in a fight with aphmau since this is still before episode 21 of season 1. Hunter ends up giving Kiori her homework and she realizes that she now has to go to the dance. Hunter's waiting outside the school for Annabelle when Ruby comes up. When he asks where Suna and Kurt are, we get a shot of them being tied up together in their club room.
Is it wrong to say Suna and Kurt are cute when they're being tied up together?
Kiori shows up and says the dress isn't hers but her older sister's, and Ruby makes an insult towards her rack. Ruby goes inside while the others wait for Annabelle. They talk about how Hunter needs to make a move and only with Kiori's help. They make mention of Annabelle never having said Hunter's name, and I have to go back and check.
That's so amazing, Hunter!
Annabelle shows up and they all go inside, where she makes Aiden and Kiori talk while Hunter and her go off on their own. Aiden seems to be decent with Kiori and even asks her to dance. Oh my god. Hunter and Annabelle are stalking them from a distance, and Hunter seems a little too into watching them. Oh my god. A slow dance comes on and Aiden asks Kiori to dance, but she's scared to since no one else is. Annabelle sees and forces Hunter to dance with her so Kiori could dance with Aiden. The song is cut short by Ruby killing the DJ and putting on other music, and it cuts back to Kiori and Hunter walking home, and there's a vibe that something else is going on. Oh my god. No! Hunter's talking about how dancing with Annabelle was fantastic. He asks Kiori if they could still hang out after the deal is done since her tryouts are that day, but she tells him that she wants to see him and Annabelle together. During class, Hunter's trying to find out why he's feeling different towards Annabelle, and we hear her say his name. She tells him that she had a nice time with him, and he realizes he's not feeling the same excitement as usual around her. Annabelle asks him if he has any plans, but Kiori comes in, and Annabelle tells him to tell her if he was busy later. Annabelle asks Kiori about Aiden, and Kiori says it was nice. Hunter leaves first and questions why he's nervous around Kiori now instead of Annabelle. No! Go back! Hunter runs into aphmau, but Kiori comes by and says they have to talk later. aphmau asks if he likes her and he denies it, and in the middle of her speech about how it's okay to like someone, Aaron bumps into her and they start to fight. Hunter goes to Kiori's tryouts and makes the cut this time, and when walking back home, Kiori is talking about how she couldn't have done it without him. She talks about taking him out with Annabelle and Aiden as a celebration. He asks why she would take Aiden, and she tells him that he's a nice guy and doesn't want to be a third wheel. Before Kiori goes home, Hunter stops her, and it seems like he's gonna tell her how he feels, but instead tells her that he's happy for her and that the varsity jacket will look good. We get a monologue from Hunter, a remix version of the first episode. He talks about how he couldn't tell her and didn't want to ruin what they had. He says that maybe someday he'll tell her. We get a scene of Kiori getting her jacket and showing it off to Hunter, but he asks if she had anything to eat that day. And that's the end of Phoenix Drop Days.
Why am I sad? This was supposed to be a silly, fun little side quest that I can do in like a day and a half. A video inside of a video type of thing. And now here I am, crying over this little mini-series that was supposed to be a break for me and for my editor. Anyway, I guess we should backtrack. Why the series ended. First of all, and the main reason, is I think our audience was just growing up. I was in the 9th grade when the series released. I wasn't watching aphmau. And now that I've actually seen the show, this has a lot that I would have looked for, except I wasn't watching her. I had no reason to be watching her. I was in the 9th grade. I was 14 and going through high school. This wasn't anywhere near what I was going for. From what we can tell, ratings for the show went down while the quality got better. Debatably, we'll get into that later. Maybe, I don't know.
And second, I'm actually tired. I'm gonna let Editor Jax do this one so that I don't have to do it. So now it's his problem.
Where? Oh. Alright. You guys ever hear about Elsagate? Kazowie, kerblam! Oh my. Back in 2019, YouTube for Kids was primarily consisted of, how do I put it? We'll just say as the name implies, popular kids characters being portrayed in just a smidge less than appropriate scenarios than they should be. So after that, parents obviously got mad and they snitched to the government asking for further reinforcement of the Children's Online Protection Privacy Act. COPPA. Okay, I'm just gonna be so for real with you. This next part's super boring, so I'm gonna give you Minecraft parkour content. That cool with you? Alright, cool.
Jackson, there's a school behind us. Jackson, where'd he go? Jackson? Jackson?
Alright, so parents complaining remains one of the strongest forces that's known to man, and the government actually listens to them. They threaten YouTube, or more specifically Alphabet, hundreds of millions of dollars in a lawsuit. Alphabet settles, and they settle with $170 million, and the promise to make YouTube a better and safer site for children. aphmau time. The main way YouTube did this was make channels explicitly say if they were made for children or not. This was so then they can govern what actually made it through to kids. Looking back, this did basically nothing. The issue's still completely there, but it's okay, because the government says it's okay. This put channels like aphmau's, there she finally is, in big trouble, as she had a blend between these two audiences, and now she had to choose. Oddly enough, when she was prompted, she did choose an older audience, but with YouTube Kids and the market shifting, it suddenly became far more profitable for YouTube Kids content, and she very much noticed. This came at a perfect time, as a little virus... Ow, what? Get out. What are you... Anyway, a little virus shut down the whole world, and therefore her studio, which had worked in person, but they can't anymore. And the final bits just kind of happened more rapidly, as she had to shut down her workplace due to world issues. aphmau then took a break from her roleplays and had found incredible success in her new kids content. God, that sucks. I have so much editing to do. Stupid bits, stupid content. No one cares about this section. Why? I've got so much editing to do. I gotta get out. Stupid.
Eat cat potions! Those were cat potions. Lastly, and I'm assuming this is a really big thing about what drew people away from the show, because it happened to me, it's the title. So let's get this straight. Mystreet, the original series, started in 2016. Phoenix Drop Days was in 2019. Over the course of these 3 years, over 200 episodes were released for the main series and Phoenix Drop High, which is kind of a lot for a short amount of time, and it makes it feel like everything's kind of packed in. And even though it's only been 3 years, a lot has happened in that 3 years. It's actually more like 3.5 years. Phoenix Drop Days dropped late 2019. So you bring in the factor of a really long wait between everything, 3.5 years, it being a spin-off. aphmau wasn't even really producing any Minecraft roleplay at this time, and she had a new audience kind of, so throwing this into this new audience, it's not what they're used to, it's not what we were used to because we weren't even watching anymore. She had stopped the content, we had stopped watching. So you bring this back in hopes of possibly getting us back. We're not watching. We don't want to watch. It's a spin-off based off a series that was made 3 years ago. And again, not a lot of time, but a lot had happened in that 3 years that's like, I don't care. I don't care about Phoenix Drop Days. Back then. I've changed my ways, okay? It's also just a matter of the Mystreet name has been used for 4 years for, again, 200, 300 episodes, not to mention the spin-off series that it spun off of being Minecraft Diaries. Everyone was just a little tired. I was tired. And I think what had happened here was they thought, people aren't tired, we're just not making it.
So then she made Phoenix Drop Days in the middle of her other content, and it backlashed, and it backlashed really hard. Not like reputation-wise, viewership-wise. No one was watching this. This is one of her lowest rated series because no one saw this. No one knows about this. I didn't even watch this, and I watched all of her stuff. I mean, not the new content, but all the Minecraft roleplays, Meteor Valley, that other Minecraft thing. Who watched that? Me. The Phoenix Drop Days title, I think, was supposed to be a nostalgic tactic to bring back the original viewers, me, who was in middle school when the Phoenix Drop High was dropping. Just bring it over to now, but I was in high school, and your viewership has shifted. I grew as a person in those 3 years, and it just wasn't on my radar. I saw Phoenix Drop Days, I was like, oh, this is a shameless reboot. This is a shameless new spin-off that they're making because they have nothing else to offer me. You had so much to offer in Phoenix Drop Days. I don't know why you guys didn't trust yourself with making a different series based off a different title. This could have been completely separate from Phoenix Drop Days. You could have let this be a separate thing from Phoenix Drop Days, and I think it would have stood on its own, not as the weird spin-off to Phoenix Drop High, but its own thing that would have stood fine on its own. Would it have done super well? No, I think your viewership was still other people who were not interested in Minecraft roleplay, but it would have stood on its own and not be weighed down by 200 to 300 other episodes of this series that you've made. You've accidentally trapped it in this box because you thought it was a tactic that would work, and sadly, it just didn't. And I'm a bit mad for Phoenix Drop Days. I'm mad for them because you guys kind of screwed them over with this one. Even though they have little to no correlation with Phoenix Drop High. You have, what, 2 cameo characters? Congratulations, you've boxed yourself in, and you've shot your own dog. That was not in the script. I went off. Anyway, we need to move on, and we should probably get on to the character overview, and might as well start with Kiori. She's the main character.
Oh, what is that? Is that the 4 little shavers from Chuck E. Cheese? No, they're gonna cut my hair. They're gonna barber me. It's barbing time. No, don't. No, my hair. And now they're running away.
Yeah, okay. We're going through a lot of life changes, you and I. Mostly me. You're probably not going through any. It's only been 7 minutes. Runaway barbers, am I right?
Oh, Hunter, you swindler! You naughty imp, you rogue! You scoundrel!
Kiori at the start of the series kinda really has nothing going for her. Her sisters are successful and she compares herself to them all the time, which is her main drive, and it's a really good one to have. It's kinda sad when you think about it. Of course, at the start of the series, she gets asked about track, and she gets really excited about it because it's like her thing. She gets to have something that's her own, which is a varsity jacket. She finds out she's not good enough for track and has about 2 months to do it. Oh my god, that means this entire series takes place over the course of just 2 months. Of course, then she finds Hunter and kind of forces him to help her, and she jumps through every hoop you can imagine just to get to this little varsity jacket that she can call hers, and she has to deal with a bunch of stupid characters. Sorry. They're not stupid, they're good characters. She even signs up for that dumb club, the Infinity Club, which is literally just an excuse to go around in a circle and have nothing to do. Basically, Kiori's main thing is that she just kind of wants to have something for herself that is just hers. And I think at the start of the series, one of the first things she says to us was something along the lines of, do one thing that scares you every day. And that's a really big task, first of all, Kiori. And second of all, she does that. She does that. Every little episode, she does something that pushes herself. And I think it's really nice and really sweet and just really thoughtful of Kiori just to be like, do this one thing that scares you. And she does that one thing and she gets what she wants. She gets a varsity jacket. That was really cheesy. We're moving on.
And that chauvinistic jerk has rejected my proposal to add cheerleading to the varsity list for 2 years!
But don't worry. This year, I'm going to write to the superintendent and tell them what a good job the coach is doing.
Annabelle is a very bubbly cheerleader whose best friend is Kiori, and despite what Kiori thinks that just because they're kind of two separate people, that they're not gonna stay together. They stay together the entire series. Annabelle is shown to be very prideful with her work. She gets angry at the coach when he says like cheerleading isn't a sport, and she wants to help out with the homecoming, or it's called the snowcoming party. When Curie brings up the track team, Annabelle is shown to be very excited for her and wants to help her. And when Curie starts hanging around Hunter, she pushes her to keep hanging out with Hunter, almost like she's demanding them to be together. Annabelle herself knows that she can sometimes be overbearing to Curie, and she goes out of her way to thank Hunter when he's spending a lot of time around her. And during the snowcoming dance, she actively makes opportunities for them to hang out together, just to be together, even if it's not her. I think Annabelle's a really underused character, and it's sad that every time I brought her up, I think I have to talk about someone else to get my point across, because they don't really use her. She's being taken advantage of, and I don't know what else to say about her besides she's prideful, but not too prideful to where she's cocky. She cares about Curie. Did I say she's helpful? And I just think you guys have this perfect character. You set up a perfect little character, and you did nothing with her. And maybe if the series got more episodes, they would have done something with her. But they didn't. And now I'm left with a hollow, perfect little character that I will forever love, and she deserves nothing but the best, and the best is not this series. Anyway. Hunter starts off as this kind of angsty background character, but of course then he morphs into like a main character that helps out Curie. I think in some part of my brain he's under the category of a replacement Aaron, because he's this kind of stoic, angsty character who gets frustrated really easily, and when he's faced with the girl he fumbles the ball, which that's all Aaron was, essentially. Like, he didn't want to help Curie, but then Curie's like, I could help you get a date with Annabelle, and he's like, I guess I will help you. And it's like, dude, why'd you go for Curie? So mad at it. You could have had Annabelle. There's some parts about his character that I never really understood, and I think it's just because the series got cut short, but one of them is the Infinity Club, the club that has no purpose. Like, I don't know, something about his character being with all these other types of characters, I don't feel like they match with his personality bubble. And maybe on some level I can see him hang out with Suna and Kurt sparingly. But Ruby is where I don't really understand, because it doesn't seem like he likes her. And she's always around him, or she always kind of just wants his attention or his approval. And it kind of feels like, you know, when you're childhood friends with someone and you've just been around each other too long, where you just can't separate because you're always together and you always were. And it's like your cousins or something, but they're not blood related, because I think it's implied at some point that Ruby has a crush on Hunter. I just remembered at some point in the series there's implied incest. So I guess I shouldn't be putting it past them. Despite what we see of him kind of being in love with Annabelle, when he's faced with Curie hanging out with someone else, he gets jealous, and I don't understand why. I'm not saying that like Curie's like a bad character. I'm just saying you have someone you've been like deeply and madly in love with. What are you doing crushing on her best friend? You fumbled the ball. The part about him having a crush on Curie was clearly rushed, since Snowcoming was the second to last episode and then they just needed to wrap it up quickly. And one of the last things I think we hear of like the entire series, or just from him, is that he doesn't want to ruin their friendship, so he just doesn't tell her. What are you doing? First of all, you shouldn't have had any feelings for her. Second of all, keep it that way. Just ever comes back for a season 2, he better not have told her and they better not get together. Jessica, I'm watching you through the screen right now. If you make them get together, I'm gonna snap your
Alright, I guess, as long as you don't sour the mood or anything, my dude.
I debated on putting Isaac in here, and I decided to put him in here just because I needed to buff out the entire series. And I'm kind of saying that like I don't know how much work I'm putting into the mini-series. Right off the bat, Isaac is shown to be very cocky, very full of himself, very much the opposite of everything I love in Annabelle. One of the first scenes we see about him is him showing off his jacket to, I think, Curie, Annabelle, and Hunter, and they're kind of just awkwardly staring at him because they don't understand why he thinks he's so cool. He's not. When he's on screen, he's kind of hard to watch because he always does something that kind of just makes you cringe. What else? Oh, he says this one weird thing when we first meet him, and it's about Annabelle. I don't remember if I talked about it, but he says something along the lines of like, oh, she gets touchy, you might want to move. What? It's a line that kind of just took me and my editor back for a moment just because we didn't really know what it meant, and it never gets explained. We don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, there's no explanation. I'm trying to actually think back on it right now. There's no explanation for that, and I just need to move on. There's no way to save him. I need to move on.
You're super uncomfortable right now. And I don't want to admit it's probably me.
Aiden is kind of an exact copy of Isaac, but while one is playing like the popular jock character, the other one would be playing a somewhat normal character. Aiden kind of just makes passes at Annabelle and pokes at Hunter's buttons when they're in the restaurant. I don't have anything to say on these characters. When faced with it, I guess he can be kind of a normal character towards Curie. He can tell when she's out of her element, and he just kind of can directly say what he sees, which I guess makes him an okay character, but not one enough to be in this list. Why are you here, and why are you above Ruby?
Don't you dare give him any SATs!
Where do I start? She acts like a middle schooler who would hang out with high schoolers in her free time, and her version of like cool and dangerous get mixed to where it's kind of blurred, and she became Infinity Club's like second president. She's got this kind of pick-me attitude towards Hunter and kind of just worships the ground he walks on. She's also got the humor of a 2012 Tumblr post.
It's rather dirty, and you can take it off if you want to.
Way ahead of ya.
Ruby, don't.
I got the goods!
I'm mixing Suna and Kurt because they have little to no scenes without the other. Suna's got this very over-exaggerated teenager voice, and she spends a lot of her time just kind of texting or with Kurt in the Infinity Club. She's kind of like this version's rebooted Sasha, but a tad bit more extreme, and she's also just kind of meant for Kurt to bounce off of. Kurt himself is kind of slow with his words, but generally just kind of goes along with whatever Suna and Ruby want. Both Suna and Kurt kind of just get disappointed at the exact same things, and are just kind of along for the ride with whatever Ruby does.
Besides, I want to be an ice princess.
Brianna has like 4 lines of dialogue, and she's kind of a more stuck up and outwardly judgmental version of Tiani. That was kind of it. I mean, what do you expect? We had 11 episodes, there wasn't really a lot of characters to go over, and what do you want me to do? Put the sexy teacher in there? We should put the weirdly sexy teacher in here.
Mr. Diaz, are you high?
High on school, Miss Rivera.
And now for everyone's favorite section. Welcome back. I've got string and a lot of bones to pick. As a refresher, I suppose the first people we need to start off with is like the main characters, which is Hunter and Curie. And if I've made it any bit clear, if I've said anything in this entire run for PDD, I don't like this ship. So it's getting a white string because I don't like this ship. This isn't a good ship. And I think they ruined part of the show trying to make it happen when the show was perfectly fine with Hunter and Annabelle being like, hey, yep, he likes Annabelle and Curie's just helping. Why did you make them have a crush, or well, Hunter more or less has a crush on Kyori. You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that. You've ruined this for me. You've ruined this also for yourself, but that's okay. That's not your fault. It's my fault for letting you think this was okay. I guess I understand, like, the series was being cut short, and maybe that's why it was so strange to see it happening so fast. You could have just not done it, though. You could have, if you're short on time, just don't do it and stick with your original idea. You didn't need to actually go with the whole plan. You could have just stuck with what was already there. Next, Annabelle and Hunter. I wanted them from the start. I still want them at the end. You guys are getting a red string because I like you two together. Because I thought you were cute together. I think Annabelle deserves more, but from this series, from what she was given, I suppose we can give her Hunter. I suppose she deserves, I guess, a little romance. And I suppose it can be Hunter. Would I really give her that if I was given another choice to pick another character? No. But we're dealt the cards that we have. And so far, this is the only thing that I like in this entire series. I know I just said that Annabelle and Hunter were kind of the only things that I want. It's not. There is this one other tiny little thing that I suppose if I squinted, I guess I could want. And that is, what's his name? Aiden and Kyori Pink String. And I don't really want to explain myself because I think I'm just a little ashamed. I thought he was kind of nice to her at the beginning. Do I think they'd last like very long? No, but it's something I feel like they would have just done, and afterwards they were just kind of just like, okay, well, that was nice, and then they just go on with being friends with each other. Okay, who's next? Annabelle and Kyori. I'm actually gonna give it a pink string. There is little to no evidence for this, but I don't know, I can feel it somewhere in their bones, maybe in their livers, that they could maybe be something together. I just think Annabelle is so loving and so caring for Kyori, and she clearly only wants like the best for her. And even if she doesn't really understand it, she's like, oh, Kyori is my best friend. I love her. I'd do anything for her. I only want to see her happy. And Kyori, the only thing going in that girl's mind is a varsity jacket, which, you know what, priorities. I can understand. I love a girl with a good motivation, good stride, good goal. Do I think Hunter ruined it? Yes. Yes, I do. Hunter and Ruby. Blue string. We're gonna give it a blue string. And I think I've explained this once before, and I guess I'll do it again here. Ruby and Hunter, their like friendship feels like that friendship you have with someone who you were just kind of always around as a child, and you can't get rid of them no matter how hard you try, like a family friend or like a cousin. And I don't know, it just kind of feels like Hunter is kind of just like obligated to be around her because they've known each other for so long, and that's not a really good look. And, you know, I don't really think he actually wants to be around her. It's just he has to be. And because of that, I suppose there's nothing else. I wouldn't call them friends, but I wouldn't say like, oh, you should cut her off, because for going by this analogy, you can't. So I guess it'd just be like a blue string where he's kind of just like forced to hang out with her. I think Ruby's having a great time, and I hate to say that because I don't like Ruby, but I think she's having a blast. She thinks that Hunter is like her best friend. Girl, he hates you, in my professional opinion. He hates you. He hates your guts. He's not having a ball. He's got none. Don't put that in. Suna and Kurt. I'm giving it a white string. They're friends, but if they had like 5 more scenes just with them together being goofballs, I probably would have given it a pink. It's just, there's not a lot to chew on, and there's kind of no evidence for it. And I know what I said about this one having no evidence, Annabelle and Kyori, but it's just, I don't get the same vibes from them. Well, I would. I just need more. I think I'm just saying I want more Suna and Kurt. I just want more of them, period. I think their dynamic is so fun, but also it just kind of feels like sometimes Suna is just kind of tolerating Kurt because he's around. But I think they're still fun, and that's all you can really ask for in this series. Isaac and Annabelle. This is getting a black string. I don't like these two being around each other. I think Isaac is kind of really creepy, like to Annabelle, with that one line saying like, oh, don't get too close to her, she's touchy. And it's like, what was that? What was that? I mean, it probably meant something, like maybe they were supposed to be something where it's like, oh, they were dating, but they broke it off and he's really bitter about it. I mean, that's the vibes I'm getting. But for now, we don't know, and we probably never will know, and because of that, you guys are getting a black string. I don't think you need to be around him. I think he's weird and jealous and bitter, that you're clearly better and deserve better. That's the whole board. We only have 8 characters and 11 episodes. So there actually wasn't a lot to get through. Anyway, we have a few things we need to go over before we get back to the main part of the video. Some little things I kind of forgot to mention, or I didn't really know where to put because they're kind of oddballs. And what I'm trying to say right now is that I need a break and you probably need a break. I mean, we're like 36 pages into the script right now, and I have no idea where we are timeline-wise, video timeline-wise. So I just need to say these things so that you know them and I know that now you know them. We're only going to be in the extra section for like 10 more minutes. So stick with me because I'm driving this little Tykes car and I don't like wearing seatbelts. The first thing I want to talk about is the crossover between PDD and PDH, which was like 5 minutes of content. I guess aphmau kind of plays a role in this thing, and by role I mean like 2 lines. She's helping Hunter with his werewolf homework, and she argues with Aaron, and this was before they knew they were FC and Shu, which I guess makes sense. That's it. That's the whole crossover. That was it. I guess this was kind of just like a self-insert of a self-insert. She could have put anyone else in this series, and it would have been completely disconnected from PDH, but she didn't. She chose to make these 2 things connected, and I don't get why. We went over why this is a bad idea. The second thing is actually kind of cool, and I quite like it because it's just kind of a realistic thing to probably happen in high school, and it's that Hunter drops hints of having money problems. It's kind of just mentioned here and there, only like a handful of times. That one part when he's saying he doesn't have a lot of data and he can't look something up on the internet because he's unable to. I don't actually have any more money for data or something like that, but it was something akin to that where he just said, I can't use my phone, I don't have anything, I can't use it. And the second one was the diner incident when he was looking through the menu and he was specifically looking for the cheapest thing possible. I don't want to say it sounds nice because this is like a bad thing to be happening to someone, but it's such a realistic thing to happen to someone in high school because I did it. I did that. I would save money by trying to find the cheapest thing possible, and I wouldn't spend any money on anything. If I didn't want to spend money on food, I just wouldn't eat during lunch. And I don't know, out of this whole series that has literally everything in it, it's so nice to see something simple and it's such a realistic problem. And I get that they didn't really expand on this because they didn't have time, but I'm sure if they did have time, they would have done something with this. And I'm a bit sad that I don't get to see it unless the new season is PDD season 2, which then that kind of screws up the whole timeline. aphmau. Third thing I want to talk about is actually how PDD looked between season 1 and 2, since it was made ahead of its time and kind of just put in the middle, you know, as like a 1.5 season. Technically, you and me, I haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. We've never seen season 2 yet, so I can't exactly describe what season 2 looks like, but compared to season 1, PDD is really dull in its colors. Like, the backgrounds are really dull. The characters, they're vibrant, they're great, they're fantastic. They look like they have a spotlight shining on them. But the backgrounds look kind of dull. Besides, like, that one computer from, like, early 2000s that's, like, blue and green, you know, those early Apple products. I quite like those. That's not what I'm trying to talk about. I'm trying to talk about the set being dark. The sets are dark. It looks like the light is too high. It looks like a light source is too high above the characters that once you're actually at the characters, it just kind of looks grim and dull and like you're in a dark hallway. And I don't understand why they did this because your characters are already vibrant enough. A lot of them have like unnatural hair colors. You didn't need to make the rest of the set dull out to make your characters stand out. They would have done that on their own. So why did you do this? Number 4, okay, so the fourth thing I need to talk about may be a bit of a stretch, but I think the series is kind of taking this genre, I don't know the name of the genre, even if it is a genre, from an anime, and the anime is called Toradora, basically where these 2 people who dislike each other trying to get with each other's best friend and end up falling in love themselves, which is kind of what's going on here. And I'm bringing this up specifically is because somewhere, I think in 2018, in a video or a tweet, aphmau says like her favorite anime, or one of her first animes, was Toradora again with this concept. So I'm thinking, okay, is it too far of an idea for her to just been like, okay, I really like this anime. I'm gonna take this idea and use it as my own. Again, this may be a genre. I don't come across it very often, do you? I know this clip exists somewhere and that there's some kind of connection here because my first anime was Toradora because Jessica said her first anime was Toradora or her favorite anime was Toradora, and I said like, okay, I guess I want to get into anime because I was like 13 and Jessica was like, you know, aphmau. It's gonna make a lot of sense why I know all these older things later that it doesn't right now. I'm trying to say is that I think aphmau may or may not have subconsciously or consciously taken the idea of her favorite or first anime and just kind of made it into her own. And I'm not saying she did it bad, but someone here clearly did it better. Anyway, number 5.
Whoa!
God, I'm such a hypocrite.
They say God. God exists in their world, and I'm don't try to make it into like a religious thing. I'm not making this isn't what this is about. I'm trying to say right now is that they don't really have our version of God that goes by the name God. They have Lady Irene. You can hear it in any of the episodes where they say, oh my Irene. They don't have the word God in their vocabulary. They have their own version of God in their vocabulary, but they don't have our terminology of God. They have Irene. And I don't know how this really slipped through the cracks because this is kind of a well-known thing that they just kind of say. How did you take one of the most concrete things in your series, spanning multiple years, and just kind of slip up? Because I don't know, this seems like a really easy thing to have caught. Just being like, hey, we don't actually have God, we have Lady Irene, which is our version of some type of God. How'd you mess that up? Episode 2, Why Should I Help You, I think was originally called The Agreement. And I've noticed that Jessica kind of does this with her titles, that if she can make it a question, she makes it a question. And I guess I can see why. It just kind of sounds better and it leaves it more vague of an idea for like, you know, a new viewer. It's just something I've noticed and something I thought we should talk about. That's all there was to talk about. The next season of Phoenix Drop High started on February 11, 2017 and ended in June 2017. It had been about a full year since the first season of PDH, and at the time, the main series was still going throughout all of this, throughout the full year that PDH stopped. Main series was still going, and at the time season 4 was airing. So what would basically happen was season 4 of the main series would air like an episode, and then season 2 of PDH would air an episode, and you could kind of see them like intertwining and building up together towards this really big climax, and it was really magical to see. I wish I could like recreate that feeling of these two seasons corresponding with each other and building up to this really big moment of this one character getting his comeuppance. But we're not doing that. And you're getting the far worse version. There is a bit of difference in quality, and it's like one of the first things you kind of notice when you jump into PDH2. So that's gonna be really exciting for me and you, and probably Editor Jax. But on the bright side, we get bright colors compared to PDD. Oh, and also, something. Let's go back to school. Don't ask me why I have a school uniform. The season starts off with a few cinematic shots of characters we don't know and will never get to because they never speak. We get a moving shot of a certain kid walking up the steps of the school and watch him talk like how aphmau did on her first day of school in season 1.
I can do this! I can do this! I can't do this!
We learn his name is Casey and that this is his first day of high school while freaking out about how no one is gonna like him. It's just like a freshman high school thing where they say they're uncool and they think they're the lowest of the low. Because that's not what happened at my high school. Everyone thought they were the aphmau comes up to him and he seems to crumble at the sight of this girl. Oh my god, not again. Aphmau is happy to see him and offers to show him around the school while saying how uncool he is. She talks about how she's in the mentor program and that it's her job to help out all the kids while showing Casey to the cafeteria, and she ends up running into Garth and Casey seems to be very timid of him. Vanix and Sasha run into Casey and pick on him a bit before aphmau scares them away and tells Casey to be wary of them. Aphmau takes him back to his homeroom and back to where the mentors were taking base. Tiani, Koai-chan, and Lucinda are also in the mentor program and decide to take a break in the bathroom. Why is it always a bathroom party? I love a good bathroom party. Lucinda talks about a guy she's met over summer and is really shy about it and turns the conversation back to aphmau. She talks about how she and Aaron only really got to spend the first week of summer together since he was getting ready for college and how they decided to stay friends. Johnny sends her on a mission to return some books to the office, and aphmau does to get out of her mentor duties. While aphmau's running around the hall, she gets tripped by Ivy, who starts to tease her, but then a new kid comes to her aid. An orange mayfly tells Ivy and Alex off and helps aphmau pick up the book she dropped. She gets to the office and calls Aaron to see what he's up to, but he can tell that she's nervous, and they try to talk about it before she goes to their homeroom, with her phone falling out of her pocket to be picked up by someone else, a mysterious wolf boy.
I know this is such a small scene, but it literally sets off the rest of the season and the rest of the main series. I feel like that throws out the dramatic effect of the last line from the last episode.
It picks up where we left off, with aphmau getting to homeroom and seeing that Caitlin and Kwai-chan had the same class.
This would be considered a mistake, since last year they didn't mix grades, but new principal, new rules. I'm a bit worried about that Mr. Chad making a scientific discovery bit going too far now.
Caitlin talks about how happy she is to see aphmau since Kwai-chan is being a bit much for her. Aphmau wants to take a selfie but realizes her phone is gone, and we learn that aphmau doesn't have a backpack. What? So she tries to go back to the principal's office, but an assembly is coming, so she has to hurry. She makes it to the office to see a boy being scolded for having earrings since it's a sign of a troublemaker.
Well, this explains a lot.
aphmau asks the teacher if she's seen a phone, but the teacher tells her no, and the new werewolf boy overhears while aphmau leaves. The new principal gives a speech about the new school year before hitting at teacher. You grow to hate this lady. They head out to the club fair and aphmau's working the mentor booth. Xanax and Sasha tease her about being nervous, and she ignores them until they call her kitty multiple times. Zane shows up and is still getting stepped on by Xanax and Sasha. aphmau walks around for a bit before Tiani pulls her aside and asks aphmau to keep watch over a student, the mysterious wolf boy. aphmau learns that he was the Omega at his last school, the lowest rank in the werewolf hierarchy. The only reason aphmau was picked was because she has experience with wolf boys and being the alpha female, Luna! When introducing herself to him, he starts to sniff her and say that she doesn't smell like a werewolf despite her being the alpha female. She tells him that in a multi-species school, you can't do that, and shows him around the club fair. We are still at the club fair. Jesus, how long is this one day being stretched out to? Girls are swarming Lawrence's club, but showing no actual interest in the soccer club. Caitlin pushes the girls out of the way so that Casey can sign up for the soccer club. When Caitlin gets the girls to leave, Lawrence thanks her before saying that it gets overwhelming to have to deal with so many girls around him. Garth comes over and tries to get Vlad in the soccer club and accuses Caitlin of using her friendship with Lawrence to get Casey in the soccer club. Garth and Caitlin fight about their siblings being in the club while Lawrence tells them about the power of friendship. Vlad tries to joke around, but Casey turns away nervously.
Older siblings, am I right?
I'm just saying, man.
aphmau's showing around the new kid too fast, and he gets swept into the Caitlin, Garth, and Lawrence debacle while aphmau leaves him behind. She gets to the werewolf booth, and the pup trio swarms her.
The pup trio is a combination of 3 different werewolves, Daniel, Dottie, and Rylan. As you can see, Daniel's at the top of this tower. Remember this, because this will be on our test.
They ask her if she's going to join the werewolf club that year, but she tries to turn them down. Another werewolf student named Maria steps up and challenges aphmau for alpha female. The orange mayfly comes back and tries to break it up, but when it doesn't work, he throws a ball and distracts all the werewolves so that they can run away. They go inside and he asks aphmau if she's the alpha. aphmau tells him that she's a human, but someone else comes towards them and offers the mayfly dating advice. aphmau sees it's Dante and starts to scold him before asking what he's doing outside during the club fair. Travis is then heard trying to sell their dating advice books and making an unofficial dating club. aphmau goes to talk to Travis but is reminded of her phone and goes off with the mayfly to the office to see if anyone dropped it off.
I just realized she left the mysterious wolf boy. She's really bad at her job.
She doesn't find it, and the mayfly offers her his phone to call herself, but a teacher finds them. It's the werewolf teacher, and he pulls aphmau to the side to ask if she's taking werewolf class. Something, everyone's confused and wants to be the alpha. I don't know. They head back out to the club fair, and the orange mayfly hug aphmau before introducing himself as Kai. She's confused as to why he hugged her, and he shows that he was getting his phone back. At the end of school, the wolf boy she was supposed to be taking care of shows up and gives her back her phone. He backhand compliments her over and over about her mentor skills before she leaves. At home, aphmau calls Aaron.
Hey, F.
Oh my god, there's a mystic messenger sound when he picks it up. And they talk about how school is already difficult for her. Aaron tells her to embrace her werewolfism for all it's worth and she accepts it.
You know what? No, back to the pup trio. I'm trademarking this. If you guys use this, you have to pay me generously.
Savannah makes breakfast tacos for aphmau so that she can learn about the boys aphmau's around. aphmau tells her it's a part of the program and that she has to get used to it. Savannah brings up how bad the boys were last year, specifically Aaron. We have to have a talk about Aaron and aphmau. sometime. The doorbell rings and Caitlin and Casey are at the door with their dad. Savannah says Caitlin will be walking aphmau to school for protection of boys, but aphmau doesn't seem to mind much. At school, Kai texts her and they plan to hang out during lunch before aphmau goes to class. Travis ends up in their homeroom and tries to flirt with Caitlin, but then a new teacher comes in.
Is this the plot of the episode?
When they leave, Maria's following aphmau and planning to jump her but gets distracted before she can. Aphmau gets creative writing classes with Lawrence and Garth and they start to talk about their summer.
I'm getting a really big deja vu moment here. And I don't know why.
There's a bit about aphmau graduating math class before finding a button, but that's not important. The pup trio finds aphmau after class and talk about having a study group for math before asking her about Werewolf Club. It cuts to Dante and Travis faking a mentor status to pick up girls, but aphmau stops them and helps the girls to lunch. When aphmau's done with her mentoring duty, she goes back to a class that I think is supposed to be gym with Sasha and Zenik. She tries to get away from them from taking a photo of her to send to Jean. What? But the mysterious wolf boy steps in front of her and talks to her about Werewolf Club and how she should be honored to be the alpha female. We finally learn his name is Ian, and it cuts to Werewolf Club and aphmau joining.
Apparently, we're a month into the school year, and we know that because of the wiki. Thanks, wiki!
Caitlin and Casey are practicing for soccer, but Casey sucks, so Caitlin calls for backup. aphmau shows up with Tiani and tells Casey that aphmau's going to be helping him. Casey is flustered over having a new coach, and it's made very apparent that Casey likes aphmau.
Why? Why do we need this? Can't we just have one season where not every boy is going after aphmau?
We get a nice montage of aphmau training Casey, and afterwards, when they're settling down and aphmau leaves, Tiani confronts Casey. Casey denies liking aphmau, but Tiani knows what she saw. She didn't see anything. This whole Casey and aphmau thing, this isn't happening. It's not happening. Anyway. The next day at school, aphmau and Kai meet up, and Kai is on top of a tree to greet her. They have lunch together, and Lucinda joins in since her schedule was changed. Lucinda shows aphmau her boyfriend, Ivan. Lucinda and Ivan are cutesy around each other, and Kai and aphmau can tell it's gonna be an awkward lunch. After lunch, aphmau goes to Werewolf Club and they all ask for her to pick an alpha male, but she rushes out when she can so we can go to Casey's soccer tryouts. Apparently he's doing good. He kicked the ball past the goalkeeper before aphmau gets pulled away by Ian to see if they can hang out during the weekend. At home, Aaron calls aphmau and gets flustered when she's talking about finding an alpha male to date. He tells her that she doesn't have to date him before asking about any new friends she's made. She tells him about Ian and how he's quiet for a werewolf before asking about Aaron's school. aphmau's trying to figure out what to wear for her hangout with Ian and gets berated by the wolf plush.
There's a moment in the next scene where we hear Sylvana yelling at someone who we assume to be aphmau's dad, but when aphmau goes downstairs, she kind of just like waves it off and aphmau goes back upstairs. And I would say this has a lot of depth, but at this point in the timeline, it doesn't really mean anything. We're not really supposed to know about it. If you were watching this alongside the main series, it'd make a lot of sense and it'd be this really big moment, but we're just not there. So it kind of means nothing to us at this point.
I said I don't care! You aren't here to help raise your own daughter! You don't get the benefit of having her whenever it suits your needs. She's more than just a trophy.
Heavy breakfast.
aphmau heads to the mall and runs into Daniel, who sees Ian in the background. Daniel tries to get aphmau away from Ian, but aphmau turns him down and decides to hang out with Ian still. They decide to get food, and we get a shot of Ian staring at where aphmau's tail would be if she had one. If you catch my drift. I ain't catching nobody's drift. She tells him that she doesn't have a tail, and he seems confused about how she's considered to be the alpha female.
Luna! I gotta stop with that bit. It's getting really old, and I'm sure my neighbors are a bit like, why is she just screaming Luna? I'm getting really into My Little Pony.
aphmau asks him about how he treats her and his obsession with her not being an actual werewolf. Lawrence is working out where they're eating and is upset to see that she's hanging out with Ian. They hang out and aphmau tries to talk to Ian about himself. Maria then shows up and tries to challenge aphmau, but aphmau gives herself half of the food since she couldn't finish it. Rylan and Dottie show up to hang out with aphmau, but aphmau turns them down to hang out with Ian. Later on, when Ian hugs aphmau, Dottie and Rylan tell him off and accuse him for wanting to be the alpha male. aphmau is told that Ian is the omega of the school after he runs off and aphmau is left confused.
This girl is so bad at her job. I don't even think she's really trying to be a good alpha. The werewolf hierarchy isn't that hard. You're a fangirl. Read some fanfic.
Right after I wrote that, aphmau gets confronted by her plush about not knowing anything about werewolves, and she goes to the internet to learn. aphmau spends the whole night studying werewolves, and when asked what she learned, she laughs awkwardly and says that she got distracted on YouTube. Aaron calls aphmau to check up on her and asks him about werewolves, but gets cut off when she asks about the Omega. aphmau goes to school and is asked by Caitlin about her date before the topic is switched to Casey. At school, Ian is avoiding aphmau, and aphmau is still confused.
This side plot is so annoying because she's been in a werewolf class and she's the highest rank you could possibly be. At this point, you should know how Omegas work and the basics and how they're perceived.
aphmau tells Kai about her struggles with understanding werewolves, and he reassures her that it's okay not to understand as long as she's trying. aphmau goes around the school and talks to werewolves to finally understand Ian being the Omega. She finds him in the gym by himself and apologizes for making his life harder at school when being around him. She tells the other werewolves to leave Ian alone and that she wasn't going to make Ian alpha. They decide to start over and ask questions about each other's species.
Oh, and I forgot to say, because it's such a small part of the episode, aphmau likes Kai.
Lawrence is overwhelmed with the amount of dedication his fan groups have for him.
Oh no, a pretty boy has a bunch of guys and girls fawning over him and have a club with t-shirts. Some of us like t-shirts.
Lawrence goes to Garth over it and asks why Garth hasn't been nearly as popular as him. Garth says that he told him he got a girlfriend so that they would all leave him alone. When Lawrence asks if Garth has a girlfriend, Garth tells him that he just made her up. Lawrence ends up talking with Michi about it, and we're left on a cliffhanger for these two. It cuts to Ian and aphmau talking before another werewolf asks aphmau for help. We get back to the Lawrence side quest and see Garth stalking over him before meeting another fangirl. Her name is Kim, and she likes Lawrence but would never talk to him. She's not important for the series, it's the exact same situation where it's in line for what's coming during the main series. She's cute though, and I love her as a character. aphmau solves her werewolf problem with the frisbee, but Ian says that she needs to find an actual solution soon. Lawrence's girl problem is resolved because Michi is his girlfriend.
This was hard to write, and I think it's really all over the place, but just like there's so many tiny scenes everywhere in this episode, and it's really hard to work together because they don't connect very well.
aphmau is happy and Caitlin notices it and asks why she's so happy. aphmau says she has an art class and shows her drawing.
The assignment was to draw something you love. So, I drew this.
Wow.
Oh, that's so cute.
Kwai-Chun comes out of nowhere and points out that the drawing of a cat looks like Kai. aphmau brushes it off before going to her next class, but her teacher stops her. She finds out that her schedule was changed and she doesn't have an art class anymore. Garth and Lawrence ask about aphmau hanging out with werewolves and assume she's got a crush on one of them. She says no, but finds out that Lawrence has a girlfriend that's a mayfla. During lunch, aphmau decides to hide out in a tree to surprise Kai like he did when they first met, but he has to tell her that he can see up her skirt. They decide to eat outside, and for some reason, aphmau asks if Kai can nya. He teases her about it and asks if she can bark before calling her alpha, and she gets embarrassed before trying to run away. Before she can, Kai calls her and does, in fact, nya. Yeah. aphmau fainted after hearing Kai nya. Yeah. And is hanging out in the nurse's office. She thinks about if she has a crush on Kai. We had a whole episode titled after this, What Do You Mean You Don't Know? And she tries to compare it to her crush on Aaron. Speaking of, Aaron texts her and they talk about her taking the role of Alpha. When she gets out of the nurse's office, she gets to drama class and mistakes it for drum class. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. aphmau has drama class with Caitlin and they do a little reenactment of Romeo and Juliet, but aphmau drops her script so they have to improv. Sasha and Xenix are trying to recruit more people to their gang, but suck because Jean isn't there anymore. Zane offers to take over and they turn him down and plan to kick him out of their epic club. Later on, Zane finds him outside and they decide to tell him off for being annoying and clingy to them. He starts to cry but then gets over it by saying how he's going to show him how hardcore he is.
He spray paints a wall in the cafeteria. Now, I'm not saying I was a delinquent in high school, but this is nothing.
The teachers find the tagging and we learn that there's no cameras in the school.
This lady is stupid, and that's coming from a kid who hated cameras in school.
Sasha and Xenix are hiding out in the bathrooms from the teachers since they think that they did it. aphmau gets sent to the principal's office over the spray paint incident because she's like their main target, but they think she's a part of it. Ian overhears that she's in the office and runs to her rescue to prove that she didn't do it. There's this one scene with Ivy finding out that Garth has a girlfriend and kind of goes ballistic over it, but we don't see anything until the next episode.
Without all the smaller bits that lead to the larger things, these summaries seem really short. And my other ones are like 500 words because I had to add every tiny detail. I think the titles of these episodes are getting worse and worse.
Ian and aphmau spend the rest of the day together looking for Sasha and Xenix and find paint cans in a locker. I don't know where to put this since it's not connected to the rest of the plot, but Ivy confronts Garth over his fake girlfriend and offers to be his actual girlfriend. We actually get a montage of Garth faking a girlfriend. He buys himself flowers, puts lipstick on his school uniform, but his mom calls him out and yells at him for it. This is such a random side thing going on. Anyway, Sasha and Xenix are stuck in a bathroom and call Jean, who tells them to skip school and pretend to be sick before asking about the photos of aphmau.
I wish I could explain this, but this is in line with another plot line, so I kind of just have to keep on doing the Jean is a creep bit for a while. But the other side part of this is just as bad.
aphmau and Ian are searching around, but Kai finds aphmau and asks if they can hang out this weekend. aphmau agrees and Ian seems kinda jealous.
Why can't I just have like one season free of bad relationships? It's always like, who should I end up with? This red flag or this slightly less walking red flag? I think you should grow a moral compass and go with the guy who's been nothing but nice to you. But hey, that's just my opinion.
aphmau and Ian break down a locker and hide in it when they think someone is coming, but it's actually Sasha and Xenix also trying to hide in a locker. When Xenix and Sasha can't get in, they flee, but aphmau and Ian are stuck. Sasha and Xenix eventually go back to the locker and force aphmau and Ian out of it so that they can hide in it. A teacher finds them all, but when they're in the principal's office being sentenced to jail, Zane comes in and says that he did the tagging. After school, Sasha and Xenix find Zane to tell him that what he did was really hardcore. But Zane brushes them off, saying that he's gonna make his own gang.
You won't believe what does not happen in this one.
aphmau's killing a flower to see if she should tell Kai that she likes him. She freaks out about the dead flower and eats him while trying to give him CPR, which is always funny.
We actually find out we're like 4 or 5 months into the school year because of what the wolf plush says, which means we're like a third of the way through the school year. She still has not found an alpha male, which is like a really big thing in their culture. She sucks at her job.
I suck at my job? I suck at my job? Jonathan, do you really think I suck at my job?
At school, Caitlin asks aphmau who she's crushing on and gets teased by Tiani about it, but then they ask Tiani who her crush is.
Speaking of girlfriend, how about your crush, Tiani? Are you ever gonna even talk to us about that?
What? I have no idea what you're talking about. So, do you think aphmau's crush is a werewolf? I seriously think she has a thing for them.
You better remember this exact scene because we will be getting back to it later. Well, not me. Her. You know what I mean.
It turns to them asking aphmau about Aaron the previous year and if he was a werewolf. Kawaii-chan comes into the bathroom to say that it's Kai and aphmau and runs away. aphmau runs into Kim and they bond over guys who they could never get with because they're so uncool. Kim tells aphmau to shoot her shot since she's already a lost cause, and aphmau actually takes the advice. We get a shot of Zane getting Casey into his club and it works? This kid is an idiot! Caitlin sees Zane and Casey talking with each other after school and knows that Zane is an up-and-coming antagonist. aphmau and Kai meet her for lunch and say that she likes this guy, but he thinks that she's asking him for relationship advice, and Kai admits that he likes a girl too. He tells her that his crush is a junior, and we just get a shot of aphmau being heartbroken. This is a bad time to say, but we're halfway through the season, and we're just now getting to some good plot. aphmau's crying over Kai, and the wolf plush has no advice for her this time. Sylvana sees her crying, but aphmau says that she's just sick, and Sylvana sends her off. At school, Dottie, Daniel, and Riley are talking about how aphmau hasn't picked an alpha male and are trying to talk to her about it, but she runs off crying. Dottie's the only one to notice it and say that they have to help her, but who do they call? They sneak into the office to find the Ghostbusters numbers, but end up finding Aaron and calling him instead. aphmau's confronted with Kai, but she still runs away and hides in the mentor club. Caitlin and Tiani notice she's crying, and Tiani just assumes that aphmau got rejected.
Man, she's got so many guys going after her, and just because she's crying, they think she got rejected? Lucky guess.
aphmau cries her troubles out to them, but they say that she should be a good friend and help him get the girl.
Word of advice from someone who's cried over someone: don't do this. If you want to help them, do it on your own time. Don't do what she's doing. This isn't healthy.
aphmau tries to push through it and offers to help him get a date with the mystery girl. We get back to the pup trio calling Aaron, and they tell him aphmau is falling in love with Ian. Aaron gets jealous of a 15-year-old getting hugged by another boy her age and says that he'll talk to her. Kai shows aphmau his crush, and it turns out to be Caitlin. What? Since when? aphmau's trying to dye her hair a light blue. For some reason, she looks up how to dye her hair and gets confused by the concept of bleach.
If this is the year I think it's set in, 2005, you should know what bleaching your hair means.
Her mom comes in and thinks she's doing drugs, but when aphmau says she wants to dye her hair and Sylvana asks why, she tells her it's because Caitlin's hair is so pretty. We're not missing much. This is obviously because Kai likes Caitlyn and thinks that it's because of her dyed hair. aphmau leaves the house because her mom said no and Aaron calls her. She tells Aaron what happened and waits for him to make fun of her, but he says that she would look great with anything on her. He changes the subject to be about werewolves and her picking one for alpha male, but then it gets changed into her getting a cat. Cat? It's an innuendo for her going after Kai, but not him going after her. Aaron tells her to let the cat be happy, and it cuts to school. Lawrence and Garth are having girl troubles.
I'm so over the side plot that has nothing to do with the main one.
Kai and aphmau have lunch together, and aphmau brings up helping him with his girl problems. aphmau helps him, and we get a clear time montage with each try being a different week that goes up to 4 weeks. Kai gives up, but thinks of the idea of aphmau introducing them so that the ball can get rolling. When aphmau says no, he brings up the idea of her tagging along for a double date instead. aphmau tries to say no again, but Kai begs her and she gives in. Ian finds her and they talk about werewolves until Caitlyn comes around. aphmau invites her to an arcade hangout with a few friends and invites Ian along accidentally. Caitlyn agrees and the episode ends.
There's a really big cloud above me because I know exactly how this plays out and I have to carry on like I don't.
aphmau's pacing and think about how Kai and Caitlyn will be indirectly going on a date. She decides to dye her hair, but not all of it, and we're blessed with this glorious scene.
Okay.
Ew!
No, it's a very, very ugly green.
That is a very ugly green. Take it out.
Is his hair?
Your hair looks like a dying leaf.
She has somehow turned her hair green and freaks out before trying to think about people who dyed their hair. She calls up Ian for him to come over. He does and comes to a realization that she used yellow hair dye in substitute for bleach.
I've never dyed my hair, so maybe I'm out of line by saying this, but I think this is one of the stupidest things you could do while dyeing your hair.
He fixes her hair somehow and falls on top of her afterwards. Her mom comes in and starts yelling for a chancla.
Boy! On my... Where is my chocolate?
It cuts to Ian and aphmau on the couch being scolded, but Ian speaks up and says that it's all his fault and he would never have done something if he knew Savannah was against it. Savannah pulls away and says how disappointed she was, but was giddy about aphmau having a polite friend. aphmau points out that he's a boy, but Savannah doesn't care if he's polite. They end up going on an inconspicuous double date with Ian being slightly off-put by Kai. Caitlyn doesn't know Kai's name and keeps on calling him Catboy. Kai and Caitlyn play other games with each other while Ian and aphmau stay far away, with Ian sensing aphmau is uncomfortable. They go to the movies and have flat P&Gs as food, and after the movie, Kai tells aphmau that he's gonna try to tell Caitlyn how he leaves before leaving her. aphmau runs off with Ian because she starts to cry while Caitlyn and Kai talk. Kai tells Caitlyn that he likes her and she tells him that she had a fun time but doesn't know his name. He says it's Kai and Caitlyn remembers that aphmau had a crush on a boy named Kai. She tells Kai that aphmau has a crush on him and still offers to be friends. Ian is running after aphmau, but he stops her to make sure her ego isn't too badly damaged. She says no one likes her, but he says that he does and kisses her on the cheek. It pans back to Kai and how he saw the whole interaction. Principal Layla and the werewolf teacher, did I ever say his name? Mr. Gavin asks her to talk to aphmau about finding a werewolf alpha. She says it's werewolf matters and none of her business. He says that it's causing chaos over the school and aphmau needs a push. The principal basically tells him to screw off and to deal with it. Mr. Gavin hears shifting the lockers and forces the pup trio out to explain themselves. They say that they were spying on aphmau to make sure she was okay. He tells them that she's not holding up to the standards of werewolf culture and plans to force her to pick someone. aphmau's complaining about how awkward it is avoiding Kai before Aaron calls her and suggests that she hang out for spring break.
Oh, this is weird.
He offers to pick her up and says that he misses having her around. They end the call with Aaron alluding that he's gonna go to her instead, and the wolf plush teases her. At school, Ian makes an Undertale reference and aphmau shows him an alpha male audition flyer. The pup trio congratulates her and offers to help put them up, while Ian tells her that not all alphas are gonna be nice. The pup trio are putting up the flyers, but Ian is taking them down afterwards.
Huh. How strange.
During the interviews, the pup trio watches from the outside of the classroom and Ian asks to join. They let him but very clearly move away when he gets closer. None of the applicants really matter besides one, Blaze. He's a himbo that has a lot of pride in his werewolfism and the pup trio seem to like him. It's then learned that there are only so many people coming to the werewolf interviews because the pup trio found out the magic of recycling. aphmau then decides to do something else to see who would try out for alpha by making Blaze round them all up for tomorrow. Aaron is trying on a new outfit and decides to go with a white hoodie with pink accents.
I sound like a Wattpad book giving the main character a horrible outfit.
Aaron tries to sneak back into his house, but his mom clearly already knew he was home since his parents have been keeping tabs on him. He's called into his father's office and sees them talking about why Aaron is home for spring break. His dad asks if it's because of a girl, and Aaron asks how he knows. Something, Aaron has to go back to college tomorrow and forget about the girl.
I'm gonna say something, and this applies to all of Aaron's scenes. I cannot picture Aaron's voice actor, Jason, Awesome Dom, doing these voices because I'm just imagining a grown man acting like a 19, 20-year-old crying over a 14 or 15-year-old. It completely takes me out of the scene every single time, and it makes me giggle.
The next day, aphmau is holding the interviews and being told someone will be picked very soon even if it's not her choice. Mr. Gavin says her thing is flooring and that there needs to be a physical, but the pup trio comes in and says that already got it covered. Ian comes in and aphmau tells him that he should try out for Alpha before he leaves. Ian ends up talking with Kai about how he should stay out of aphmau's way for the time being because of how busy she is. Kai tells him that he's gonna try out for Alpha to support her. Ian laughs at him and tells him it's not possible because he's a mayfla. Kai says aphmau's a human and they're not allowed to be alphas too, but eventually backs off. Ian stays by aphmau's side during the interviews, and as an outsider who knows a lot about werewolf culture, aphmau kinda sucks. I don't think she understands even after almost 2 whole school years of doing this. Aaron sees aphmau with Ian and how close they are before getting really territorial over a high school sophomore. He sees them hug and cries when he sees them having a nice moment together.
I don't want to make too many jokes about the relationship until the end, so I kind of have to like censor myself.
aphmau is choosing between Blaze and 2 other candidates. She talks about how hard a decision it is for her, and she understands how big of a decision it is for the school.
We're somewhere between March and June. I think we're going to be fine with literally anyone for now. This whole like, it's a hard decision thing really pisses me off because yeah, it is a hard decision and it's also a very important one, and you put it up for the entire year that it's like, this means nothing now. This means absolutely nothing. 2 school years she's been here learning about this culture and she still hasn't. I need to stop. I need to finish this.
Ian tells aphmau about how Kai wanted to be Alpha, and she questions why he can't, but the pup trio come in to say that the obstacle course is finished. Aaron is asking around about Ian and his relationship with aphmau and finding out that they're decently close. Outside, aphmau is buying time but gets confronted by Maria, who stands on a slide and it breaks.
I don't think they knew what to do with this girl, and I think they just kind of expected her to become something as time went on.
Mr. Gavin forces aphmau's hand and gives her 20 minutes to pick someone before going to his classroom. In his classroom is Aaron, who gets told aphmau still hasn't picked anyone yet. Aaron chooses for her and decides to make Ian his successor. aphmau is trying to keep everyone calm, but Mr. Gavin comes out to announce that Ian is the new Alpha. aphmau asks who made him Alpha, and Mr. Gavin says that the previous Alpha did, and gets photos taken by the pup trio.
They don't like this man, but they're just so supportive of aphmau, and I love them. Oh yeah, and we also get a shot of like white roses on aphmau's desk. I think white roses are typically supposed to mean like purity or innocence. I have a lot to say about this.
aphmau is waking up at 5 a.m. because of some ground rules Mr. Gavin says he needs to tell the new Alphas. He tells them that they need to pick an Omega now that Ian is the new Alpha. He tries to give aphmau chocolate to wake her up, but she declines it. He also sees kids running around the hallways, but aphmau tells him to leave him alone since it's before school. He ends up leaving her to go scold them, and aphmau is told by Mr. Gavin about the flowers on her desk. The rest of the day, aphmau is tired and trying to keep up with everything. Blaze tells her to rest for a bit, but another fight breaks out and she has to stop it. He tells her that he'll take care of it, but aphmau says that she's just gonna give him some chocolate to stop it. Oh my god, this lady is stupid! She goes to do mentor and alpha things, but no one is really helping her since they're all busy. We find out Ian is trying to pick a new Omega and forces the pup trio to pick from one another. They all refuse, and Ian picks Daniel to be the Omega from then on. Dottie and Daniel try to put the title on themselves, but Ian refuses and leaves them. The trio think to tell aphmau, but don't, since it'll stress her out more than she already is. Daniel's the new Omega. I quite liked him too. This is a bit sad. aphmau gives her lunch to a werewolf since they forgot theirs, and now she's tired and hungry. You know what? Me too! Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself. Kai ends up finding her and asks to have lunch with her since he has an extra sandwich. Blaze finds the pup trio being bullied, and just by being in their presence, he can make the bullies go away. I've made a fool of myself saying that line. Blaze knows Daniel is the Omega, but he doesn't understand how aphmau can pick him. The trio explains that aphmau didn't pick Daniel, Ian did.
There's a flashback scene where Aaron is supposed to pick the Omega between Dottie, Daniel, and Ryland. He chooses not to pick any of them and instead pick himself. But I just think the scene is so cute, and it's also kind of sad because, you know, they all come into the room and they're all just so nice with each other and they're all become like friends, and then they just get like shot and it's just like, pick an Omega so that they can bully you, and it's like, we just became friends. It's so sad. It's very cute, but it's very sad.
Blaze is in the bathroom trying to find out Ian's deal when he comes in and tells his sidekicks to take Daniel's lunch money. He talks about how aphmau would be perfect as a werewolf before leaving and Blaze having heard it all. While aphmau is having lunch with Kai, he suggests that she come around to the Mayfield Club after school. She seems excited and decides to go, but the club ends up not doing anything that day since their leaders weren't there. After everyone leaves, he asks aphmau out on a date, even just as friends. She agrees and Blaze thinks she's sick because of how red she is.
Some drama, guys. Is anyone else tired of this? Maybe it's just me, and I've been working on this like constantly for 2 months. But are you like tired? I'm tired. Like I just want to like move on from this season.
aphmau is excited about her date and tells Garth that it's at an ice rink.
To be honest, I've never ice skated before, but I'm determined to give it a shot.
Huh. Well, you definitely got the legs for it.
Huh?
The pup trio are battered and bruised because of Daniel being the Omega and think about telling aphmau before beating up a soccer goal. Ian is watching from afar and his sidekicks talk about how aphmau was seen with Kai after school. Ian goes to confront Kai, but Kai doesn't tell him much before leaving and saying that it's none of his business. aphmau sees Ian after school and gets her to talk about her date with Kai at the ice rink. He also makes a mention of her being a werewolf again.
I'm noticing a very possible plot.
Ian lies and says that he's been planning on going to the ice rink for over a month and that they might see each other. aphmau's nervous for her date and tries to text everyone, but no one is able to help her. We see Gene at his Hot Topic job talking with Ian. Oh no. Anyway, they have an exchange with Ian's expensive hair dye for aphmau's photos.
You remember when I said something about the Ian being creepy side plot and I couldn't tell you the other side plot? This is it. Ian is exchanging photos of aphmau to Jean for very expensive hair dye. It's creepy, but I kind of respect the strategy.
Jean gets his photos but is annoyed that there is werewolf ears drawn on her. Ian says that she's in her perfect form with them, but Jean takes back the hair dye and tells him to get better photos. aphmau is on her ice rink date with Kai when Lawrence and Gar show up with their girlfriends. Oh my god. This episode is 32 minutes long. This isn't the only one too. The final is 30 minutes long. This part of the script is 500 words long! aphmau and Kai are on their ice rink date, and Garth and Lawrence with their girlfriends are too. They talk about how they still have feelings for aphmau before going inside. Ian finds aphmau with his sidekicks, and she tells him that they're troublemakers, but he says that he knows and is trying to change them.
There's a really big cloud above me because I know exactly how this plays out, and I have to carry on like I don't.
Ian tells her to have a good date before telling his sidekicks to cause chaos and to confront her about it. They say that they'll stop if she asks them to, but Ian says that if they apologize, she'll let them off the hook. Throughout aphmau and Kai's date, the sidekicks mess it up to the point where they go sit down and we see Kai on his phone. The sidekicks steal aphmau's shoes, and when she confronts them, they say that they're not worth getting help, causing her to back down. Ian finds them and says that he's taking them home from causing trouble, and they say that the date isn't going well anyway since Kai is on his phone. aphmau and Kai go to dinner, and it's an awkward scene. He's on his phone, and aphmau asks him what he's doing, and he says he's looking at Twitter. Who browses Twitter in their free time? She asks if a restroom is like a litter box to Mayfla's, but he stops her and says it's immature.
I understand where he's coming from, and I agree with it, but he should not have said it like this. aphmau is a very curious character, and he should know that by how much time he spends with her.
aphmau excuses herself to cry, and Ian sees it before going up to Kai. He asks why he's on a date with aphmau if he's uninterested in her as a person and always on his phone, and Kai says that he just wants a girlfriend and can learn to like her. aphmau overhears and runs away, but Kai stops her and she asks what he even knows about her. He lists off some simple things but stops after the third thing, and she asks if she was just a rebound for him. She tells him off for treating her like a kid and saying that he's just using her. Kai leaves and Ian comes in to swoon her instead. He says that he likes her because she's the alpha female and that she made him the alpha. aphmau leaves and sees Lawrence and Garth and asks them what they were doing here. Lawrence lets it slip that they knew she was here, and she asks if they were following her before she starts crying again. Lawrence asks if she's crying because Kai was ignoring her, and Garth strangles him to death. She realizes everyone has been using her and runs home. She runs to the plush but ends up calling Aaron and telling him all her problems. She asks what he likes about her and lists multiple things until she falls asleep.
Just about every guy aphmau has come in contact with has screwed her over. You want to know the one guy who hasn't screwed her over? Travis. But who's the only guy in this cast who has a playful relationship with her? Series makes me so mad.
aphmau reminisces in her call with Aaron before he texts a love letter to her, and they talk about how potatoes go in tacos. What? At school, Caitlin and Tiani are debating on asking aphmau about her date and punch each other until someone does. aphmau says the date went horribly, but that she's gonna try to love and appreciate herself more often.
Because even though the date was terrible, I realized that There's more to me that I need to take time to learn to love and appreciate.
What's that?
That I'm a beautiful potato!
At her locker, Garth and Lawrence punch each other to talk to aphmau, who turns them away, but they follow her. Garth apologizes with a calculator, but aphmau asks for an apology, but not about following her. They apologize for taking advantage of her in Season 1, and she accepts but isn't ready to be friends with them just yet before taking Lawrence's gum. aphmau forgot about her lunch, and Kai offers a sandwich before saying sorry. She accepts the sandwich and tells him never to do that to anyone else, but doesn't accept being friends with him again. Ian tries to apologize to aphmau with chocolate and says that humans aren't as good as werewolves, but that she's a good human.
Maybe I'm biased because I'm allergic to chocolate, but using it as a thank you for getting me to the top gift isn't really clicking.
She doesn't accept the apology, but he thinks that she did before calling her ungrateful for not saying thank you for the chocolate. Aaron is called by the pup trio over how to deal with being an Omega, and he asks why they need to know. They tell him it's for a paper and ask how to stop being the Omega. He tells them that they need to challenge the Alpha and win to stop being the Omega before getting it out that Daniel was the new Omega. He says that he can't keep it from aphmau before ending the call with the pup trio vowing to get Daniel buff. aphmau's talking to Aaron about the apologies, but Aaron tells her that he needs to talk to her about the werewolves. Sylvana calls her down before he gets the chance, and Sylvana says that she's disappointed in her for not telling her that she had a boyfriend. aphmau thinks it's about Aaron before realizing that she's not about the idea of her having a boyfriend. Sylvana says that her boyfriend is there and shows Ian, who hugs her. Sylvana apparently approves of Ian, but still grounds aphmau over it. aphmau asks why he's telling her mom that they're a couple, and he says that because they're both the alphas, they're bound to be together. Ian leaves, and aphmau goes back to her room to be angry with Aaron. Aaron ends up telling her about Daniel being the Omega, and she gets angry about that before going to bed. The next morning, aphmau finds out that Ian is spreading around the rumor that they're dating before trying to find him. Caitlin and Tiani congratulate her on the boyfriend before she tries to tell them that it's not real. Kaijin comes in and cries about aphmau and Ian being together and how Ian makes her uncomfortable for some reason. aphmau finds Ian and scolds her for telling everyone.
What the hell are you doing telling people that we're a gay couple? Oh, heard that through the grapevine, did you?
She tells him that she doesn't want to be in a relationship with him and that he needs to accept it, but he guilt trips her about his feelings. Casey comes along, but Ian kicks him out and tells him to stand down. Ian then makes plans to kill Casey, but that's next episode's plot. Tiani is trying to break up werewolves fighting, but they don't listen to her since she's a human. She threatens them with detention and they take it outside before trying to find Ian. He tells her to stay out of it, and that's just what they do. Tiani is disappointed in aphmau's choice of a boyfriend. aphmau tries to text Aaron, but Ian's psychics take it away and play monkey in the middle with her. They run off with their phone and end up taking it to Ian to see who she's texting. Caitlin confronts aphmau about Casey being hit by Ian, but aphmau finally tells him that he's not her boyfriend. Caitlin offers to help clear it up with Tiani, and aphmau goes to the principal. The principal kind of just tells her that she's not going to help since it was bad enough when there wasn't a male alpha.
Do you remember when I say you'll grow to hate her? I understand where she's coming from, but they're breaking property and getting involved with humans. This should be top priority. Maybe this is a take on how bad principals are, because if it is, it's working.
aphmau scolding Blaze for fighting violence with violence in hopes of calming down the werewolves. None of the werewolves listen to her because they finally find out she's human and she cries about it. The pup trio are making Daniel move his buns. Huh? He's moving boxes of hot dog buns that they stole from the cafeteria to get him into shape. She makes them promise not to fight Ian so that no one gets hurt and asks if they've seen her phone, but they haven't. Dottie offers to help aphmau find Ian with her snooter and actually does, but stays back because she's scared.
Yeah?
And
I was wondering.
Hey, Daddy. aphmau confronts Ian for her phone and goes through his locker but doesn't find anything. aphmau then challenges Ian to take back his title and accepts only if she becomes his girlfriend when he wins. Daniel sees Ian with aphmau's phone, but Blaze gets to Ian before they can beat up Daniel. Aaron then texts aphmau's phone and Ian makes it seem like aphmau doesn't like Aaron anymore and tells him to stop contacting her. Blaze calls Aaron and tells him that Ian has aphmau's phone so that Aaron was talking to Ian instead. Aaron gets mad enough that he says that he's coming to school to help out. Oh. Aaron is at school and calls Blaze so that they can meet up.
Do schools allow graduated students back on campus? Because mine didn't, but that also could just be that they were gang members.
aphmau and the pup trio are building the new werewolf game's obstacle course, but the pup trio tell her to take a break. aphmau and Casey talk, and she explains that she's not ignoring him, but that she lost her phone. Blaze tells Aaron how hard aphmau is working to keep Ian from being alpha and how they're gonna take him down. Aaron tells Blaze that he needs to go and win the games, but Blaze asks how he's supposed to do that since Ian will probably pull a stunt, and Aaron says to leave it to him. He's gonna kill him. Ian and his sidekicks are getting ready for the games, but they ask him why he wants aphmau so bad. Ian admits it's for control and that the werewolves still like her enough to listen to her. Casey overhears and slaps Ian, but Ian kicks his shins and falls like the unfinished character he is. Aaron texts aphmau about how she found her phone and how she's gonna trick Ian into fighting him in the gym instead of on the course. Ian falls for it and goes to the gym to fight aphmau so that he looks like he knew about the plan. At the course, aphmau asks where Daniel is and Dottie says the locker rooms. Blaze freaks out since Aaron and Ian are supposed to be fighting in the gyms and tries to get out of the games. Ian sneaks up on Daniel, who challenges him instead.
The title kind of makes no sense, and I'll explain it later, but just kind of keep it in mind.
Daniel is trying to challenge Ian and throws an epic line.
Instead of trying to become Alpha, a real Omega would sit down and know his place.
Exactly. So sit down.
Daniel still doesn't back down, and Ian chooses to waste time to fight him instead of going down to the games. At the course, Blaze is calling Aaron to tell him about Daniel being with Ian, but is still forced to stay and win the games. Mr. Gavin asks where Ian is, and that if he doesn't show, he's going to be kicked out of the games, and anyone who wins will become the new Alpha. Ian's sidekicks are still going to be in the race because mayhem.
Their names are Jax and Ryder, but I've been calling them sidekicks the whole time, but we're on the last episode, so I suppose I should put some respect on their name. My editor's name is also Jax, and I feel like I should throw him a bone because he does a lot for me, and I feel like he needs a win before he kills himself.
They egg on aphmau and the wolf trio plus Blaze before leaving and giving a speech on fighting with words and not fists. We see Daniel getting killed by Ian before getting texted about how he was fooled into missing the games. Daniel holds him back from going back to the games, and Aaron breaks through a window to jump down to Ian. Aaron punches Ian, and they start to battle out for Alpha, with Aaron in his Ultima form.
Aaron can't be the Alpha of the school anymore, 'cause he doesn't go here. Also, despite this episode being called Ultima, it's never said in this episode.
Aaron tells Daniel to leave, but he hides behind a pillar and watches. At the games, aphmau and Blaze are working together, and at some point, aphmau is being held back by the sidekicks, and Blaze just kind of watches her, instead of running. Blaze ends up winning and being crowned the new Alpha, while Jax and Ryder call them slurs.
You guys are such sore losers. We saw you cheating.
Yeah, that wasn't cool.
Oh, shut up, you mutts.
I say they call them slurs like a joke, but it's actually shown to be their form of a slur.
Aaron is battling Ian and calling Aaron out for being inhuman and how most humans are racist. Aaron's eyes go red, and he starts to go on his arc by saying how werewolves like Ian are the reason why he's being kept away from aphmau.
What?
Ian says that even though the games are over, he's going to become the Alpha for the next year, but Aaron throws him out the window. Everyone is shocked to see their fallen Alpha and demands to know who did it so that they can become Alpha even though Blaze was just crowned. Daniel comes out of his post and Aaron throws him out too, landing on Ian.
Daniel? Daniel defeated Ian! He should be the new Alpha!
Blaze resigns as Alpha so that Daniel can be it and they can put everything to rest. Ian gets expelled for hitting Casey and bringing humans into it. He essentially blackmailed a girl and was forcing himself on her. Let's not forget him being really pushy with her being a werewolf. aphmau finds her phone in the desk and realizes that Aaron is still here, so she runs off to find him. She does, and we end up seeing his red eyes.
Ooh. Spooky.
He sees his father's agents and they leave to her house so that they won't be caught. She does this voice at 22:41 where Aaron grabs her and takes her back to the house, and it sounds like she's a middle schooler who just started watching anime and it's taking over her life within a matter of hours.
No time, we have to go now. Come on.
They're at her house and she's bandaging up Aaron, and she says that she knows he was fighting Ian to make it look like Daniel. They have a moment where aphmau is saying that she wants to be together and she can't wait anymore. They kiss and Sylvana comes in afterwards screaming at them. Aaron jumps out the window and kidnaps aphmau. Season over!
It was almost 2 in the morning when we stopped watching season 2. It was almost 1:30 in the morning when I finished scripting for season 2. I'm so happy I'm almost done with this, and I only have like 40 episodes left to do, but we have some time before we get to the last of it. So I suppose we can talk about something else for now. Let's do a refresh on the characters in the 2017 Fresh Looks, because the original season had a gap in story and quality.
That I'm a beautiful potato!
I kind of don't want to do this again, so I'm just gonna say only new things. aphmau is shown to be a very caring and loving alpha female. Luna! She's so good at dedication but horrible at execution. She neglected to do something as big as picking the alpha male and endangering basically everyone. Yes, she was young, but she also had 2 school years to learn their culture and do everything about them. This girl does not know the basics of werewolf culture, even the omega and alpha. A lot of people let her down, and I will admit that, but also she had all the werewolves and Aaron willing to explain everything for her.
What are you thinking about? Whoa, what the?
Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. I'm just looking for your tail or ears.
Ian. Oh my god, where do I start? Okay, so the transfer thing I liked. I liked them adding a new student while also getting conflict with humans. That's all good and dandy. My problem comes in when you hear his voice. A lot of the time you can hear him being... His voice is backhanded, and it's not just in the script, it's how he's portrayed. Nothing against the VA, I think he does a wonderful job. I think it's just obvious to see who's the villain, and maybe Jess wanted it that way, but it's just really apparent. I think his plan was a good one. He was thrown a bone when Aaron told Mr. Gavin to let him be alpha, and he ran with it. Ian saw an opportunity, and he took it, and I'm not mad about it. But yes, he is a very bad person.
Did you think this plan through?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I can, see up your skirt.
What? Why are you looking?
It's kind of hard for me not to look if you're up there.
Kai, I should let you know that neither me or my editor wanted to write this, but we were more than halfway done with the script, so I just kind of had to do it. Kai is one of the main characters of the season. He gets very friendly and very close to aphmau really quickly because their personalities just really click together. Then he reveals his whole crush on Caitlin, and aphmau tries to help him get with her, which was a plot that was in the series. After he found out that aphmau liked him, his character became really horrible. I hate him after he finds out aphmau's crush because he acts like he's reciprocating her feelings when he doesn't. And with the date that shows that he really just does not like her, it's kind of hard to watch because he was the first guy after Aaron. And it sucks because he had real potential at the start. He had Kawaii-chan vouching for him. I think that's what they were going for. A nice guy who's really shallow. And if they weren't, someone messed up really badly.
Caitlin! Older siblings, am I right?
Casey, he has borderline side character syndrome. He's one of the first characters we see in the season, and he gets maybe 15 minutes of screen time throughout this whole thing. He has little to no conflict with just about anyone except for Ian later on. I thought his soccer arc was gonna go longer, and I hope for it to go longer just so he can have, more general screen time and not just with Vlad. He has good lines and I like him as a character, there just wasn't a lot of him.
All right, let's go. I can absolutely help you, Alpha. My snooter is #1.
Dottie. I love Dottie. I think she's a very bubbly person and she works well with a lot of people. I also just want to praise her VA, Christina. She does a fantastic job. She can scream and still sound like Dottie. Dottie doesn't have a lot going on, but she does have enough to be considered a main character. She's a supporting character who has more screen time than Casey.
Yeah, gotta go fast. Yeah. Well.
Daniel is the one out of the pup trio that has the most screen time and has the most going on in his life. He's appointed Omega and is still very happy to be supporting aphmau. Even when he's in danger, he talks to everyone else except her so that he doesn't stress her out. I think he means well and wouldn't hurt anyone. And he fights Ian just to take the heat off of aphmau.
Oh, that's easy. First, I'd have a talk to them about how arguing isn't the right way to get things resolved. Cooperation is key.
Aww.
Then I'd have them cooperate and punch each other.
Blaze!
Blaze. this is a side character that becomes a main character. He's a himbo that protects the pup trio and kind of keeps the peace. He's a bit cocky but humble and doesn't use his power when needed. He has a few extra plot points with him kind of being into science and liking a handful of girls, but besides that, there wasn't really much to him, just like keeping the peace.
One who seems like a good leader.
That's a good call. Remember, you don't have to date him.
I know that. That's like the third time he's told me. What if I want to?
Aaron. He made a decent character and didn't even really play a role up until the end. He helps aphmau with her werewolf problems, and do I think he jumped the shark when it came to helping aphmau with her problems? Yes. He probably should have let her do that by herself. He was putting his feelings before her, especially when it's her choice. She would have eventually chosen someone probably other than Ian. He kinda screwed her over and caused the whole plot of the second half of the season.
Oh, it's my girlfriend. Gotta take this 1 second. Hey, babe.
Gargar! Did you smear my lipstick on your collar again?
Garth. Garth spends most of his time doing 2 things throughout this entire season, and one of them was accidentally getting a girlfriend in a B-plot. The only other thing he does is completely screw over aphmau and be unnecessarily creepy. I guess he hasn't really changed since season 1. I really hope that's not a trend. Wink wink, nudge nudge.
Ladies, please, I just want to get to class.
Hey, would you look at that? Another season where we regret talking about Lawrence immediately after Garth. This time he actually does follow every single plot beat Garth does, including like the getting a girlfriend part. Man, I feel really bad for him in these overviews. He's still a good character, I guess.
I don't appreciate you giving credit to these losers who didn't even lift a finger to do the crime.
What?
You thought it was the Shadow Knights, but you were wrong! It was me, Zane!
Following season 1, Zane doesn't really do much, and everything he does do, it's like off screen, and we only ever see the aftermath. After that, the only thing of importance he does is take Casey out of the show.
Thanks, Caitlin. It's nice to have admirers, but man, not when they crowd you like that.
Yeah, whatever.
Casey, get over here!
Caitlin was only in here for so many scenes. There was that whole thing with Casey and Zane, and that one other side plot of telling Kai aphmau liked him. Anyway.
Change first, then we'll talk.
Fine, but can we at least get a discount?
No way, now go! Amateurs, I swear.
Jean had little to no presence with aphmau herself, but he did fuel Ian's creepy obsession with her and give him hair dye for it. I guess I could get him fired.
Oh man, this is bad! We're gonna get in so much trouble!
Xenix, calm down. You're starting to devolve.
I'm gonna group them together because they've downgraded. Maybe I'm biased against Sasha because I can tell when she's being downgraded, but she's been downgraded. Xena kind of takes the lead this season, while Sasha is more like his sluggish sidekick.
Well, at least one of your spells worked.
What do you mean? Which one?
The one you cast to make me fall for you.
Ivan. Earlier in the season he said a line. There's also another line after that.
Well, at least one of your spells worked.
What do you mean? Which one?
The one you cast to make me fall for you.
Lucinda wasn't really here this season, and she had no real reason to be here. She was more of like a supporting side character. And I guess she also gets a boyfriend. That boyfriend doesn't last.
Excuse me? Not alone, buddy!
Not alone, buddy!
Travis was in this season. Him too.
I'm proud of you for being a good friend.
But at least Kwai-chan is their fan art!
Kwai-chan? Koi-chan is definitely still a 2016 fangirl, and she has not changed a bit from last season. I suppose you could argue that she did do something plot-wise this season, exposing aphmau's crush. We're digging deep here, guys. We're digging deep.
We're not pups anymore! That's the dumbest idea I've ever... Huh? Where did they go?
I swear they intended for Maria to be something more this season. She sort of just shows up, challenges aphmau to be alpha, fails in a wacky new way, then leaves. A total of 3 times.
I am not interfering with this to make matters worse. Now please, deal with your pack the way you have to. As long as it doesn't disrupt the entire student body.
But I hated Principal Leia. And I feel like I've made that abundantly clear. She's here to make the school better, but doesn't take care of its students. I headcanon her to be one of those principals that sees kids getting bullied and understands why they're getting bullied.
He fell off the slide.
I fell off the slide.
But only because he was testing it.
Similar to Dottie and Daniel, he has some screen time. He's kind of just there to bounce off the other two, but he's definitely the weakest when it comes to like lines or content. And with that, we finished characters, so you know what time it is. And if you don't, some context clues. Man, come on, we just finished characters. What comes after characters? Oh, I hit my knee. We're back here, and I've got string, photos of characters, and we're gonna actually start with somewhere kind of weird. We're gonna start actually with Lawrence and Michi. I'm not saying that I could see it going very far, but I definitely do see it happening, and it did happen. I don't really think it would last long, though. It would just kind of, you know, like be a fling for the two of them, which is exactly what happened in season 2. But pink string, because I still think they're kind of cute, and, you know, they'd still be friends afterwards, I believe. Then we're gonna go for Tiani and Caitlin. Red. They're perfect, and that's all I have to say on that. No, but really, if I had to pick like an actual color, I think it actually would be more of a blue, but I think it's more of a one-sided thing. Mutually, I don't think they'd be opposed to it. By the way Tiani talks to and about Caitlin in season 2, it sounds like she's the crush she's constantly talking about, and I don't know, at this point in time, personally, I don't think Caitlin is into girls at this point in high school. College, yeah, we'll get there when we get there though. She may actually be into girls at this point, but she's like oblivious because, you know, Jeffrey, I didn't write this by the way, my editor did. And I suppose we can respect his opinion here for once. Not for long though. He's got some hot takes that I'm not okay with. Okay, this one I actually feel really strongly about. Vlad and Casey. I said this as a joke, but I'm not laughing anymore, and I'm putting them together. Red string. A really, really red string. If I had a darker red, I'd put a darker red just because I think they should actually just be together. They have like one scene together with Garth and Caitlin fighting. Vlad just kind of, you know, talks to Casey, and Casey just kind of turns away because he's that kind of guy. And you know what? I had the demon cannon. So yeah, they're definitely... That wasn't an omen. They're still together. aphmau and Casey, there's not a lot to say here. They're getting a white string just because they only talked a handful of times, and there wasn't a lot of chemistry between the two. I didn't feel it. I don't know if I was supposed to feel it. I didn't even know if this was like a real thing, or I'm just kind of being like still stuck in the aphmau harem where every guy she meets has to be in love with her. But I'm pretty sure this is what they were doing. I see it more of just like, my older sister is your best friend, so I'm gonna become like a little brother to you. That kind of thing, you know? That's it. That should be the extent of it. And that's what it is in here. aphmau and Ian. I feel like I need to explain this, but also I did just go on like a 10,000 worded rant about why they're not good together. And if you think they are good together, don't talk to me, and probably don't watch the rest of this video. So because of that, they're getting a black string. aphmau and Kai now, if you were to ask me this before episode 15, I think I would have said pink. But this is after episode 15. So it gets a black string. I just believe aphmau deserves better, and that is probably no one in this cast. But the voice for Kai I actually really like. I like the VA for Kai. I think he's funny. Caitlin and Kai, I'm actually gonna give this a pink. Only if aphmau says it's okay for them to date and Kai has changed his ways. Only then do I think that, yeah, they could possibly be something. Because I don't really see Caitlin being down with getting with him if aphmau still hates him. I don't see Caitlin getting with him, period, if, like, this had happened. But if in some world, aphmau forgives him and he's changed his ways and he's proved himself, I guess. Kai and Ian, I'm putting this one as a joke, but I'm also kind of not. I thought about this for a while, and I think they can be like partners in crime, but they don't fall in love, and instead they're plotting against women. So I guess a white string. Or would that be a blue? That'd be a blue. Dottie and Blaze. This is a low tier red, actually. I think they're kind of cute together. There's not much going on between them besides like that one scene where Blaze helps her open her locker. But I don't know, he's just so sweet with her, and just like the pup trio in general. But I don't know. I think they could be something. I think he treats her well. aphmau and Daniel, I'm putting this on here because the aphmau wiki says it's a thing, and I have to respect the wiki. But it is just getting a white string. I kind of just see it as like a brother-sister thing where aphmau is really protective over him, and that's all I think it's supposed to be. So I don't know what the aphmau wiki is on, but I do want a piece. Hit me up, guys. Whatever you got, I'll take it. Rylan and aphmau? The wiki says it's a thing, but I don't know, guys. It's getting a white string. I kind of feel bad for Rylan, and my editor kind of pointed out how he's like an underused character, and now I can't unsee it. I just feel bad. There's nothing I can do about it. Anyway, I think aphmau and Rylan are friends with each other and probably play D&D. Dottie and aphmau, white string. None of the pup trio is getting with aphmau. I see it more as like a little sister relationship, as well as like Rylan and Daniel. And there's a lot of scenes to back that up. Like the whole season is kind of just about them, the pup trio, kind of just supporting aphmau and making sure she's all right. And I don't think that needs to be anything other than platonic love for just like your queen. Okay, this is the last one, and it's gonna be Dottie and Ian. Now, if you were to ask me before Ian's plot, this would have been a pink, but this is after his plot, so it's getting a black. I think her bubbly personality would have been good for him, and I think he would have softened up, but no. We can't have things here. So they're getting a black string, and I think Ian should burn somewhere. I should probably get a bigger board for this. And when you need a bigger wiper because you're on a 76-hour the aphmau marathon, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing that bit again. I don't even think I could do that bit again. But we have things we need to point out and shame the creators for not remembering. Inconsistency number 1, aphmau has a crowbar for a lot of these episodes, but in episode 13, she just conveniently does not have it. For the plot, I guess. You have her have a crowbar. Why not have her have a crowbar?
Step aside, Dottie. I got this. My crowbar! Oh, I forgot it!
Inconsistency number 2, it's said that there's no budget for working cameras, just as like a scare tactic, but in episode 30, they used the footage to get Ian expelled. That's like the silver gun. Inconsistency number 3, and this actually kind of makes me mad because this is kind of obvious, but in season 1, aphmau had all the attention from the werewolves because she was a human in a werewolf class. But in season 2, no one believes that, and they all just collectively think that she can hide her ears and tail, which is why Maria tries to fight her multiple times. But then it switches again halfway through the season so that no one believes that she's a werewolf, and that's why they don't listen to her anymore. Inconsistency number 4, we're gonna jump back a bit, because I could not say this in Phoenix Drop days, but aphmau wears her like official merch bag during school, but in season 2, she doesn't wear it, and that bag had came out like years prior. I should know, I have one, but you're not supposed to know that yet. Inconsistency number 5, which is a spin-off of the last inconsistency, aphmau doesn't wear a backpack, but she has it in episode 18. She directly states, oh, I don't have a backpack, but then she's casually just wearing a backpack. How can you not remember that, Jessica? Or Jason, sorry, you're both at fault here. This is both of your faults that I'm here in this schoolgirl outfit on a 8 a.m. morning on a Saturday. How hard is it to make a Minecraft series with an in-depth plot, consistent characters, fun dialogue, and not screwing up when a character has a backpack and when they need a backpack? Apparently these guys, because they did it twice in a season. We're gonna be going over actual extras that have no place in this season, but we need to put them somewhere. Okay, so if you only watch the main series and you didn't watch the minigames, this is gonna be a completely new character to you, but there is a girl called June that is exclusive to the minigames. I feel like I'm putting out some obscure Pappy Van Poodle crap. She has about 7 episodes to her with some appearances and backgrounds in some of the episodes, but she never actually says a line in episodes. Her main purpose is to give Rylan a love interest, I think. She was only there for the mini games, and I think she was also kind of just there for content and clickbait. Nothing against her. I think she's actually a really sweet character, and I can't see her with Rylan. I think they'd work out. I actually do recommend going back and watching the June mini games because I just think she's so sweet and so nice, and I do like her and Rylan together. It's the only thing I like about Rylan. Nothing against Rylan, it's just, you know, he's got nothing going for him. There was, I believe, 2 different voice changes. The first one being Daniel, who had this deeper voice before episode 15, played by James Brown Jr., who then got switched out for your pal Ross, who gave him this like actively going through puberty kind of voice. It's where the squeak comes in.
Ah, I see. By the way, you're looking really nice today.
These buns don't even have a weenie inside.
Blaze also had a voice actor before Jason Lord, but he kind of doesn't go credited, so we have another soccer ball situation. Soccer ball is still wanted though, so if you have any information on the soccer ball, greatly appreciated. Get a whole -$20. In episode 20, they say Band-Aid, and I don't want to be the person that says you can't say Band-Aid, but I can't say Band-Aid. We're cutting this segment out because we can't say Band-Aid. Okay, for this next one, we have 2 working theories about why this happens, but Ian is weirdly insistent on aphmau eating chocolate when she's sad. First of all, it may just be because this is all he kind of knows about humans, and it's shown that he knows basically nothing about them. Second theory is that Ian is so enthralled in this fantasy of aphmau being a werewolf that he gives her chocolate to kind of like sedate her. I also have the small side theory going where he's doing it just because she's a girl, and if he's going based on the theory that chocolate makes period cramps lessen, so if she's moody and he thinks, oh, she's on her period, he kind of just gives her chocolate. Probably not, but I think it's a nice coincidence. Another thing we notice is that boy characters only have eyebrows when they're sad or angry and nothing else. Girls have them all the time, but I think they also count as eyelashes, so I think eyebrows are just sexist. In a later episode of season 2, somewhere between like 28 and 30, Jax and Ryder say something about wanting to join the werewolf games. And then aphmau says something like, no you can't, and they say, yes I can.
No you can't!
Yes, we can.
Which I think is a nod to MMDs made around the aphmau characters at the time. There was an aphmau MMD of the character singing Anything You Can Do by Irving Berlin in the 1946 Broadway musical Annie Get Your Gun. The animatics are usually between aphmau and Aaron, but I have seen some between Travis and Caitlin.
No you can't!
Yes, we can.
Can.
Oh my god. You're gonna think I'm insane.
Oh yeah, I already do.
In episode 22, Kellen Goff fills in for Ian, and I don't know why, and we probably will never figure out. Unless, Kellen, you want to tell us. You can tell me. Dude, Grubby is staring at me.
My hands dirty after a fight.
Alpha, you really should have let us take that.
Just not even close to your old voice.
Right?
For some reason, Zane just kind of disappears casually in the second half of the season. It was mostly because I don't think they had a role for him, but he actually just doesn't serve a purpose to the main plot. He was a background character at the start of the series, and I think his main thing was just he wanted to remake the Shadow Knights into something called the Jury. A lot of characters are pushed to the side this season because they don't really have anything going on with the main plot, which is supposed to be decent story writing where you intertwine all the characters. But what do we know about decent story writing here? In episode 28, there was a scene of someone shaking a tree and 2 Mayflower boys fall out of it, and I can only assume that something happened in that tree.
Like, this tree always bugs me, man. Oh, what are you guys doing up there?
No, you guys can go back. I'm sorry.
What were you guys doing up there?
Back they go.
What were you guys doing up there?
Let's talk about the concept of Ultimas. Not me, though. Editor Jax, take it away!
What? Wait, God, not again! Sorry, Irene. Anyway, the Ultimate Werewolf was a concept that was built up simultaneously between Phoenix Drop High Season 2 and mystreet Season 4 at the same time. Unfortunately for us, the full explanation is in mystreet Season 4, so we gotta head back there real quick. God, I have so much editing to do. Anyway, follow me!
I wanna go too. Where are we going? 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 Oh. You guys wanna see what happens when a wither fights a warden? Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop, bop. And fight. I said fight.
What? Nope. That's Aaron getting traumatized. Let's just... And there you go. Quick reminder before we get started, I have things to do, you probably have things to do. I'm gonna make this quick, so buckle in. Long ago, yada yada yada, man and his wife were living happily, except for, whoop, wife's not living anymore. Blah 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 blah, deal with the devil, man kills wolf, wolf got mad, man is now wolf and has no friends. Very sad, right? Anyway, man got so lonely that he started turning people into his new friends with his red and spooky eyes. And hey, what do you know? Werewolves now exist. And that's basically the story. The main gist is that this man can turn people into werewolves with his new and spooky red eyes. Also a very important thing to note is that looking into these eyes has a very low chance to turn them. Most of the time, they just die. Oh, and Aaron's part of this bloodline. Hope they got that. I'm not doing that again. Stupid shows, stupid werewolves, stupid Aaron.
Wither wins.
You guys remember that one hall monitor that had a crush on Sasha? He's got a mouth. We don't know why, we don't know how, we just finally saw it and now we can't really unsee it. Also, apparently him and Sasha's voice actor were flirting on Twitter before the episode dropped, which I think is fantastic. According to aphmau, she accidentally posted a goldfish commercial in place of episode 5. We can't fact check this, but I want to know so I can find out what goldfish commercial it was and why she just had a downloaded goldfish commercial. Episode 21's thumbnail I think is a reference to the game Ace Attorney or Phoenix Wright, that game where the protagonist, Phoenix Writer, I think points and yells objection to the prosecutor, which is exactly what's going on in the thumbnail of that episode. So Rylan was actually in season 1, but he only showed up for a few scenes and only with a group of characters. This time he had Dottie and Daniel to bounce lines off with, but that was kind of just the extent of it. And we're wondering if this is technically supposed to be the same character because of how differently they act. And I think the answer is that it is the same character, just they didn't want to make a whole new character, so they just reused him. There are some other movie references. They're set in some of the mini games like Star Wolf, which I think is Rylan's favorite show. There's also Porky Potter and the Chamber of Weenies and Porky Potter Sorcerer's Ball. I really wish they kept on going, so just I could know that these exist in their timeline too, and what exactly their titles would be. I'm allowed to say this now that the season's over and the big plot twist has happened, but Aaron's last name is Lycan, Aaron Lycan. And if you look into the name Lycan, first of all, you're gonna find out it's Swedish, and second of all, you're gonna find out it translates to werewolf. His name is Aaron Werewolf. I feel like this is that scene in Pitch Perfect where Becca reveals that Darth Vader's real name is Darth's father. So I think I talked about this earlier in the Upside Down Stories thing, but is Travis like an evil drug addict? Because in that universe, I'm pretty sure he's just like a stoner with Dante that goes behind the bleachers, and they just get high together. So does that mean in some universe, Travis becomes like an evil drug dealer? Or drug user? He'd try to deal, but then probably use it. That's my headcanon. Something I've noticed is that Kwai-chan only ever likes voices done by Keston, like Dante and Zane. She doesn't have a crush on Caitlin's dad though, so get on that, Kwai-chan. Meow! Ooh, get into it. Meow! Sorry. And for our last thing, I don't know where, I don't remember where, but somewhere in season 2, Ian is left-handed. Now that we're done with the extras, I can actually get into some of the problems I have with this season, and I have a lot of problems, big shocker. But we actually have some things we need to kind of step back and look at because they're not either answered or they don't make sense. And I'm not saying this is like a second part to inconsistencies, I'm just saying we have questions to ask. How did Eren become the Omega? Eren is shown to be the Omega in season 1 before he throws Balto out the window. If Eren is believed to be a human, why would he be declared the Omega? And you can't even say like, oh, he's the new transfer, because a lot of kids are new. It's the new school year. Everyone is gonna be it then. I want to say this actually has an answer, but it doesn't, and you can't even say that the rules are different because they're not. Eren is still seen as human at that point. Do they have claws?
Stop. That pun clawed my eyes out.
Stop.
Stop. Claw?
Okay, you got
Wait.
me on that one. So,
You with the
Are
claw.
you doing anything
Put it
after
down as a
school?
question. Do they have claws?
Technically. What about fangs though? I mean, I wouldn't know, I just got here. There's a lot of damage done to the school, and the principal talks about how much it costs to repair. This world has to have its own kind of insurance specifically for werewolves, probably. And if they don't, someone needs to jump on that because that's a lucrative business waiting to happen. Planning out economic strides in the aphmau universe. Okay, this next one is an actual thing I do need to question because it doesn't make any sense, but why is aphmau in the werewolf games? For some reason, aphmau's in the second round of werewolf games. After Ian doesn't show up, she should have been taken out of it so that it's just on finding a new alpha male. Which I guess I get why they left her in to hold off like Jackson Ryder, but it doesn't really make any logical sense. Is there catnip in aphmau? You know, like weed, Mary Jane, devil's lettuce, marijuana, methamphetamines, fentanyl? Is there drugs in aphmau? I want to know. For some reason, the season had a lot of title changes, so much so that we had to add another section just to go over all of them. Some of these do make sense. Not all of them, but some of them. I also think some of these were like placeholder titles instead of like official ones, you know, on like a storyboard, but I don't remember any of these names being posted when the videos came out, so I'm not a fact checker. Who do you think I am? Episode 2, Mysterious Wolf Boy, was originally going to be called Wolf High School, and I don't know why it was called that, because that's not what the school is. So this probably was one of those placeholder titles that I was talking about, but why would you name it that? Episode 3, Loverboy, went through 2 different title changes, How to Win at Dating and Loverboy High School, and again, I don't get it. And the previous thumbnail was Travis holding up the book he and Dante wrote based on the title How to Win at Dating before it got switched to aphmau and Eren on the phone. Episode 4, Hot New Teacher, was going to be called Homeroom with Hot New Teacher, which I don't think is any better, but it saves me like 2 seconds and we're really worried about time here. Episode 8, aphmau's crush on Kai, was going to be called aphmau in Love, but I think that was already the 3rd time they had used the aphmau in Love title that was not connected to this series, so it just would have been really weird to look up at that point. There was also a version with the title with a little heart at the end, which I think they should have kept, but that's just me. Less than 3. Hey, that rhymed. Episode 13, In a Locker, was going to be called Getting Close in a Locker, and I actually think this title is better because it just gives more context to what was going on in this episode. Episode 17 actually does make sense because it was called A Mistake, but the original title was going to be A Kiss, which is just a spoiler, and we can't have spoilers in the title, especially of things that don't happen. So the last one is episode 27, He's Not My Boyfriend, and the only variation to this was that it once was in all caps, which I don't know, I think that's, I think it's a better title to have specifically this one in all caps. Why'd they change this? Now that we're done with the high school part of the script, we're actually still not out of the high school part of the script because there is a tiny bit more, but season 2 did end on June 2nd, 2017, but the rest of high school is in a follow-up mini-series of about 6 episodes called Graduation Days. It aired just a few months later on October 4th, 2017, but ended only 10 days later on October 14th, 2017. This was basically like a time filler and a segue onto the next season, Falcon Claw University or FC University, and it starts with episode 1, Last Day of School.
Jesus Christ, this episode is 28 minutes long. Principal Layla is congratulating the class of
Good evening, class of
Bless you.
and letting them off. Savannah's crying over aphmau and Zane graduating with Ziana. Wasn't Vlad in the same year? Savannah makes comments about aphmau and Zane getting together one day, but aphmau and Zane keep bickering over it. Zane is being racist towards werewolves, and Daniel comes along to show that he's not graduating and is being held back a year. Caitlin comes along with her girlfriend Luca, and they talk about how aphmau is excited for college orientation. They're getting wild with 3 different types of pizza, and we find out that aphmau doesn't like pineapple on pizza.
Oh my god, with this whole pineapple doesn't belong on pizza debacle. Now, I'm not a pineapple on pizza person. I'm not even a pepperoni on pizza person, but I live with a pineapple on pizza person. And you know what I did at the end of the day when we got pizza? I took the pineapple off. Problem solved. Unless you have an allergy, just take it off. We can all live happily in this world together, guys. I promise you. If you could only get over your opinions on pineapple on pizza, I swear to God, a half of us would be at least 50% happier. Not me, because I'm a cheese on pizza person. But that's besides the fact. You'll probably be happier. None of that was in the script. She also doesn't like coffee, which I have a few opinions on. But look.
You drink coffee?
Straight black. Like my soul.
Ugh.
Continuity, people.
Caitlin goes back to get napkins and asks why aphmau doesn't have a party to her mom. Savannah says that she doesn't want aphmau's dad hearing and that she's not cheap before bringing up Luca. Caitlin gets flustered and says that she'll eventually tell her dad about Luca but doesn't want to overwhelm her. Caitlin goes back and they talk about aphmau's orientation week and asks if anyone she knows is going. aphmau mentions a girl who we've never heard before but are going to be gaslit into thinking she was there.
She always was.
Caitlin brings up Aaron, but aphmau says they haven't talked in 2 years due to school. We actually change scenery to the college campus and see a boy trying to ask out a girl named Jenny, but she shuts him down quickly. Another girl comes over afterwards, and we learn that her name is Betty, with the guy's name being Mac. Apparently he's asked her out multiple times, but Jenny has said no every time. Betty points out some guy coming into class, and it's Aaron? What? When did he get here?
I accidentally forgot this part of the script and had to come back when this mini-season was done. I'm so tired of this man. We're also in college now, so that means we get the college outfit and the college makeup, which is just eyeliner because that's the only thing we can think of aphmau actually wearing without thinking her mom was stalking her. I apologize a trillion times.
Another girl shows up named Kathy who teases Jenny about drooling over Aaron. Betty and Kathy list off things that seem off about Aaron, but Jenny continues to salivate at the sight of him. The teacher comes in and talks about technological things before announcing that Falcon Claw is hosting multiple schools for students that may want to enter. He asks for volunteers to help guide freshmen for a week, and Aaron offers to do it. Everyone is shocked that he can talk, and the teacher awkwardly says that they need more social people. Jenny offers to do it since she wants Aaron to help alongside her, but he doesn't catch the hint. She goes up to him after class and tells him that she could use an assistant, but he leaves instead. It changes to the students arriving and aphmau leaving her mom. Jenny meets the two and tells Savannah that she won't be sad forever since she's a free mother now and ditches aphmau for Ziana when she calls.
I headcanon Ziana leaves Garte and lives with Savannah. That has nothing to do with the plot. I just wanted to tell someone.
aphmau decorates her room and leaves to the vending machine. Aaron comes up from around the corner and hides behind a wall because he's scared of aphmau. Jenny and Kathy catch Aaron stalking aphmau, and Kathy points it out, but Jenny says it can't be and that he's just scared of social interaction. She proves this by calling out to him and he runs away from her.
Truly her type. Oh, also we're gonna be having a counter running in the background for something. We'll reconvene later at FCU.
Aaron is freaking out over the fact that aphmau's at the college campus, and he takes off his bandana to show his eyes are red like at the end of season 2 of Phoenix Drop High.
So I have to explain this part because if we're going in canonical order, this kind of makes no sense. But in the main series, Aaron has his eyes covered the entire time. I can't tell you why, because that kind of spoils the entire series. But this is technically the first time we see him with a red bandana covering his eyes, and it plays a very minimal role this season.
Before aphmau goes to orientation, Luca drops by and gives her coffee, which aphmau says she still doesn't like, but that will change soon. Jenny's being told about her new responsibilities to help the freshmen when Aaron walks by. She didn't know he actually lived in the same building as she does, and this guy tells her that a lot of people don't notice Aaron is there. We learned he doesn't have a roommate and he has the whole top floor to himself, which no one else is allowed to go to.
They're trying so hard to keep him under the radar that he's 2 miles from it.
Jenny contemplates going up to the floor, but decides against it because she's going to be late for her meeting with her freshmen. aphmau finds out Kwai-chan and Tara are also at the same school and in the same freshman group as her.
We're gonna talk about the elephant in the room later. Let's just finish the episode.
Zane is also in this group and bickers with aphmau before saying that his other brothers are here, meaning Garth and Vlad. We're actually not going to go through everyone in the group only because some of these guys come back in the actual season, unlike Hank and Peter over here. But we will talk about Antonio and Diana, not here, later. Jenny has a magical idea to play musical chairs, and to save you a minute and 30 seconds, Antonio wins because he cheated. After the game, aphmau walks with Tara and Kwai-chan past Aaron, and he gets surprised when she doesn't see him, as if he wasn't trying to hide. Jenny notices him though, and suggests for him to volunteer, but aphmau comes back and asks Jenny where the cafe is. Aaron freaks out because aphmau is near and ends up running off of where Jenny could actually talk to him, and Jenny has a few creepy lines about getting closer to aphmau to get to Aaron.
We actually need to stop and explain something because it's going to be coming up for the rest of this mini-season and the actual season. Tara. Tara's a new character to the show, but they talk about her as if she's always been there. aphmau brings up her and Tara's high school friendship often enough that we're forced to believe that it actually happened, but it didn't. I've proved it, and you've just watched it. And we kinda just have to keep on going along like it did.
Aaron is trying to write notes to aphmau but keeps scrapping them. He goes on this whole self-talk about how they drifted apart and they aren't close as they used to be before someone knocks on the door. They've got Girl Scouts in this universe and they're called Mayfo Scouts.
They're just as ruthless in theirs as they are in ours. This girl does not leave. She threatens, blackmails, and gaslights him until he buys cookies he doesn't actually want. She will be back, and she's the best character.
Anyway, aphmau gets woken up by Tara searching her room for Mayfo Scout cookies. They go running around the campus, and we see Jenny meeting up with her friends Betty and Kathy. We're actually going to be seeing them a lot this upcoming season, but we're not there yet. Diana is also there, and they talk about the Mayfo Scout that harassed Aaron, which leads to the topic of Jenny's crush on Aaron. Does Jenny not have any other plot in this mini-season? Kathy tells her to give up like the supportive friend she is and calls Aaron a lost cause, but Betty disagrees and says that Kathy is just jealous because she can't get into a relationship. They talk about him for a bit and blah blah blah. Jenny likes Aaron, we get it. Luckily it cuts to aphmau and Tara search for cookies where Tara falls and tells aphmau that her blood sugar is running low. aphmau runs off without her to find something to eat and actually does find the Mayfo Scout, but she says she's fresh out. Aaron sees aphmau sulk and still has the cookies from that morning. aphmau calls out to Irene for something sweet so that her very good longtime friend Tara doesn't die. Aaron, liking to play God, shoves cookies in aphmau's face before running off again because he's too scared to talk to her. Aaron got caught by Diana, who's hiding in a tree, and she recognizes him as Aaron because of Jenny. She has her own kind of creepy lines about being curious about him while he runs off. What is with the girls this season? Everyone is at the morning group meeting talking about their free last day episode. Peter says that it's not professional that she skipped a day, and Jenny apologizes and says that she was in over her head. She explains that college is just like that and it's unexpected, and he refuses to believe it.
I know I said I wasn't going to talk about the characters that don't come back the next season, but I still have to mention them, and oh yeah, Peter's the worst. He's the type of kid that believed high school teachers when they said that things don't fly in college. Everything flies in college.
Jenny says they're going to do a speed dating type iceberg, and immediately Zane and Diana butt heads. I've never seen a more boring alternative style argument. Zane calls Diana a poser, Anyway, Zane calls himself insecure, and that's the real takeaway from this argument. Diana is still riled up from the argument, and aphmau tells her to stand down.
Of people calling me a poser just because of how I dress!
Diana, stand down.
Oh, now she remembers her alpha training.
aphmau tells her that Zane isn't worth it, and Diana asks if she's a werewolf, which she kinda dismisses. The group splits up, and Betty and Kathy find Jenny sulking about her leadership skills. She doesn't have any. It takes 1 minute before they're talking about Erin again, and we're gonna call it now. She does not pass the Bechdel test. Erin is in the cafe and sees aphmau come in with Caitlin and Luca. Betty, Kathy, and Jenny also come in and notice Erin, who's staring at aphmau. Jenny's determined to help him, so she goes up to aphmau and points her out in the direction of Erin. Erin literally breaks the window so that aphmau does not see him. Jenny and aphmau end up talking about aphmau's dating life, but aphmau says there is none due to something that happened in high school.
She could actually be talking about anything that happened in high school.
Jenny says it's a shame and calls her beautiful before aphmau asks about her dating life.
We'll be back.
Jenny says she's too chicken to talk to the guy she wants, but aphmau uses the power of friendship to help her before jumping out a window. Erin is smashing his head against a tree and contemplating his love choices when Diana comes up to him again and freaks him out, but Jenny saves him and lures her away. aphmau gets hit in the head with a soccer ball, but it's okay because all the build-up in high school has come to this moment. The guy who kicks the ball ends up being Antonio, and I think he tries to flirt. He says his mom can vouch for his dreamy eyes, and aphmau calls him sweet.
If that counts as flirting, I wouldn't know.
He asks her to play soccer with him, and none of this matters because we're going back to Jenny and Erin. She's dreaming about him before Kathy decides to prank her by being Erin. Kathy eggs her on to talk to Erin, and Jenny eventually goes to his seat. He thinks that she wants his seat and moves so she can have it.
I know I hate him, but sometimes he's funny.
Antonio and aphmau are still playing soccer, and she admits defeat and says that she hasn't played in 2 years because of school. Kawaii-chan finds her and asks if she's seen the Mayfo Scout, and aphmau says that she hasn't, but Antonio is actively fighting this kid for his ball back. She blackmails him for his ball back by buying cookies, but it's okay because Kawaii-chan wanted to buy the cookies anyway. The Mayfo recognizes Kawaii-chan as the infamous Kawaii-chan Mayfo Scout, apparently the best scout ever. I should probably call her by her real name now, Nekawet. She's gonna be coming back later. Kawaii-chan signs Nekawet's sass and she asks for some pointers on being a Mayfo Scout. Kawaii-chan gives a vague reason why she was in the Mayfo Scouts, but it gets dismissed quickly.
I want to talk about this. There's actually a reason behind this, but it's such big spoilers for later seasons.
Jenny's ashamed that she didn't get to talk to Erin, but asks her teacher if she can bring in her group for the last day, and he says sure. Tara comes in to talk about roommates and how crazy it would be if they were roommates. Yeah. Crazy. She ends up dragging aphmau to the group meeting because aphmau says she doesn't want to go. They end up at the cafe and Luca gives her warm milk instead of coffee. Caitlin asks who Tara is, but of course she realizes it's Tara, aphmau's longtime close friend. Tara! aphmau and Caitlin talk about Luca, and Caitlin asks if aphmau has seen anyone she's interested in, but aphmau says no, and that relationships suck.
That's right, Appa. You go focus on yourself, and then get out of this town, because no one here is good enough for you.
Tara and her get to class where Erin is wearing a different outfit via the help of the nature documentary.
But then, suddenly, he puffs out his elaborate and bright feathers like this, and does a little dance.
aphmau ends up sitting next to him and tries to talk to him, but he's too nervous to say anything. When they're leaving, Erin tries to go after aphmau, but Diana stops him to talk and takes a photo. No, seriously, what's up with the girls this season? Erin runs after aphmau and he takes off his bandana in front of her. She hugs him and he slips a note in her pockets before she asks why he hasn't said anything sooner, but one of his bodyguard comes up to him and says that they need to go. When aphmau asks why, he says he can't explain it. She goes back to her room sad, but finds the note.
I'm actually gonna read this, and remember, this took him days. Hey, stupid potato. Hope to see you next year. I haven't forgot about you. ... I promise. FC. What a load of bullshit. Graduation day actually ends here since Falcon University starts up on October 27, 2017. But we actually have some cool things to talk about that we found on the wiki trivia pages. Like apparently episode 1 had to be re-uploaded because the lines of Kathy, Betty, and Jenny just weren't able to be heard. And episode 3 was apparently called Will He Notice Me and not Will Erin Notice Me. What do you know, that's all we have for graduation days. I guess we just have to keep on moving, so... Falcon Claw University, Episode 1.
Oh, thank God, it's only 14 minutes. Savannah's crying about aphmau going to college, and aphmau tells her that it's going to be fine since she got a roommate. Her longtime good friend, Tara. Savannah actually pushes if Tara is the right person for a roommate and brings up a recurring past of her and aphmau hating each other.
Yeah, guys, don't remember the plot in Season 1 with Tara? Keep up.
aphmau shows her off by telling her she's got a spa day with Ziana, and we never see Savannah for the rest of the season. aphmau tries calling Aaron and he doesn't pick up, and she continues to sulk about her failed high school freshman romance. It switches to Betty dreamily thinking about Aaron while unpacking her room with her roommate Betty. Kathy is also there, and the two girls make fun of her for failing the Bechdel test 5 minutes into the episode. It's okay, we don't need to think about that because aphmau is still trying to contact Aaron and logs into their game only to see that he unfriended her.
I can't believe he unfriended you in Final Fantasy. He's probably playing, like, solitaire now.
Tara comes in to tell her she's going to stay in all day and watch shows before her classes start up. aphmau leaves to find Aaron and runs into Garth and Zane. She bickers with Zane and threatens to beat his skull in before Garth stops her. She offers to help Garth move one of Zane's boxes, but Garth says no, and she says he looks good before leaving. He offers to help her find the cafe and ditches Zane's box to go hang out with her.
I really hope this isn't another, like, Garth pining after her season. Oh, also, that counter I mentioned back in grad days that was going in the background, I said we'd get back to that. It was actually how often Jenny mentioned Aaron in a conversation in general. Aaron cannot be in the scene, and if it's a continuous scene, it just counts as one. And it's only for Jenny to Aaron, not anyone else. A reverse Bechdel test, if you will, for every episode. And we are at 12, counting grad days, and we will continue to from here on out. Great start, guys. Great start.
Luca and Caitlin are moving into the dorms together when Eric calls. He apologizes for not being there and tells Luca to take care of Caitlin. When the call ends, they talk about how Caitlin hasn't told her dad that they're dating. Caitlin says that she doesn't want her dad to be overbearing on Luca because that's why her last boyfriend left.
There has to be another boy between Jeffrey and Luca because she broke up with Jeffrey because he was too nice, not her dad.
They go to the cafe where Garth is trying to start up a conversation with aphmau, but she's looking around for Aaron. aphmau asks where the senior dorms are before leaving again, and we move on to Betty, Kathy, and Jenny. Jenny is also looking for Aaron and sees someone wearing his jacket before running after him. It's not him, but instead Diana's friend named Ken. Jenny tells Diana that she had the wrong person, and Diana realizes that Ken's jacket is the same one as Aaron's. aphmau's at the senior dorms, but when she gets up to the top floor, no one is living up there, and goes back to her room where she gets on her game again. Aaron is actually online at that time, but leaves right after, and we see him telling his dad that he has no friends online.
Loser!
When they leave, he goes back to talk to her about what's going on and why he's disappeared from the world. They plan to meet up tomorrow for coffee.
Jenny and Aaron counter is at 13.
aphmau and Aaron are worried about meeting up again, but Aaron's side is more interesting because he gets coffee from a bodyguard. He tries to find a way to sneak out, but can't because someone is watching outside his door. aphmau's at the cafe and waits over an hour for him because the Aaron she remembers back in high school always kept his word.
Whatever that means.
Meanwhile, Aaron is making a fake body double in his bed so that he can go out the window. He actually makes it to the cafe while she's leaving and runs past Diana to catch up with her. He calls her short and a young woman, then she hugs him only for Aaron to pull away because he's supposed to be an anxious guy and he's out of character.
Trust me, no one's gonna mistake a short potato like you for an adult.
Jenny and Kathy come around the corner to see Aaron with aphmau. Jenny gets jealous of them and says that Aaron is just helping her to the dorm, but we all know she's lying to herself. aphmau takes Aaron back to her dorm and she asks about his bandana and says it looks familiar.
This is actually her hair bandana from season 1. If you couldn't catch on. He's not catching anybody's drift. I ain't catching nobody's drift.
Luca knocks and actually sees a boy in the room, so Aaron hides under the bed because it looks really suspicious if you have a college senior with a freshman together. Luca comes in and moms aphmau for telling her that she came because aphmau was alone in the cafe earlier. aphmau lies and says that she's just resting from her first day of college. She leaves and Aaron comes out from under the bed before aphmau asks him why he didn't reach out to her over the school year. Tara ends up knocking and he hides under the bed while they search for a book. Aaron gets a flashback under the bed of when he snuck back into Phoenix Drop to choose a successor for aphmau. This is literally what starts the downfalls of season 2. All of them. They're still looking for the book when Aaron hands it to aphmau from under the bed. Tara leaves but comes back when Aaron gets out from under the bed and teases aphmau about having a boy over before leaving again.
Jenny and Aaron counter is at 14.
The first thing we hear is Betty talking about how cute it is when Jenny's fawning over Aaron, but Kathy disagrees and tells her to just ask him out. Kathy tells her that she studies too much and lets it get in the way of things before leaving. Jenny asks Betty if it's true, and Betty tells her that it's not a bad habit, but it's true. Jenny then vaguely suggests getting close to aphmau to get to Aaron.
This is a bad idea.
She goes up to aphmau in the cafe and asks to hang out, but that leads to them talking about love lives. Mac, the guy that got rejected by Jenny in the first episode of Graduation Days, comes up to them and asks to compare notes. Aphmau leaves and runs into Aaron to ask if he wants to hang out. Diana, Kathy, and Jenny are watching from afar when Aaron shoves aphmau into a bush to hide him from his bodyguard. He takes her to her room and he realizes she's stressed and needs sleep, but when he's leaving, someone comes out from the bushes.
We don't actually see them, but we do know that they slip a note under aphmau's door in the night saying to stay away from him, hussy, with the letters being cutouts from magazines. But on the brighter side, the Jenny and Aaron counter is up to 16. Maybe it's a me thing, but I've never heard the word hussy being used until I saw this episode. I was 12 when this episode aired, and I'd never heard the insult hussy, and looking back at the timeline when words are used, no one does. This was most frequently used in the 1800s, not the modern times when this episode aired. aphmau, of course, is a child-friendly YouTuber, and you have to kind of use other words to insinuate other things, but this went over my head.
Tara's teasing aphmau being sleepy and insinuates it's because of Aaron. Tara asks that she's desperate for love and jokes about asking him out, but aphmau tells her no. They joke about how they fought for a boy in high school again. aphmau's about to leave when she steps on a note that the mystery person had slipped under her door. Tara says it's a threat to aphmau since she hadn't talked to any guys yet and that they should report it. The RA tells them it's probably a prank since they're freshmen and for aphmau just to stay away from him. Tara brings up how crazy girls can get and says how she went crazy on aphmau for a boy.
I'm not kidding, they're really trying to gaslight us and they're thinking that aphmau fought with Tara over a boy we know nothing about.
They go asking around about it, but come up empty-handed and aphmau asks to drop it. She goes out and Garth finds her before asking if she wanted to hang out on the weekend. He gets her new number and goes back to some girls he was talking to and lets it slip that he used to have a thing with aphmau, but that she was also with his best friend. The girls are judgmental towards aphmau because of it and says that she sure gets around.
Thank you, Garth. Always a delight to have you on screen.
Jenny sees aphmau in the cafe and goes to ask if she wants to join a movie date with Kathy and Betty so that aphmau could also invite Aaron. aphmau agrees and leaves to invite Aaron, who says yes, but has to find a way to sneak out now.
The Jenny and Aaron counter is at 17.
Aaron is trying to sneak out, but his bodyguard catches him right before he tells him he's allowed to go. He makes it to the movies and aphmau introduces him to the group because he's so socially awkward he can't do it himself. Oh, and Kathy invited Diana and Ken because Jenny ruined their movie date by asking aphmau if she wanted to come.
He also takes off his bandana because aphmau says he needs to, and he just does. Remember, he can't control his eyes and they're shown to glow red when he's hopped up on something emotionally.
Introductions go fine and we learn Betty is the only person to understand how to interact with a socially awkward person. They go inside and Betty orders a ton of food that Kathy has to pay for because of some deal the two made. Betty's the only good thing that's going to be happening this season. Kathy tells her that she can't pay for the theater food with the budget of a broke college student and Aaron offers to pay it. Betty understands why girls fall for him and everyone else falls deeper. Wait a minute. Aaron sits down and Jenny and Diana sit beside him with the intention of getting closer to him, and the episode is over.
God, this is a two-parter, isn't it? Very technically, Jenny does not mention Aaron without him already being there, so the counter is still at 17. Technically.
They're watching a Star Wars ripoff and call Hayden Christensen a bad actor.
I'm not this type of nerd, so I wouldn't know. But Aaron does.
Aphmau's sitting behind Aaron with Betty and trying to be a good wingman, but Betty keeps on giving her food. Good job, Betty. I want food too. Diana and Jenny both decide to ask Aaron if he wants anything at the same time, and Aaron gets flustered. They ask again and both leave to get Aaron food and water. When they come back, they leave again to get him napkins and candy. Jenny runs into Diana at the food counter, and now they both know the other is getting something for Aaron. You guys just figure this out? Seriously, it's laid out like a Scooby-Doo episode. They argue over who's going to take napkins to Aaron and run back inside for it to be a tie. aphmau then asks if he has any candy because Betty ate all of it, and he says no and that he'll get some when he goes to get a soda. Jenny and Diana go out again to get him soda, but he gives both of them to Ken and Betty. Oh my god, I'm so tired of this plot. The girls fight over trying to feed him popcorn and candy, but aphmau asks for the candy, to which he gives it to her. At the end of the movie, they go outside and Diana makes a passing remark that Aaron seems like he would be into werewolf girls, and Jenny says that she saw him first and thinks that he would prefer softer girls. I wonder what's going on right now. Diana calls her boring, but they both get distracted when they see aphmau and Aaron hugging goodbye. When Aaron gets back to his dorm, his bodyguard is waiting for him and says that he's late before leaving.
Again, very technically, there was only one instance of Jenny mentioning Aaron without being prompted. So, 18.
Some girls are staring at aphmau in class because some rumors are going around about her. Tara tells her that people think aphmau had 4 boyfriends in high school and brings up that they met because she had gone crazy over a boy. They clearly must have at this point by how often they say it. After class, aphmau confronts the girls and tells them that the rumors aren't true and to screw off! Meanwhile, Aaron and his guard are talking about a system so that Aaron can sneak off when he wants to. We don't know the guard's name until episode 16, but I've already written this part into the script, so we're just gonna call him by it now. Agent R. Apparently Agent R has no idea about Aaron being in Ultima or why he even needs protection, and just doesn't want to see Aaron stuck inside during college. He also mentions Aaron's having photos of aphmau under his bed and says that if he wants to be with her, he should just go be with her. Someone needs to tell him about the age gap, and also the fact that Aaron's in Ultima and he shouldn't be out and about, but that's not the problem this season. aphmau is trying to study, and Garth sees a guy come up to her to ask her to hook up. Garth comes to them and argues with the guy over the rumors that he hears about aphmau. He gets so mad that he punches a kid into a tree, and we see blood. Well, it's actually just pixels carved into the floor, but this is Minecraft after all, what do you expect? And Jenny doesn't show up this episode, so still 18. The dean is listing off injuries Garth caused to the guy and says that it looks like Garth is trying to kill him. Garth has been expelled due to him being a legacy and his family putting a lot of money into school. Nepo baby. He leaves and wonders how he had that much power to punch a guy into a tree. There's actually a reason he's so freakishly strong, but we're running into the same problems with overlapping episodes that need to be watched side by side with the main series again. We move on to Aaron being watched by Agent R, but Matt comes up to Aaron and asks him about girl advice. Aaron says that he's not good with them and says that Jenny and Diana were just being nice to him. Max asks for advice and gives in when Aaron realizes he's not gonna leave. In the C plot, we've got my favorite joke of the season.
This apple is red, just like my Aaron.
Aaron looks delicious.
Betty!
What? Why did you yell my name loudly?
Aaron is mine!
And I'm telling you, Aaron looks delicious.
Back off, sister!
This is why you shouldn't name your food. You get too emotionally attached to the food and it causes problems, Jenny.
Now wasn't that just lovely?
Kathy says Jenny should be proud of talking to Aaron more, but Jenny's still jealous of all the other girls that like him. Jenny actually calls Diana a hussy, and so does Kathy.
Huh. Okay.
Jenny says that she needs to tell Aaron how she feels, and the joke comes back around when Jenny says that she doesn't want anyone else sinking their teeth into him.
I already sunk my teeth into him.
Betty, no one cares about the stupid apple!
She didn't mean that apple, Aaron.
Jenny suggests to her that she write a note in case she gets rejected, and Jenny agrees. When Aaron gets the note, we see it's not in Jenny's handwriting, but in a ransom note, like aphmau's threat. The Jenny and Aaron counter is at 19, but maybe I should have been keeping a counter for everyone else. Aaron's classmates are talking to him, and Aaron seems to be fine with that. Good for him. He needs to seem normal to be under the radar. Jenny is watching from afar, and Kathy teases her for it, but Jenny says that everyone is now noticing him. Betty asks how the note Jenny slipped under his door is going, and she says that Aaron hasn't said anything about it yet. She goes up to him later and asks if he's gotten any type of notes recently, and he says that he has, but he doesn't get why someone would write that to him. Jenny, so heartbroken, runs away to find Betty, who asks about the other girls after Aaron. Jenny says that she'll have to make sure no girl gets him before she does. This is weird, right? We can agree this is all weird? I mean, we see the note she wrote, and it's not the one Aaron got. That one was made with cutouts, Jenny's was done in pencil. But it's just really weird that she said this. Anyway, Aphmau's at the cafe and trying to ignore what everyone is saying, but Luca and Caitlin sit beside her. Caitlin tells her that everyone knows about Garth almost killing a guy, but Luca brings up the rumors instead. Aphmau tells her about the note, and we don't hear the rest of it because you know what's better than the main plot? Diana's side stories! Woo! Actually, it's kind of interesting. She invited Ken over and shows him a note that's also a threat. It's not the same one as aphmau since it's written out in pencil and not cutouts of magazines, but it's still a threat. He tells her that the scent is off and the person who wrote it knew she was a werewolf. Dana tells him to put on his ears and we learn he's also a werewolf but doesn't like to show it because of the government. Yeah, I skipped over something important there, but not important enough to tell you the fact that the Jenny and Aaron counter is at 20! Suspect time! Who's writing the notes? We're specifically looking for who wrote the notes to aphmau and who's spreading the rumors about her. We have non-suspects and suspects. Jen is already over here because she's our top suspect because she's so defensive of Aaron and really, really mean to other girls having to do anything with Aaron. She gets up in Betty's face about Apple Aaron and is the first one to call Diana a hussy. It's very clear that she's passionate about Aaron to the point of obsession. I don't know why I tried to soften the blow. I still called her obsessive.
And it's warranted. She has whole fantasies about confessing to this guy to the point where she's like, I need Aaron to know that the note was from me and make sure no other girl gets near him. She even did the whole like mentors thing in grad days just to get close to Aaron, even though she didn't go to Phoenix Drop High. The only problem is that the note she wrote to Aaron was done in pencil with like doodles and hearts and stuff. The note Aaron got was from cutouts of a magazine looking like someone asking for $15,000 for his dog back. Very big difference and a flaw in the plans. Jenny is shown to be the only person to have a long history being clingy to him and the only person to call people hussy. She's also the only one with a counter on her to count how many times she talks about Aaron, even if he's not around. She also doesn't get a note like Diana does, which is a really big sign that she's the one sending them. But again, I don't know what happened with that other note. Speaking of Diana, she's the second suspect for harassing aphmau. There isn't nearly as much evidence that Diana is doing it, but she is the next one after Jenny. After only meeting him twice, she's in puppy love with him, which is both figuratively and literally. She's like Jenny when she's around him and gets defensive when he's talking to other girls too, like her. She doesn't call anyone a hussy, but in her defense, this isn't like medieval times, and she probably would have called them like, nothing I say right now is gonna make it in the video because we technically made this PG. But Diana's on the board because she's displaying some early tendencies that Jenny had been displaying. She gets him snacks and is excited to shake his hand at the movies, which is evidence, I guess. Again, the main problem is Diana got a threat, but hers was different from Aaron's in that it was written in pencil and in all caps saying, talk to him and I will ruin you. And it's not in Jenny's handwriting. Jenny's handwriting is kind of polite and with like a lot of curves. Even her uppercase letters have that kind of curve. The note Diana got was written in like sharp lines. So it probably isn't Jenny writing that note to her. Whoever is writing these notes is doing it in a weird pattern though. The ones sent to aphmau and Aaron were done ransom style, while Diana's was handwritten and it's quick and not time consuming like the others. Something happened in episode 10 to piss off whoever it was. And who's the only person to get mad in episode 10? There's some minor characters that kind of have nothing to do with it, but I guess if you squint they could be grouped in, like Kathy or Betty. They're not on this board, but I guess at some point they probably will because they're very close with Jenny. I'm grouping in Kathy even though she's not on the board because she says Aaron is easy on the eyes, but for the most part she just seems kind of like dismissive of him and like doesn't really want to be around him, so it's probably not her. And Betty, I don't know why I brought up Betty. It's probably not Betty. She seems only interested in Aaron for his money so that he can buy her food. So it's probably not Betty. And then there's some we could just like rule out altogether, like Luca or Tara. Mostly because neither of them make sense, and I can't imagine Luca threatening aphmau like this. And Tara, maybe, but I don't see why she would slip a note under her own door. But I also don't really see her and aphmau fighting over a boy again like they did in high school apparently. I rest my case until after episode 20, when we'll be back. Aaron goes to the mall with everyone, but only wants to hang out with aphmau. Daniel and Ken show up, and somehow also Mac.
Mac again? Betty! What? I didn't invite him.
Apparently, Aaron invited him to get closer with Jenny, but this falls through later. Ken actually holds back Diana and tells her that someone in the group sent the note, but Diana is dismissive, saying that no one would do that. Wow! We actually get a cute moment between Betty and aphmau in the bookstore where Betty is telling her that college students that act like teenagers have nothing to do with their life. It's so nice to have a sane person in this cast. It's just refreshing. They go to the arcade and Aaron tries to ask her to play, but Diana comes in and races with him instead. Jenny says that she wants to race him afterwards, but Aaron says he has to go because AJR only allows him to be out for 3 hours. Diana again says Aaron isn't aware of girls, but Jenny disagrees and says that she doesn't know Aaron. Actually, I don't think anyone in this room knows Aaron. They see when Aaron is saying goodbye to aphmau and notice how close she is to him. Everyone is suspicious of everyone by the end of this episode. There's also a mistake in the script that no one noticed.
It's definitely Diana or aphmau.
Wait, he said it's definitely Diana?
Okay, I know you heard that too. Let's
What? No!
It's definitely Diana or aphmau.
No, idiot.
She definitely planted this on herself. She wrote that note herself.
We're putting this in. This clip. This one's putting in future me. Put this one in. He's an idiot.
Why would he say Diana? He obviously doesn't believe it's Diana because he knows she got a note. It's also probably because aphmau confirmed in the comments that this was a mistake and he meant to say Jenny, but who knows. It's probably neither because the Jenny and Aaron counter is up to 22, so it's probably Jenny, Besides that weird other note to Aaron.
Aaron's dad, Derek, is complaining to Agent R about how Aaron is sneaking out. Derek searches through his room and finds Aaron's movie ticket to Galaxy Wars. Why would you pin that up when you know your dad keeps such a close eye on you? Anyway, there's a 2-person project in Jenny's class and she gets paired up with Aaron. Aaron straight up says that he's not used to doing essays in group projects and that someone else always did it, which is strange because he's been in college for 3 years at this point. What do you mean you've never done the essay part of a project? The next day, Jenny goes into the private room of the library and sees that Aaron brought aphmau. He leaves and they somewhat argue over him until he comes back and aphmau says that Jenny is being so rude that they can leave.
So this was a dream sequence?
Jenny goes to write about it in her dream journal, but Betty wakes up and gives her advice. She decides not to write about the bad dream, but good things that she likes about herself.
We're not going to play the dream journal clip from Shark Boy and Lava Girl right now, but if it comes up again, we will.
During the study day, Aaron does not bring aphmau along, but it's just awkward to watch. They end up going outside and talk more about the project, and this scene really settles in the idea that Jenny's a pick-me girl, but like not an obnoxious one.
Really? What was your favorite part?
The princess! She was so strong and fearless! Not like me.
She's getting harder and harder to deal with while on screen, which is lovely because the counter is already at 22 and we're not getting any less of her anytime soon.
Garth and aphmau are talking about how Garth almost killed him for aphmau when Tara decides to come in. Garth breaks the door trying to let her in and runs away.
This isn't important, I just think it's funny.
Aaron is going to the cafe to finish off the essay with Jenny, and the essay goes fine. Aaron can talk about modern literature. I just don't think he has any confidence with it.
It's like real college!
Agent R is watching from the bush, but really needs to tell Aaron that his dad is getting suspicious of him. So he steals a shirt from a student and blends in to talk to Aaron. The guy has a phone with a game on it, and we decided to call it Super Glumboid Sisters. Ken was watching and goes to follow Agent R, which means Diana followed to see Jenny and Aaron's study date. Aaron realizes he's drawing too much attention and leaves with Jenny, but she sticks her tongue out on Diana like she's 12.
We're gonna count this as evidence that Jenny's sending the notes.
They go outside to a pond and talk about the assignment, but...
After this, would you want to go and do something?
What do you mean?
So there's a scene at the end of episode 12 with Derek canceling Aaron's card and calling someone for a job.
I didn't mention it before because it was kind of small and we didn't really need to know the importance of it, but this is that job. And I'm sure we're delighted to know that the Jenny and Aaron counter has not moved since 22 because Jenny has been in direct contact with Aaron this entire time.
We pick up right where we left off and Jenny is threatening to hit the new guy with a stick. Oh my god, Jenny, at least get a good stick. He says that he's an old friend of Aaron and that his name is Xavier. Aaron has no recollection of this man, but Xavier brings up Alexander, an old dog Aaron used to have. He ends up leaving and Jenny says it's okay that he doesn't remember Xavier, but Aaron isn't buying it.
Man, I wouldn't either if some random kid from my elementary school days tackled me and said, "It's a shame your cat ran away."
In the B-plot, aphmau's hanging out with Garth and talking about feelings. She tells him that she likes to scream in a pillow and he says,
Nah, I've been using my pillow to scream in when I'm upset about something.
Oh, lucky pillow.
What?
What? Garth ends up also screaming into the pillow. Fantastic, now that we're over the side story, we can get back to Aaron's family problems. Derek is saying that Aaron is spending too much time outside of his room and that he's a curse. There's an argument between the two, but Xavier appears and Derek explains that he's an agent that's going to be watching Aaron from now on. He's there to make sure Aaron doesn't, as Derek says, kill someone, and Xavier gives him back the bandana to cover his eyes.
I know that was a really sick moment, but the Jenny and Aaron counter hasn't moved because Jenny's now actually talking to him. I just thought I should update you, because you're here for something. It can't be the rest of this video. So we just hit the halfway mark for the season, and I gotta, say something here. I wrote this down in case I forgot it. Derek is right. I know he's supposed to be, the bad guy and everything and, scolding Aaron, and he's, the worst, but, he's right. Aaron needs to keep his bandana on. He's gonna kill someone with those eyes, and not in a dreamy way. And we know Aaron doesn't have control over his eyes because he's very cautious about it at the start, but then aphmau tells him to take his bandana off, and suddenly it doesn't matter anymore. Aaron, you are a danger. The only way to not be a danger, to not accidentally kill someone, is to wear the bandana. What a stupid argument.
Zane is at the cafe getting coffee and just needs to provoke Caitlin. Luca steps in when Caitlin snaps at the barista and they go sit down. They start to talk about aphmau and Luca wants to give her some money so that she can go on a shopping trip to let off some steam. When Luca gets up to get her coffee, Kawaii-chan is trying to explain to the barista that she wanted a frappe instead of a latte. Luca tells Kawaii-chan that she'll pay for a new one and brings her over to the table. Kawaii-chan leaves to get some napkins when she spits out the coffee and says it was bad.
Irene, forgive me, for I have sinned by letting coffee out rather than in.
Kawaii-chan then tells her that she's thinking about applying as a barista. Since Luca personally knows a lot of the staff, she gets Kawaii-chan an interview but says that there's one other person also applying. The next day, Kawaii-chan comes in early to see that Zane is the other applicant. She doesn't remember Zane, which I can only think to be a good thing, and she also makes this face. I like that face. They both get training to open the cafe, and we see that Kawaii-chan can clean and bake while Zane can't. It's alright though, because Kawaii-chan can't make coffee, but Zane can.
They almost cussed twice in this episode, and I gotta say, they should just let the voice actors cuss, because if I can't cuss in this video, someone should be able to.
Also, the episode serves us no purpose in the grand scheme of things, and I've wasted your time, but you're also watching a 5-hour-long aphmau video, so who's the real loser here?
Anyway, the Jenny and Aaron counter is at 22, cause you know, she wasn't in this episode.
Agent R is apologizing to Aaron for getting him caught. Aaron brushes it off and goes to class anyway where Xavier's waiting for him. Like a stalker. Maybe he and Jenny should be friends. Xavier asks where the banana is, but Aaron says he doesn't wear it anymore because he doesn't need to.
This is one of the worst arguments for the season. Not the worst. We'll get there, but close.
So Aaron goes to the cafe where Jenny immediately sees him and tries to talk to him, but Xavier cuts in to flirt with Jenny.
I think it's flirting. I'm still not qualified to say.
He invites her, Kathy, and Betty to sit with him and Aaron and tells them about his sad backstory and why he's in college. His grandmother is dying. Everyone believes him except Aaron, who runs out of the cafe and immediately bumps into Diana. He runs off again to the park, but Xavier follows him to question why he deserves friends. Xavier reveals that he knows Aaron's an Ultima and not exactly human. He also says that all Aaron's friends will become his friends as a threat, and Aaron tells Agent R, but there's really nothing they can do since he hasn't done anything wrong yet.
That's great and all, but you want to know something actually interesting? Jenny's only passing our reverse spectral test because she's only ever talking to Aaron, and our test is about her talking to other girls about Aaron. She's passing and losing at the exact same time.
Jenny is talking to Kathy about how weird it is that Xavier came into college in the middle of semester.
This is actually really weird, and they probably would have caught on to something if they didn't drop it right after.
After class, she goes to ask Aaron about when they can finish the essay and schedule it for the next day at 5. It cuts to the next day and them already on the study day when Aaron asks her what she likes about him. She gets flustered and ends up waking up from her dream.
Oh, this is another dream sequence, if you couldn't tell. She ends up writing about it in her dream journal, and just play the clip.
He ruined my dream journal! I did not! Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's office and have him expelled!
She questions if she really deserves him and what she likes about him before falling back asleep. The next day, Aaron is asking Agent R to keep Xavier from following him so that he can finish the essay with Jenny. Agent R gives him the phone and plans to catch Aaron with it so that Xavier can see it from afar. It works and Aaron runs off before Agent R talks with Xavier over reporting it to Derek, but Xavier stops him and takes the phone. He sees that Aaron is planning up to Jenny at the mall and tells Agent R not to tell Derek yet so that he's able to study him. Aaron of course heads over to the park instead, and Jenny gets really sophisticated here for some reason, talking about if people like things more than love.
We're gonna skip over all of that because the only correct answer is world domination.
Aaron is just as boring as Jenny and says that he wants a family. Jenny is so moved that she thinks now is the perfect time to confess that he likes him.
The Jenny and Aaron counter is still at 22, but if you were to ask me about the counter when Jenny does anything with Aaron, it'd be 39. I know you've been dying to know what happens next. Don't worry, I have too.
Aaron is so shocked that he doesn't say anything and just stares at her. She asks if she can be his girlfriend and he just says yes. Idiots! All of you! She's taken by surprise and so is he as if he wasn't the one to say it. He tries to backtrack but Xavier finds him and tells him that they have to go. Jenny then asks if she can be friends with Xavier now that they're dating and Aaron has yet to tell her that he doesn't want to date her before leaving. Aaron goes back to his dorm and complains to Agent R over accidentally getting a girlfriend.
What a struggle to have, man.
Oh no! I've got a loving girlfriend. Agent R gives him some advice and summed up, break up with her if you don't feel anything and go after the one you do. He also vaguely gives him the idea to start talking to aphmau again, and I don't think he means in a friend way.
Agent R is an aarmau shipper, I guess.
When we see Jenny and Aaron next, they're sitting in class and afterwards she follows him outside to talk about nicknames. Maybe she's bad at reading Aaron, but from the pixels I can see, he doesn't seem to be into this. He tells her that they need to talk about this before it gets too far, but she starts crying and says that he said that he wanted to be with her, which, no he did not.
Aaron, can I be your girlfriend?
Yes.
I'm your girlfriend?
What?
She's making this up and convincing herself that he did, but we know better. We've seen this scene 8 times for the script. No, he did not. He asks her if the conversation could stay between them, to which she says yes to, and that she's gonna tell Kathy and Betty. He tries to tell her no, but Kathy calls her and he doesn't get the chance to.
The counter is at 22, and it's not looking good for the rest of the season.
This is Where's Wolf from Season 2. You know that 2-part special between episodes 22 and 23 in Season 1? Just to save everyone some time, because we're really crunching for time, I want you to go back to where that episode is. We'll have the timestamp up on screen. No, actually, stay where you are. We're going to drag it over, and we're going to play all that episode in 5 seconds. Got it? Cool. Let's move on. Aaron is in a dream sequence and needs to choose between Jenny or aphmau.
Maybe he is bad at feelings, but he never actually seems into Jenny.
He wakes up when both girls are questioning him and looks at the blurred photo of the first episode's thumbnail that apparently has aphmau in it. Later on in one of his classes, Jenny sits next to him and gives him a nickname.
Hey, Snoopykins!
She sits next to Aaron and Kathy sits on the other side.
Alright, that's enough evidence against her.
Aaron asks if Jenny told Kathy and Betty about them technically being a couple, and Kathy gets really defensive over Jenny being allowed to tell them whatever she wants. Kathy starts telling Jenny that she should break up with Aaron since he doesn't seem to be a good fit for her, and Betty tries to get her to stop. After class, Kathy is still pushy over Aaron not being a good boyfriend to Jenny, but she leaves for soccer practice.
I didn't mention it in the last episode because it wasn't really important, but aphmau's playing soccer with Kathy this season, and it's still not really important yet, but it will be soon.
But for now, aphmau's getting another note under her door when Tara comes inside. She doesn't open the letter and leaves, but Tara opens it instead and sees another hussy note.
This one was written in red marker, and it doesn't look like any of the handwriting that we've seen in other notes, so we're gonna call this one a copycat.
She runs out to check on aphmau, but aphmau brushes her off and goes out to get coffee, where she's interrogated by Luca.
She likes coffee now, so that's a win. I wish I had coffee. I like coffee.
Luca asks about the harassment and says that aphmau should talk to someone, but Caitlin tells her just to leave it alone. They then mention how they should go to the beach, and aphmau says that she'll think about it before leaving.
So I'm gonna cut in for a moment because I find it strange that Caitlin doesn't want to help aphmau with her problems. And she says, like, Aph doesn't want to talk, so we shouldn't talk about it either, but, like, these are real threats. And we've seen her already get physical in, like, episode 8. So it's just kind of weird that her apparently best friend doesn't really want to do anything about it.
Right after, she runs to the guards and spills her coffee, but it's okay because he pours the rest on himself. She leaves for soccer, and Gar says to himself that he wants to ask her out again sometime. Next we see her, she's at soccer practice, and Aaron sees her. A ball gets kicked over to him, and he's so awkward that he can't kick it back over to the girl, so aphmau has to intervene. They're shocked to see each other because it's been 9 episodes since they last talked. Despite the 9-episode gap, they talk fine, but Aaron soon runs away when he sees Jenny and tells her that they'll talk later while Kathy watches.
We actually don't hear what Jenny is saying to Kathy in the scene, so the counter is still at 22. Anyway, I know we have a really big suspect on the board, but I think we should go back in order of where we went last time. So we're starting with Jenny. She's just as obsessive now, and even more so because when Aaron was trying to backtrack being her boyfriend, she just didn't want to hear him out. She's extremely clingy to him, even though the only reaction she ever gets from him is just being uncomfortable. And Jenny, if someone being uncomfortable is what you think is attractive, we need to talk about some other things then. Her battle with Diana is toned down a bit, but also Diana wasn't really in this batch of episodes, and even when she is, they're still very hostile with each other. Jenny's incredibly childish when it comes to Diana, so much so that she's like battling for the next round at the racing game when they're at the mall with Aaron. And to aphmau, she's very dismissive. She kind of just says that they shouldn't invite her to hang out, even when Betty says that she misses her. She's taking everything at first glance, and it's screwing her over really badly. When she sees the friendship between aphmau and Aaron, suddenly aphmau's just like the enemy over a boy she barely talked to throughout the season. 2 dreams about the guy, and suddenly she's assuming every twitch that he makes is about her. It's elementary and kind of makes you feel bad for Aaron for being forced into this because Jenny can't handle rejection. I still have a lot to say on Jenny, but we have to move on to Diana. This is a long section. Diana around this time has really like mellowed out, probably because she's been on screen less and less. But from like what we see, she's basically just like a baby version of Jenny. She glares at aphmau while at the mall, and she thinks that Jenny sent her the note by how she reacted over the racing game at the mall. She's still constantly trying to talk to Aaron so much that she interrupted his and Jenny's study date just to get on Jenny's nerves. That's pretty much it for Diana. She's not nearly as much as a suspect as she was in the last batch, but you know who is a suspect now? Kathy was a bit of a surprise to make it onto this board because, you know, she seems really uninterested in Aaron the entire season so far. She's always teasing Jenny over him and like pressuring her to talk to him. There was that one scene when Jenny called Diana a hussy and Kathy said it with just as much anger, which I find kind of weird because she seemed really chill with Diana and even invited her out to multiple outings. Like, now she's snippy to Jenny after she got with Aaron, like she's jealous of the relationship or something, or whatever you call whatever was going on there. Maybe she just wanted Jenny and I have this all backwards though. Anyway, there's some loose evidence that Kathy is actually the one harassing aphmau and everyone else for that matter. She says that Xavier's as cute as Aaron. There's that one scene where she says Jenny is lucky to have Aaron as a partner for the essay, and when she offers to talk to Aaron about the note Jenny supposedly sent to him. Also, that last scene in the last episode where she's watching aphmau and Aaron talk, but I consider that to be really flimsy. The big evidence is when she sits next to Aaron in a seat Betty was clearly about to sit in. It's a moment they make us see, like they change the angle just to really make us see that Kathy stole the seat from Betty that was right next to Aaron. And in this world, angle changes mean something to us. Don't look at the ones that have been happening in this video though. Those don't mean anything. This is all filmed in a day. So yeah, that's my evidence on why Kathy may be sending those threatening notes to everyone. We're actually gonna move Betty over, and I know what I keep on saying. I love Betty, there's no evidence against her. But both of her other friends are on here, and because they're on here, they have just as many scenes as her, which means she's kind of racked up a bunch. There is just like a handful of scenes with her and Aaron, and at some point she even calls them like close friends. Well, actually that scene when she said that they were close friends, that was when Xavier was trying to call her and Aaron good friends, and she was kind of just trying to discredit the title.
I'm just so happy to see that Aaron has good friends.
I mean, we're close, but friend—
Of course! We're all Aaron's friend here!
Again, there's little for Betty, but because she has so many scenes with Jenny and Kathy, it's just an accidental that she made it onto the suspect side. There's some other characters I want to put on the board, but only for the sole reason of like ruling them out of this. I'm ruling Xavier out because he just got here, and even if he didn't, I don't think he would have went after aphmau and Diana. I think he would have sent threatening notes to Jenny because he was only going towards people who were close to him. And according to his track record, Jenny was close to him. And Ken isn't a suspect because I think if he were to fall in love with Aaron, he would think it's like the government trying to brainwash him, and I think he's too paranoid to do that. In the scenario that Ken was in love with Aaron and sending those notes, I don't think he would have sent the notes to the girls. I think he would have went straight to Aaron. He would have like found him in the courtyard and tackled him and like shook him saying like, "What are you doing to me? What is your dark magic?" And then like, I don't know, bit his ear off or something. He wouldn't have went to the girls. He would have went straight to the source. Probably tie it back to like the government or something. I guess we'll never know now because there's no evidence for it being Ken. We should get back to the video now. Find out who's doing all of this, I guess. I hope it really is like Jenny and not like, I don't know, Kathy, because I think they put in evidence way too late for her. Jenny is planning her and Aaron's wedding, which is the most middle school thing I've ever seen. I should know, I planned 3 when I was in middle school. Betty tells her that she's being excessive and that she needs to take it slow with Aaron. She runs out of the room and we get a shot of Aaron talking with his roommate. Mac. What? What do you mean Mac is your roommate and you never told us that? They tease each other about the girls they like and end up telling each other who the girl is. Garth says that he's got a thing for aphmau and Max says that he knows her. They then make a plan to get Garth on a date with aphmau with Mac as a wingman and head to the cafe. Aaron is also at the cafe and Mac invites him over to sit with them, which he takes up because apparently he has no other option. Aaron, I hate to be this guy, but you don't always have to go out, especially if you know that Xavier is watching you. Garth now has competition of Aaron at the table while trying to ask aphmau out because Max says it's impressive with more people. He actually does ask her out and says it's because she needs to have a good time, and she says yes.
You know what? Sure.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I've been keeping to myself for a while, but I'm okay with it.
Jenny overhears it being called a date and rushes to know more about it. Mac tries to insinuate her going with him, but she doesn't take it and asks Aaron instead. He says he can't say no, and yes you can. You can say no. You gotta let her down sometime. Consent is king. He gets mad at Aaron since he knew how much Mac was trying to get on a date with Jenny, but leaves and no one goes after him. And it's okay because Xavier shows up and asks if he can tag along with them going to the beach.
To which they all agree.
Can we talk about Mac for a second? Like, poor guy, he's so left out of the loop and no one really wants him there. It's a gag in a few episodes where he kind of just shows up and no one knows who invited him. He seems like an okay person, and like, I'm not trying to praise him or anything. He can't take no for an answer, but that's also like Jenny, so they have that in common. Maybe they should be together. But seriously, this guy isn't even like a comedy relief character. It just makes us feel bad, and this show makes us feel bad. Not too bad to say that the Jenny and Aaron counter has moved 2 times, so now we're at 24.
Agent R is not allowing Aaron to go to the beach date, which is perfectly reasonable, and I don't get why Aaron doesn't see why he can't go. Oh my god, he's just as ignorant as aphmau was in high school. Aaron gives this kind of complicated version of why he wants to go and why Xavier isn't a threat to him right now, and Agent R just lets him. The plan is to make Agent R dress up as Aaron so that the rest of the agents doesn't know he's gone so they don't look suspicious.
I think I look hecka snazzy, like the wiggity bomb yo-yo home slice.
There's another joke about Agent R not being hip and down with the cool kids, and Aaron asks,
Oh my Irene, are you from the 90s?
Which I think is pouring salt into a wound. I'm not even from the 90s and I thought that was funny.
Anyway, Garth is trying to get Max to go to the beach without a date, and that he still needs to go after Jenny even though she's in a relationship with someone else.
Garth, from an outsider's perspective, you're telling Mac to ruin a relationship.
He then suggests that he find a friend to take along, and he chooses Betty, who makes it very clear that she's just a friend. Jenny asks Betty if she likes Mac, and she says no, but gives this extra explanation about why she doesn't feel sexual attraction and just thinks people are good or bad.
I just found out why I really like Betty.
When they go out on the bus, we see that Xavier brought along Diana, which causes a lot of tension between the girls. Caitlin and Luca tag along because this is originally their idea in episode 20, and aphmau just invited more people. At the beach, Luca and aphmau fight to find the perfect spot, but Xavier beats them to it. aphmau starts trying to make sandcastles, but when Garth offers to take her to the water, she's hesitant. Eventually she agrees and they go out to the water, but just the shallow part.
I think I should say now, aphmau can't swim. Do you see where I'm going with this?
So while she's playing with Garth, he grabs her and throws her in the deep part of it. She gets to Aaron and clings to him, to which Jenny gets really angry at.
And it's so stupid because she asks, why are you holding on to Aaron like that? And Jenny, she almost drowned. She's gonna panic and grab the nearest thing.
Xavier tells him to go with aphmau back to the shore and that he can keep Jenny company. Garth takes the opportunity to wingman Mac into making moves on Jenny, and we don't see if they work, but we can assume that they don't.
Darn, you'll get her next time, Mac.
Aaron and aphmau talk, and he asks her what she wants out of friends. She says that she just wants to be loved before they move on. When they get back to the school and saying goodbye, aphmau tells Aaron that she wants to talk to him more and for him to get a phone, and we see Xavier is watching from afar, and I can only think of what he's gonna do with aphmau. Wow, I need someone else to read over these before I say them in the recording. Oh my god.
Oh, and the counter is at 25. I actually really like this episode and the next one, but there's no real reason for me to like delve in deep like I did the last one.
We start off with Nekoe at the campus when her friends come up to her about a meeting. Her friend tells her about a competition coming up, but the catch is that you need an older sibling type person, which Nekoe does not have.
But she does know where Kwai-chan lives.
While running around Falcon Call University, she bumps into a werewolf student named Juno. They ask what the other is doing there and start to fight when they realize it's about finding a student for the competition. Kwai-chan sees him and makes him stop, so Nekoe takes the opportunity to ask her to be her older sister, to which Kwai-chan says yes. Later on, she runs into Juno and mocks him for not being able to find an older sibling. He sits on the curb and Agent R happens to be passing but doesn't want to go up to Juno out of fear of scaring him. He was right. So he grabs the nearest student, which happens to be aphmau, and tells her that he thinks Juno is lost. She goes up to Juno and he asks her if she would be his big sister for a competition, and she says that she will if she can meet his parents first. He agrees and they plan to meet up the next day at the cafe.
Again, this is like a filler 2-parter, so there's not much for me to actually cover that's relevant to the story.
aphmau invites Luca to wait with her at the cafe before Juno's dad shows up. When he does, he thinks Luca's the girl he's supposed to be meeting and says that she looks mature enough and not like one of those
yo college kids.
Whatever that means. Luca points him towards the real aphmau and leaves them to talk.
She's right here. Yo!
This guy brings out a sheet of questions and starts to praise Juno over finding someone to do the competition with.
Juno's embarrassed, but it's just one line played over and over again.
And I think you're a great match for my little man here.
Dad!
Because I'm just so proud.
Dad!
His dad gives him some money and talks with aphmau privately to tell her that Juno had been the Omega at his last school. She tells him that she knows about werewolf customs and is willing to help Juno try to make a friend during the competition.
Oh, now she knows about werewolves. I know the last season was all about them, but she was still just as bad there.
They tell her the competition is tomorrow before leaving, and aphmau finds Kawaii-chan talking with Nekowet. aphmau says that she wants to talk about their friendship, and we don't hear the rest of it since it cuts to the next day and Nekowet tormenting Juno again. When aphmau meets up with him, Nekowet starts to mock aphmau too, but Kawaii-chan comes in to have a fake rivalry with aphmau. They talk like arch rivals, and the kids are confused as to how they know each other, but the competition starts. There's a scavenger hunt, baking contest, and a race where aphmau and Kawaii-chan fight in all of them. But during the baking activity, when they're play fighting, Juno and Nekowet talk about how immature their stand and older siblings are. Afterwards was the relay race, and Juno falls before he could finish, but Nekowet gets off her track to help him up and finish at the same time. Except Nekowet clearly wins this race. Play the slow-mo cam? Yeah, she finished that first. It's all for nothing because Nekowet's friend from the start wins, but the two decide to be friends anyway.
I actually think they're really sweet together.
It's school's 1 week break, and aphmau is staying on campus while everyone else leaves.
They never say what the week-long break is for, but just that it's happening right then.
Tara tells her to go outside and explore the campus before that turns depressing, and she ends up showing aphmau cat videos. She ends up spending 3 days watching cat videos and decides to leave her room to go down to the cafe. Although almost everyone is gone, Mac is still there, and when she asks why he's still there, he says that he thought someone else would have stayed behind.
I think he means Jenny.
aphmau points out he's blushing, and he spills his guts about the girl he was waiting for, and shows her some drawings of her. aphmau doesn't recognize her, but she says that he should talk to her if he likes her that much. Max says he should get with her because he knew her first, and aphmau scolds him about how that doesn't mean anything and that he needs to earn her heart. aphmau then talks about her problems with boys, and that she's not looking for anything right now. They start to draw together, and I just want you to look at the screen right now if you're not. It should be of aphmau and Max sitting at the table with a pencil in their hands. And in the center of that table, you see another pencil. Now look back at the pencil in their hands, and back at the pencil on the table. The pencil in the middle is 5 times the pencil in their hands, and I just thought you should know. Anyway, the episode ends with aphmau going back to her room and Garth saying that they should hang out soon. This episode was filler, basically. Luca comes back a few days before school starts to hang out with aphmau and talk about what was going on in her life. While aphmau doesn't have anything to say, Luca talks about her relationship with Caitlin. Apparently this is her longest relationship, being 2 years, but she hasn't met Caitlin's dad yet.
Okay, so this means that there was another boy between season 2 of Phoenix Drop High and FCU, probably in her junior year of high school. Let me explain. Season 1, she had Jeffrey. Season 2, she had no one. We then skip to FCU in her second year because she's only a year older than aphmau. If the relationship is 2 years old at the very start of FCU, that means the relationship must have started 2 years before in her senior year, most likely at the very start, meaning the only place for her to have an extra boyfriend is in junior year.
And I think Luca gives a vague idea that she would leave Caitlin if she doesn't meet her dad at some point. But this entire scene is ruined when Garth texts aphmau about hanging out and Luca asks who it is. She ends up leaving and aphmau plans to hang out with Garth. Hold on, what's the title again? Garth's Confession. Oh no! They get breakfast at the cafe because Garth is a growing boy man and tries to hype himself up with the chicken impression. She asks about his break and says that she didn't go anywhere. He then realizes how romantic it would have been to bring her back home and says out loud,
"It would have been so romantic!"
So now everything is awkward, and they go outside to play soccer since everyone is staring at them. Short story short, Garth hits the ball into the sky and we never see it again. Next they play baseball since it's more Garth's sport, but when she goes to get the ball from him, he holds it above her head. Now, don't do this, especially if you like the girl. But he chooses right then, while she's reaching up for the ball, to say that he likes her. She drops the ball and asks what he likes about her. He says that he likes her mind and her body, which is a statement, but she tells him that she doesn't want to lose her friends right now and is not ready for a relationship. He apologizes and leaves her at the baseball field, making this the second worst date I've ever seen her on.
Someone's gotta take her on a nice date, man. This is getting sad.
She goes back to her room and plays Final Fantasy with Aaron, where she tells him about the confession. He tells her it was what was best for her, and that they should get coffee the next morning before leaving the game.
I like to think this is the episode aphmau knew she was never going to get with Garth. Not because she was in love with Aaron, but just that Garth was not a good match for her.
Aaron and aphmau hang out in her dorm, but when Tara comes in to watch him, they leave for a cafe.
No soap opera for you, Tara.
He asks what's going on with her, but she says that it's personal stuff that she doesn't want to talk about. He thinks she's on her period and is ready to help out, but she quickly says that it's not the problem. I gotta respect him. He was so ready to help her. They start talking like how they did in high school and split off afterwards. While Aaron is walking, Jenny comes up to him because she was looking through the window of the cafe while they were talking, and now she's jealous.
She became more stalkerish. For later.
She starts pointing out some good points, like how he never hangs out with her as long as he does with aphmau. He tries to talk about the relationship, but Jenny leaves for class before he can break up with her. The next time they meet is at the cafe, and Jenny apologizes for snapping at him, but he asks if they can talk in private because Betty and Kathy were also there. Kathy gets really defensive and asks if he doesn't like her being Kathy. They argue over why Aaron can't say whatever he wants to say in front of them, and Jenny doesn't help. Betty suggests a picnic to lessen the tension, and Jenny and Aaron sit away from them so that they can talk. Aaron finally says that he only sees Jenny as a friend, but she tries to make it seem like more.
Oh, for a second there. Thought you were breaking up with me.
That's the thing. We never.
Well, welly, what's going on here?
Oh my god.
So Xavier shows up and tries to make a move on Jenny. Aaron is confused about what he's doing, but Jenny invites him to join their picnic instead, still not technically breaking up with her. The next class together, Xavier's sitting with Jenny because she wants him to get jealous, while Xavier's trying to get him mad. Neither is working. After class, Kathy comes up to Aaron and apologizes for Jenny using Xavier to make him jealous, but he hasn't noticed. She points out that everyone seems miserable and that they should just break up, but then she says something weird.
You know, if I were your girlfriend, I would have treated you better.
What?
What? She says that they both deserve to be happy and leaves.
While I get the worst feeling in my stomach about what's about to happen.
Xavier's on what we hear to be Discord notifications, but it sounds more like a forum, like 4chan.
Honestly, he would be on 4chan.
Anyway, they're arguing over if the Ultima is real, and Xavier lets it slip that he's actively an agent for one. They assume he's roleplaying, and he throws his computer to the wall. He reveals his plan is to make Aaron so mad that he exposes himself as the Ultima, and I can already see holes in his plan.
First of all, Aaron rarely gets mad, he just gets really annoyed, and even that's really, really rare. Second of all, Xavier's not a good agent. I think anyone who was watching Aaron could tell that he is not into Jenny, and that he is really, really into aphmau. And if what Jenny said was true, that Aaron spends all his time with aphmau, why didn't Xavier see that aphmau was the actual target and not Jenny? Maybe I should stop thinking too deep into this and get back to the season analysis, though.
So Xavier is stalking Aaron, but when he sees him talking with aphmau, he goes back to Aaron's room. He searches until he finds a photo of episode 2 graduation days blurred, and finally realizes that he's making the moves on the wrong girl.
Now he realizes after I've written that last part into the script.
The next time he sees Alpha playing soccer, he joins her until Aaron comes to see her. He asks Xavier what he's doing, and he says some lines that make us stop in the middle of the recording.
Of my life.
So, she is an aspect of your life then? Because I really like the aspect I see in her.
I forgot about that.
We're gonna take a moment. We're actually just gonna take another moment.
Let's take a breather.
Let's take a moment.
Take 10, guys.
Take 10. Let's watch an episode of Hi Hi Buffy and Mayumi.
Let's. God.
And then he says something else. Alright, back at it again. Okay.
What?
Sorry about that. I was really thirsty.
Not as thirsty as I am.
Another episode. One more.
We have 2 more episodes to go, and still have 7 more minutes of this episode. Xavier faces an injury, and aphmau helps him back to this room when Jenny comes up to Aaron, but he brushes her off.
Jenny, I'm so sorry, but at some point you need to realize that Aaron is not into you and take initiative.
At Xavier's room, he asks her if she'd like to get coffee sometimes, and he agrees.
So you know where we're gonna go next episode.
We actually don't start off with Xavier and aphmau. We start off with Aaron and aphmau going to study together. Aaron is clearly hiding from people he knows because he keeps on putting up his hoodie. Not doing a very good job because Agent R and Xavier find him and say that Derek is on campus. Aaron goes back to his room and gets scolded about not wearing his bandana. Which again, Derek's right. Meanwhile, Xavier took aphmau to the cafe and is trying to see what she knows about aphmau. When she asks how he knows Aaron, he says it's their childhood friend. Aphmau immediately sees through this lie and leaves directly after that. Xavier follows her and sees Aaron across the street, so he goes back up to aphmau and puts her in some kind of restraint. Either way, Aaron sees, but aphmau kicks him in the balls so hard that he passes out. Good for her. Good for her. When she explains that he was lying to her, Aaron is so relieved that someone else can see through those lies and walks her back to her dorm. aphmau asks why he keeps putting his hood up, and he finally tells her all the relationship problems, and she gives him his own advice from episode 26.
You're the one who told me. Sometimes you gotta do what's best for you, right?
Jenny actually finds him first, and he breaks up with her pretty quickly. She doesn't take it well, of course, because she's Jenny, but she doesn't even hear him out and jumps to,
You don't love me?
Because no, he didn't. And he clearly doesn't. So she goes back to her dorm and cries to Kathy and Betty, but Kathy feels off. Her character leaves to go find Aaron. At that moment, Aaron is talking to Agent R over the breakup, and when he leaves, Derek comes out of what I assume to be the bathroom to tell Agent R that he's fired.
God, not Agent R. What are we gonna do now? Not kill someone?
Derek finally found out who was letting Aaron sneak out.
Oh, also Xavier wakes up and vows to expose Aaron as the Ultima. But that's not important now, because what is important is that the Jenny and Aaron count is at 26.
So Aaron's walking around campus and thinks Xavier is following him. Instead, it's Kathy for some reason. Wait, why is Kathy following him? She says that she knows about his breakup with Jenny. He tries to apologize for it, but she grabs him and says that she's been waiting for so long to be with him. Aaron is so shocked that he lets her go on a whole speech about how she couldn't be with him because Jenny was her best friend. He also reveals that she was the one threatening and starting rumors about aphmau and Diana.
Well, this was useless.
More importantly, Betty and Jenny catch Kathy saying all this, and Jenny slaps her when Kathy just keeps talking. Aaron's kind of just standing there while she's saying all this.
Was this supposed to make him fall in love with her? Her showing him all the blueprints to her plans and stuff? Because it doesn't, but it was really interesting to watch.
Betty restrains Kathy and brings her to the dean, leaving Aaron and Jenny. She apologizes for how she was as a girlfriend and that she liked the idea of him. It kind of leaves off there because Jenny runs into Mac and asks him to join her on a walk to the dean's office.
We'll get into the shipping portion soon, but let's just take some notes.
While she's getting to the end of her arc, we see the crushing of another, Xavier. He goes back to his room after being kneed so hard in the balls he's out for hours and finds other agents going through his stuff. We see a folder on his bed called Proof.
Dang, they got him! It says it right there!
He's cooked, man! He's cooked! Fried! Derek confronts him and personally fires him for trying to expose Aaron as something he's not. Xavier freaks out over this, and Derek says that it's an agent gone mad. When Derek gets to talk to Aaron, he threatens to take him out of college and how Agent R is gone, and Aaron finally seems to snap. He's reminded of aphmau's advice that he's not a cage bird and allowed to do what he wants. So he stands up to his dad. We're not done. We've got a bridge to fill in so that this connects with the start of the actual main series. 2 years later, Aaron is moving to his own apartment with the help of aphmau. She brings him a potted plant, and a phone since he doesn't have one, and it was like a running joke between them that she would help him get one. She also gives him a box that was from someone named R, and Aaron opens it up to find a bunch of old college stuff. He thanks the ceiling and shows aphmau around his apartment.
Okay, now we're done, so we can get into character overview.
Irene, if you love me, give me something sweet. Anything?
I'm sorry!
Technically, Aaron was the main character of the season. We get a good look at his dad and what his home like is like that we didn't get in the first season. I will say he's significantly different than how he is in the high school version and seems more like himself in season 2 onward to the main series. Here, he's very anxious and doesn't do well with big crowds and gets really jumbled up with his words when he doesn't get it right the first time. Compared to his high school self, who was very stoic, didn't take anything from anyone, and was willing to shove someone through a window, it's a very big difference. I think how he got into the fake relationship with Jenny would have never happened in high school just because of how socially isolated he was. It's like seeing two different versions of him. One that got really catatonic, and the other who was scared to sneak around the house to see a girl he liked. I miss high school Aaron. Not really, but you know, in theory.
Screw off!
We're here again, and we actually do have things to say. aphmau hasn't changed much through the season, but she does close in on herself because she gets very paranoid, of course, because of the rumors made by Kathy. She does do well for herself though, because this is technically the first time she's lived on her own. She has a depressive episode arc, which I really liked because, yeah, she was getting harassed constantly, and she was scared to go outside. But before all of that, she was so sweet to everyone who even had like bad intentions. She had to introduce Aaron to his classmates, which he had been in class with for 3 years just for him to open up. I think she ended up in a good spot though. Her and Aaron's friendship has been like restored, and her self-esteem has been kind of built up again. I mean, she kneed a guy so hard in the balls that he passed out, so that must have been an ego boost. It would have been for me.
Hey, Snoopykins!
Very quickly, we realized Jenny was annoying to hear and to see. There's probably a small compilation of us being annoyed to see her.
Oh my god, this lady used to get a life.
I was talking with that girl.
Jenny.
Jenny!
I can't deal with Jenny.
My god. How old are you?
I can't do that.
Jenny!
He's never
Jenny.
going to be with you anyway.
Cut this out. She sounds like a middle schooler. Like, this is some middle school stuff. Is she a pick me?
I mean, you're taking on this essay.
Yes.
Right?
What?
And
Really?
Really? You're gonna do that?
How old are you? Jenny, put the stick down.
Shut up.
Jenny.
Do it.
Don't
do it.
Do not do it. Don't.
I like you.
Dang.
Hey, Snoopykins.
Oh, that's so much
She had
worse
so
than
many
Cupcake.
options. Cupcake was fine.
I love her.
God, I hate Jenny. God, I hate Jenny.
Jenny, read some context clues.
Yeah.
I hate her so much. You know,
No,
I was having
don't.
fun without her.
Oh, I was too. But
You
from
really-
a different angle.
God!
I actually just need to take a moment. I'm so tired of this. Her voice. I'm not like trashing the voice actor now, but just like with the voice, it's killing me right now.
I'm mad. You know what? I'll say it. I'm sad. Like, she has made their interactions up in her head. They have barely talked.
The way I'm just like staring at my desk right now, staring at a pile of dust. Honestly, Aaron, same.
Oh my god.
No.
Jenny,
Oh, for a second there. Thought you were breaking up with me.
I am.
What's
Take
going
her.
on?
How was she always there?
Oh my god, Jenny.
Oh my god.
Fine. We're through.
Anyway.
I think I'm done bashing her now. She was a really nice character at the start, but then once you realize her plot is only Aaron, it's all the same. She's implied to be a yandere, Kathy even calls her one in an episode, but I just think she's a bit dramatic. She calls herself an independent woman in one episode, and then the next, she's saying that she can't be the fearless princess. Her character flip-flops between how she wants to be perceived by who she's talking to, which is fair. I do too. But she just does it in a way that's so much of her personality that it's weird to see her outside of it.
Especially to that hussy Diana.
Yeah, that hussy. Wait.
Now Kathy, that's a yandere. As someone who has totally not seen the show multiple times, I did not see the big twist coming until episode 20 when she sat beside Aaron. There wasn't really any noticeable implications at the very start, but I do believe that it was their intention for her to be it. Kinda. I've disproved myself like 17 different times in this video. I'm no better than Jenny. It felt like a little much at the end, but that just could have been because I didn't expect it to be so extreme. I actually asked Editor Jax his opinion on this, and he said that there probably should have been more actually for her too. He also said he wished for it to be Garth, and never elaborated. So take that as you will. Everything does kind of make sense when you see Kathy as the mastermind, but it's very subtle. I thought she was just so madly in love with Jenny and jealous of Aaron.
Sell me that jacket.
What? No, I just bought this.
Sell it to me.
Fine.
So Diana is in this for the fact that she played a role the first half of the season. After the cast goes to the mall and she gets suspected, she's kind of dropped and is only there for kind of a few scenes. If anything, Ken gets more scenes than her, and that's just him being suspect of Agent R. As a character, she was never as bad as Jenny, but she did never realize how uncomfortable Aaron is in every scene. Her rivalry with Jenny was kind of nice, but only because Jenny was actually pushing back. But her problems with aphmau didn't really have the same effect, because she just seemed like she was being mean to aphmau. Because aphmau doesn't fight back, she falters every time. We're getting off topic, we're talking about how Diana is like a toned down Jenny. Oh, that's all I had to say, wasn't it?
Dear Gargeth.
Hey, she spelled my name wrong.
Garth is the opposite of Diana in that he showed up a lot during the end of the season instead of the beginning. And I'm not complaining, this is not my favorite version of him. He had a few good scenes and just enough to be considered a main character, but just barely. I did like him when was killing a guy, that was a fun 2 episodes, and I would say more about it, but this idea that Garth is as strong as Lego Superman is just a spoiler for the main series. And then him confessing to aphmau again was a little weird, but I also think I'm biased because I don't like them together. Sorry, spoiler for the season shipping segment. He didn't have much going for him besides the fact that he screwed over aphmau and tried to be her boyfriend. This is the second time he screwed over one of her school years, and we've only actually went over 3 seasons. How do you screw up 2 of them?
Finally! I can watch all of my emotional rollercoaster shows without headphones! Ah!
Oh yes, aphmau's longtime high school best friend, Tara. No, really, it's mentioned like 5 times that Tara went crazy over a boy and then fought aphmau for him. I don't know why they pushed this so hard on us. I guess they just like couldn't think of a new way for aphmau to like gain a friend without gaslighting us. I shouldn't be allowed to write the scripts for this. I go off topic too much. Tara's a very supportive character to aphmau, and I'm gonna let the fact that she watched Aaron and aphmau hang out together slide for the fact that I would do that too. And we have. Multiple times. It was all the first season was. We're just as bad as her. Maybe Tara is the friends we made along the way. She's a very realistic college freshman living in a dorm because she's not annoying, and apparently that's really hard to come by in this cast.
Ouch! Ow! Ow!
I'm so sorry!
Xavier is what I would call obsessively deranged, and not the fun kind. I know the fun kind. I am the fun kind. His strategy for letting Aaron expose himself as the Ultima was mediocre at best and wouldn't have worked if you sat down for 10 minutes and studied Aaron. I understand he's supposed to be like this elite agent over Agent R, but is he really? I mean, he watches Jaws in his free time and no good agent does that. He's actively going online to talk about the Ultima and how he's a secret agent, and no one believes him obviously, but as someone with as high status as Derek, you think he would do an extensive background check. He says he paid top dollar for him too. What do you mean you're paying top dollar for crap? Despite all the things that was wrong with him, I don't think there was enough scenes to describe how good his voice was. I haven't really talked about voices, but I will for him because his manic laugh does not account for the fact that this man is playing a block.
Yes! Yes!
I love his laugh. Thank you, Kellengoff. But you put too much effort into this crap antagonist.
Why are you at this job if you're going to be a grumpy ass?
As if you could understand.
Kwai-Chin wasn't in as many episodes as I would have liked, but when she was on screen, I really liked her. I did like her being a big sister to Nekowet, and some news for all of you. That's her daughter in another universe. Minecraft Diaries. Where are you in chat?
Yeah! I brought a pot for coffee!
Of course you would.
There's not really much to say. Caitlyn barely had any more lines than her girlfriend, but when she did show up, she was good and I liked her. She was a nice supportive character to aphmau and then played the role of family really well with Luca.
Coffee, 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 coffee!
I actually really like Luca. She's a girl's girl, and I can appreciate everything she's done for aphmau. Luca could have actually been possibly considered a main character, but since Caitlyn isn't, neither is she. Oh, also, she could have possibly been based off Luca the Vocaloid because of her name, hair, and eyes.
But I do know a place where there's a ton of suckers that I can pick from.
Nekowet was cute, sassy, and acted like an 8-year-old. I can't say I know an 8-year-old who acts like her, but if I did, I think I'd hate him. Seriously, an 8-year-old being a Girl Scout? And she's like ruthless. Oh my god, she'd tackle you and shank you, then say, $5 please. Buy a cookie to make you feel better. It'll heal you. It'll heal your stab wound.
Wait, you're a werewolf scout?
No, I just enjoy wearing the uniform because my mom says I look cute.
Gino was also really sassy, but I think I liked him more because he just had more story to him. He was the Omega and had trouble making friends, but made friends with Nekowet anyway.
Betty, no one cares about the stupid apple!
She didn't mean that apple, Aaron.
I like Betty. Betty is the most stable side character and her only problems are her friends. There is one downside to Betty. She's the character that loves food so much and has nothing to say until she does, and it's 30 seconds of beautiful writing before she goes back to thinking about food.
Remind me to get back that piece of...
Thank you so much!
You suck at making coffee!
We've come to the conclusion that if I get to have June in the side characters, I need to have Zane. He was here and the most annoying version of him that I hate.
You see that? A chain. A conspiracy. Why do ladies all have to go to the bathroom together?
There's a reason he's here, and it's because I think I dodged around a character trait of his, but his whole shtick is that he hates the government, hides the fact that he's a werewolf, and hates conformity. That's all you need to know, and the wiki gives us nothing more.
It's Mac tonight! Come on, make it Mac tonight!
Leave this bat sticker on your mirror if you're going to stay out longer than that.
Why this?
Bat signal.
What?
Old man joke.
For what it's worth, I think Agent R was nice while he lasted. snuck Aaron out and kept him in the loop about his father, that if it only wasn't for that meddling kid Xavier, he's probably still thinking that the flame jacket looked cool. We're back, and I have more photos than I usually do, and a lot more to say than I usually say. Let's get started. We're gonna start off where we probably need to start off. Aaron and Jenny, black string. It's black. I don't know, it's black string. I don't know what else you want me to say. I feel like I've made my point to say that they both suck together. And I'm not even saying that because I like Aaron and aphmau together. I don't even like it for this season. I'm just saying Jenny needs to learn other people's boundaries. And I just don't think Aaron is a good start for her. Next, aphmau and Aaron. It's a pink string, and I'm just saying pink because they have a few cute scenes together. I actually quite like all of the little hangouts that they have with all the other characters. I think they're really sweet with each other. Do I think they should be together still right now in college? No. But if they had started here instead of in high school, I think I would have had a better feeling about the relationship. But they didn't. And here we are. Kathy and Aaron. Black string. We need to cover every base, even the bad ones. This ship is kind of just like a problem in all forms, every universe, every timeline. This was a bad idea. Kathy kind of has no boundaries for their people. She threatens every girl. She's crazy, which is, you know, never the greenest of flags. But you know, to each their own, to each their own. Who am I to judge if you want a crazy girl? Just don't get mad at me when she goes crazy, you know? I just don't really see Aaron being into her even if she's crazy or not. You know, it just wasn't meant for this timeline. Maybe the next one. Or none. We should probably just get rid of Aaron at this point. Diana and Aaron, blue string, because I think black is too extreme and white is too much. I think they would just be better as like a friend of a friend, you know? They only see each other when they're at hangouts with each other's friends, and they kind of just see each other and kind of just like nod saying, hey, you're here too, that's neat. And that's as far as it probably should have gone. But it didn't, because this isn't my series. Shut up. Diana and Zane, pink, because yes, they've had their differences. Yes, they almost did physically fight each other. But if Zane got over his little phase, because you know what, Mom? It was a phase. He doesn't wear eyeliner in later seasons, and we're all devastated. Anyway, I'm not saying that they would stay long together. I'm just saying that they could have had something, because I don't think Zane can hold up a relationship. Okay, I'm only putting this one in because there was a whole episode dedicated to it. Zane and Kwai-chan, I'm gonna give it a pink for the exact same reason as I gave pink to Diana and Zane. I just think Zane needs to mature. I think he needs to grow out of his phase, tell his mom, take down my My Chemical Romance posters, and put up some My Little Pony ones. I just think he needs to mature before he gets with anyone. Especially Kwai-chan. She deserves only the best. Diana and Ken, this is a white string. I kind of just put them on here because I kind of put any pairing that has enough scenes together. So yeah, they're just friends. No one should be with Ken. I don't think anyone should really be with Ken, and I don't think Ken will allow himself to be with anyone else. I think he'd think he was under some kind of weird spell by the government, saying, I don't want to conform to a family. I don't want girls. But then would he be gay for the sake of not conforming? You know what? Maybe he just dies alone. Mac and Jenny, it's gonna be blue. And I only think that they should be together because neither of them can understand the word no. Like, Mac went after Jenny after she said no, and Jenny kept on going after Aaron after he was just like very uncomfortable, like clearly uncomfortable with basically anyone around him. So you know what? No one wins. And you're both unhappy, and you have to stay together. Kathy and Jenny, pink, but it's one-sided. I think Kathy is madly in love with Jenny, and when she eventually like confesses to Jenny that she's in love with her, Jenny just kind of brushes it off and goes about her day. Xavier and Aaron, black string. It's gonna be a black string. I'm gonna put up a black string. I'm doing black string. But I would like for us to at least discuss it being a white string. Like, what if Aaron kind of just like went to Xavier to be like, hey, can you help me defeat my dad? Like, that would have been a kind of cool plot, you know? Aaron's dad dying, Aaron and Betty. I'm putting this in to audition my idea of Aaron and Betty doing baking together. This is white string, by the way. I don't know if I made that clear, but this is a white string. They would just be, I think, great cooking buddies together. And then maybe get like Kawaii-chan to help bake too. I think they should open a club together. I think they could open a cafe together and then discuss how the price of coffee beans keeps on going up. Jenny and Xavier, red, but not the good kind of red. This is like crazy red. If they both got rid of Aaron, dismiss Aaron altogether. He's dead where in the scenario that I'm posing here. He's dead. And then they just stared at each other for like 10 minutes or something. Just Jenny and Xavier staring at each other alone in a room for 10 minutes. I think they'd fall in love. And then they go like be crazy antagonists together. Oh, I actually quite like that idea. Nekawet and Juno. Pink. And I've been thinking about this for a few years now. I think they could be really cute together. They're friends their whole childhood, and then they're in college. They're still like the best of friends. And then someone kind of points out, hey, are you guys dating? And they go, what? No, that's so weird. And then they just kind of think about it for a little too long. And then they start doing Google researches about like, hey, what happens if you're in love with your best friend? And then they get search results talking about how people typically fall in love with their best friend. That's what I think what would happen to them. And Jessica, you can use that pitch in your next season of Falcon Claw University. Just give me a little credit. Make me be the soccer ball. I don't have a photo for this one because I ran out of space. But it'd be Betty and Apple Aaron, and I was hoping that would be the only red string, but then I got caught up in the fantasy of Xavier and Jenny. Anyway, Betty doesn't need anyone. Betty needs only herself and Apple Aaron only needs Betty. I love Betty. Garth and aphmau. I've said it once and I will say it again. White string. Garth's confession really solidified for me that he's never gonna be, I think, ready or mature enough for aphmau. And I just think aphmau deserves better. I really do think that. I know we've had our differences, aphmau and I, but that at the end of the day, I really am just her. And she is me, and I have based my entire childhood off of her. I started watching this in middle school, and I'm in college now. I grew up with this girl, and I've seen her grow. And we've had our differences, but at the end of the day, she does not deserve anything these people are giving her. I know I just got really emotional about saying how I'm aphmau and she is me, and how I feel sorry for her that she's been in such horrible relationships. But we need to talk about Tara and Gargeth. Gargeth was the name on the letter Tara wrote to Gareth when he broke down her door, and we've decided that Gargeth is a completely separate character from Gareth, and that she loves Gargeth for the sole reason that he can break down doors for her. So pink. I didn't use Luca or Caitlin, and I would have used Tara if we knew what Gargeth looked like, so I guess we can go back up now. We have some extra things to say about Falcon Claw University. They're not interesting, but they sure are things to say. Jesus Christ, this season was so boring. Let's put these in order of how interesting things are actually, and we can start off with the fact that Jenny wears contacts. I don't remember where it's said, but she wears contacts. She says like it's messing with her eyes when she's about to start crying, I think. But we never actually see her wear glasses, so maybe she's just lying. So there's a scene in episode 12 where Aaron is listening to Jenny say how her dreams mean more to her, and he kind of like tilts his head, which is a new thing. We don't see that very often. And I don't know if Jess has used this anywhere else, but we can say that this is the first time we see it canonically. Speaking of episode 12, when Derek is calling Xavier about that job, we see the back of his computer, and on the back of his computer is the RCA connector, and it's not plugged into anything. There's no wires. So this computer just does not work and is only being powered by the magic of friendship and the will to make Minecraft roleplays, which should be everyone's motivation, really. It must still work though, because on the screen we do see that Aaron's card has been canceled. Xavier's Discord name is Xavier 007, like GoldenEye 007, at least in theory. We also see that he has a bunch of movies in his room, and not like the parodies that have been in the series so far, like Galaxy Wars or Midnight. In his shelves, reading from left to right, there are Jurassic Park, Ghostbusters, Tron, Night Before Christmas, Jaws, Back to the Future, and Star Wars. Now, I can't tell if these are supposed to be parodies either, but we do see Jaws clearly on the side of one of the things. Number 5, beer is canon? I don't know what you want to do with that information, but in episode, I think 6, when Aaron is caught sneaking out and Agent R goes back to the other agent, they say that they're going to sweep the floor before go getting a beer. So, alcoholics probably exist in this world, and that's a very fearful thought. And my money is on Zane. There was one title change we do know happened, and it was episode 13, Trying to Protect You, but previously it was Aaron's in Trouble. Then it was Garth's Comfort to now what we now know it as. Number 7, there's this weird, like, in-between thing. It's not like a mini game, I don't even think. It's not a role play, it's just aphmau learning to drive. And I don't remember anything about the video, just that we did watch it just to see what it was. And I don't think it's ever brought up again. I don't even think we ever see aphmau driving again. Just that it happened and it is never mentioned, but there was a video technically about it. Number 8, this one is actually kind of boring, but the whiteboard and Aaron and Jenny's classroom that we see for just about the whole thing, it's got a bunch of like random things on it that we just need to kind of say. And one of them, this is really boring now that I've learned how to kind of read binary and like write binary, but there's a string of binary on their board and I don't even think it says anything. I don't think it's even a number. It's just nonsense. So that counter that I've been doing this entire time, how many times Jenny talked about Aaron without him around from both grad days and FCU, that ended up being 26. But if you're asking me about Aaron and Jenny in general, it'd be 58. And then the time she talked without him, 4 times she has supposedly said nothing about Aaron in a conversation. We're assuming all of those because all of those times we just see her walking in the background and never actually hear her. So we don't actually know, and we can only safely assume that she didn't say Aaron's name or talk about another boy to a girl. Besides that, she does not go a scene without talking about a boy or Aaron in general throughout this entire thing. It just doesn't happen. In grad day, she does a little better, I suppose. She goes 5 times without talking to a boy. So take that how you will. Let's go back to season 1, however long ago that was in this video. You remember when I said that aphmau was in a harem in her high school? Aaron is now in his own harem in college. It's what we call reverse harem, where all the girls are attracted to one guy. So you know, everyone gets to be uncomfortable, including you! Number 11 is actually one I really enjoyed. You guys remember Nekoette, that sweet little brat? That sash that she wears has 2 different patches on them constantly, and one of them is a flower with yellow petals and a white middle. Do you realize what this is?
That's a wonderful idea.
If you don't, why are you watching this? The show wasn't around at your time, before or after. But this is Flowey, the Undertale character. We're gonna move on. You guys aren't nearly as excited about this as I am, clearly. Don't worry, the next patch will though, because it is an apple. This one actually needs some explaining. You remember when I said at the very, very start that there was a series before this one called Minecraft Diaries? Well, in that show, there was a character who gives Aaron apples. This is one of the few details I remember about Minecraft Diaries, was that a little girl wants to bake Aaron an apple pie. And guess who that little girl was? None other than Nekoette. Okay, we're gonna move on because you guys aren't nearly as enthusiastic as I am about this. Number 12, this isn't really special, but I thought it was kind of funny. I think in like episode 27, in the background at like 10:25, you can see a guy clipping into a bush. I think he's supposed to be like laying on the bench, and I think he's just like above it. And then it happens again because they don't move the NPCs a lot, so he's just kind of there in the background. Except in the cafe, they move those around a lot. Number 13 is an actual random thing I just thought everyone should know. Kawaii-chan signs her name with a cat face. When she's signing Nekoet's sash, she signs her name and then right below it there's like a cat face, which I think is really in character for her. Number 14, there's a joke that I keep on going back to, and it's the fact that there's like parodies of different like movies and books, like Porky Potter, of course, is a play on Harry Potter. But I have an addition because in episode 6, when they're at the movie theater, we see a poster in the background. The 7th movie from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1, it's called Mostly Camping. So I think someone had a problem with the movie. Number 15, in episode 11, when they're at the mall, in the background of one of the shots, you see a store called Napstablook, which is a play on the Undertale character Napstablook. Anyway, in number 16, our final one, I hope we have footage of it because I have a few words. In episode 22 at 13:28 and in episode 27 at 8:30, there's a character in the background with orange hair and glasses. That's Jeff, the hall monitor from high school, the one who we've never seen after. He's back, and in the background, he went to college with the cast and they all completely ignored him. Some things never change in college. So we're done with season analysis. For all of them from this point on, we're done with everything. Now we have extras. Not even dedicated to anything extras. This is just extras in general. We're actually nearing the end. Do you know that? You probably know that. Someone's gotta know. It's not me. I'm only on page 72. We have some final things to kind of go over just to kind of get out into the universe. And the first one is that we have to go kind of back to Phoenix Drop High. I mentioned it all the way back there, but then I kind of did again in Phoenix Drop Days, but I still didn't really poke the bear. And now I'm going to be poking the bear. It's about their god, Irene, you know, their god, or Lady Irene, however you want to say it. It kind of depends on what series you're watching, whether they call her Lady Irene or just Irene. And I'm not going to get into like religion or anything. This isn't what this is about. I'm talking more of just like the concept of it. They don't completely get rid of the word God. There is still some times where they do say like, oh my god, as like an expression, but in most of those times it is switched out with oh my Irene, which I think is kind of funny. But the entirety of Phoenix Drop High and PDD and Falcon Claw is a spin-off of Mystreet, not Diaries. If this was a spin-off of Diaries, we'd be having a very different conversation. But luckily for you and for me, we're not talking about Diaries, we're talking about Mystreet. And with the idea that there is a higher presence in the world, I have to ask one thing. Do they have cults? There's also another question we have to ask, and this was based off that whole do werewolves have claws bit from earlier? And it's kind of an expansion of that question, and it's about their ears. Like if werewolves have werewolf ears, do they also have human ears because they are werewolves? So do they just have both? Because we never see their ears. It's, you know, it's hair. It's Minecraft pixels. You don't really have ears. I don't know a lot of skins that have ears in Minecraft. I guess we can kind of assume that they have both. There's no way to confirm this. We don't have an answer. There's no answer to this. I don't have the answers to the questions you have. I don't have the answers to the questions I have. No one has any questions to any answers. We have nothing. We have no money. So I have a funny story about making this video, because before all this, I was collecting aphmau facts for something else, and I would do it so much during my day at school that I got the wiki banned. And I know for a fact it was me, because I would spend hours on the school computer just on the aphmau wiki searching through all the pages. I would be on there specifically just to look at the trivia sections and to just kind of write down the notes that people made in the trivia sections to kind of like, you know, stack up, store away for something else. And it wasn't even like the fandom website in general. We could still log into the Caillou or Arthur one. Those worked fine. It was just the aphmau wiki. I had accidentally gotten it banned from my school, and now any kids in that school who want to go to the aphmau wiki just won't be able to because I got it banned. And it's gonna be such a weird thing to be like, why is the aphmau wiki banned but Thomas the Tank Engine isn't? I'm sorry, but in my defense, you're not supposed to be on there anyway, so. We're gonna move on to something else. we're gonna play the blame game and point fingers at who ruined each season. We're only gonna be talking about season 1 and 2 of PDH and Falcon Claw because those are the ones with the most meat to them. And you're gonna have to kind of just stick with me because this is all gonna make sense. It's just gonna be really long. First of all, nothing was aphmau's fault. I don't know if Jessica planned it that way or it was just how the cards fell, but none of it was truly aphmau's fault. We can start with season 1 where the main conflict was about Garth and Lawrence and their weird need to deceive each other and ask aphmau to deceive each other and then get mad at her for deceiving the other. You guys asked her to. I've said my piece on that. I've said all I needed to say on that. And then there was Ivy, who was Garth's problem, but it also became aphmau's problem because he wouldn't ever tell her no. And then was Aaron. It was just him like kind of being mean to her until they found out they were best friends and all of that went away. But like he was like mean to her. He did like shove her and call her names and like kind of harass her in season 1. That did happen. That is a thing that did happen and caused a lot of strain with a lot of characters. But all of her problems were connected to a boy in season 1. Aaron imprinting on her wasn't even on the table until he said it on the very last possible day he could have said it. She rarely made the first move that even led to anything romantic. She was way too shy and too nervous to ever like make a move on anyone. She just actually wanted to go to high school. Like it was only her ever wanting to make friends. That's like all she wanted. Her first interaction with a boy being Travis was just them being friends. And then the only boy she did actually make a move on was towards the end with Aaron. So the problem here in season 1 was boys. Boys were the problem. aphmau was not. Season 2 had its own set of screw-ups. And it's not even Ian, if you were like wondering, it's Aaron. This man caused the downfall of her reputation because he went out of his way to choose the alpha male for her. If he had stayed out of it for one more day, none of this would have happened. The werewolf games would have happened and it would have been fine. They would have chosen someone, probably Blaze, and the rest of the series would have ran smoothly. But no, he had to come and save a 15-year-old girl from a problem that he put her inside of. I guess I understand where he's coming from, but if he had just left it alone for a little bit longer, everything actually would have been fine. Ian wouldn't have been chosen as alpha, and he wouldn't have made aphmau's life a living hell for the rest of the season. Would Ian have probably been salty that he wasn't on top? Yeah, but we're not talking about that. He would have probably gotten over it at some point. He only got that power because Aaron gave it to him, and then he got lackeys, and then that's how everything happened. Up to that point, they were halfway through the school year without an alpha male, and aphmau was finally choosing one. Sure, she had taken so long. She was not really understanding the responsibility of everything, but she was so close. And you ruined it for her. She would have chosen one. She was there. I've been stuck on season 2 for too long. We need to move on. We're not talking about the miniseries because that barely involved her, so we should probably just go to FC University. Falcon Claw was Garth's fault. Yes, it was Kathy's too, but Garth is the one to set it off. When he went back to those girls and said that aphmau dated both him and Lawrence at the same time, that is what caused all of the rumors. And then Kathy caught onto the rumor and made it 10 times worse. You can say that Garth didn't know that this would happen, but if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, you could have backtracked what you said, I'm so sorry, I did not mean to say it that way, I did this to her, my friend did this to her, this has nothing to do with her. We would have been saved from this entire season. But sure, let's jump over that fact and let's go to episode 26, Garth's confession. This was before Kathy was revealed to be the one sending the notes and harassing everyone, and it was still kind of just a mystery. aphmau was just starting to go outside again, she was playing soccer, she was hanging out with friends. Why did Garth think that was a good time to confess to her? He had already heard the rumors, seen what they did to her. Why would you think, yes, now is the appropriate time to ask her out after she's just gotten done being told that she was a hussy for talking to guys? And even at some point, Kathy had said aphmau was snippish and not all there. And I'm not saying that we should take Kathy's word for it, but it does line up. aphmau was shutting herself in. She wasn't going outside. She was paranoid to go down to the cafe. Of course she would have been a bit standoffish. She thought someone was like watching her and following her and sending her threatening notes, and no one was helping her. I think what I'm trying to say is here, aphmau needed a friend. aphmau only ever wanted friends. She didn't need boys, she didn't need romance, she didn't need drama or to become the female alpha. She just wanted friends. She wanted people to hang out with. She wanted people to go to the mall and hang out like a teenage girl would. And who was her friend who sat by all of this? Tara. Tara sat by her and was her friend and took care of her when stuff was getting really bad and knew, hey, this isn't okay, aphmau. We should go to someone because you're not doing well. Almost every boy in the series has screwed aphmau over in some way, and I'm not asking for them to be perfect. I am asking for them to realize what is going on and what has happened to aphmau is horrible, and she doesn't need boys in her life, and they've all proven that multiple times. So yes, Garth messed us up this season. So was Kathy, but Garth was the first one to do it. And then Aaron ruined season 2, and Garth and Lawrence ruined season 1. It was always their fault. It was never aphmau's sole fault. There's an exception to everything, and there is a small handful of boys who I don't believe did anything wrong to her. It's a very small handful, but it is a handful. Like, they didn't really do anything bad to her, and they clearly came from a point of, like, admiration for aphmau for what she was doing. And we're only going to be talking about prevalent characters, so while a bunch outside of this do count, they don't really matter here. I guess we can start with somewhere familiar, Travis Valcrum. He was just so nice to her, and he just wanted to be friends with her, especially in season 1. They were just so playful with each other, and even when he was hitting on her, after she'd be like, dude, what are you doing? He'd be like, my bad, it was Dante's idea, I'm sorry. And she'd be like, that's fine, just like stop it. And he'd be like, yeah, my bad, I'm sorry. You know, it was like, it came from a weird high school boy-girl friendship, okay? That was just how that was back then. You know how many sex jokes me and Editor Jax make to each other? Either way, Travis has not done something so damaging that you have to pause the video and pace around your room. It just hasn't been anything he's done. He wasn't the problem. He was never the problem. He makes you kind of roll your eyes one minute, but then, like, you know, you're fine. You get over it. You know what I can't get over? Murder. But we're not talking about the characters that have murdered other characters. We're talking about Daniel and Ryland. We should also probably include Dottie just to make sure, like, it's a pup trio. But we're specifically talking about the boys. And I'm just gonna talk about how admirable they are to aphmau. They are the sweetest things. They only want the best for her, even to the point where Daniel was like, I'm gonna put up with the bullying. She's stressed. I don't want to stress her out even more. I'll just get punched, whatever, it's fine, man. I go on with my day. I don't have any lunch money, but you guys can give me lunch. You know, it was just such a sweet thing. He didn't want to ever bother her. He never wanted to be in her way. He only wanted what was best for her, and so did Ryland, and so did Dottie. Daniel was willing to lose a battle just to be like, I gotta help aphmau somewhere. And I think he would have been a fantastic alpha male. I guess that's all I have to say about the boys of each season. So we're gonna talk about how we feel about the fandom as a whole. And I'm not gonna start. Editor Jax is.
I swear to God. Sorry, Irene. I'm gonna end it all. I'm gonna end it all right here in front of Phoenix. Drop high if you don't stop this. This whole me and PDH bit's running old, guys. Get a new one. Anyway, here's my perspective on the... Right. Here's my perspective on the fandom as a whole. And remember, if you disagree with me, your opinion's wrong, and you should self-reflect. I'm not going to be really speaking on what the personalities of the fan base were, Tumblr teens and tweens, but instead, I'm going to be actually shifting my focus to the content and art that they produced. Huh, I guess we never really explored the school setting. Since this is going to be our last one of these, do you want to explore the cafeteria? What's that, single person who's watching this video? You do? Well, follow me.
Where are we going? I wanna go. I wanna go, 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 I wanna go. Oh. No matter. I can sail. I'll be there in a jiffy.
Whoa. Huh. I mean, it looks pretty different, but all things considered, this is pretty good. Shoutouts to It's Morphic. They popped off with this. The number one thing I remember from the fandom was obviously the fan art. There was just so much of it. aphmau even endorsed it. She showcased it in various videos, which I always thought was rather sweet. Unfortunately, I can't get too into it because Pluto wrote their section before me and talked about everything I will, apparently. But what I can do is change the scenery again. Watch this. Follow me.
I made it. Where'd it go?
I mean, it does look pretty different in here, but we don't also have a bunch of mods installed, so for what they did, this is pretty good. Wait, there's just a bunch of windows in here? Were those in the show too? Oh my. Hey, I know you're probably in here somewhere around here. Could you come out? You need to see this.
What?
What were you doing in there?
Nothing.
They got a bunch of windows in the bathroom.
Would you look at that? They do. Is the camera on?
No.
Good.
Okay. So we still can't talk about a lot of this stuff because Plot is going to talk about it in their section, but there were 3 main types of content that there were hundreds of on YouTube at the time. 2 of them I can't talk about because someone's going to talk about it later, but one that they won't mention are compilation videos. These things were everywhere. You'll obviously find a bunch of these that are dedicated to ships, but most of these were clips from the minigames. Looking back on them, it kind of makes me miss the old non-roleplay videos where there were more themselves. What?
He doesn't belong in the bathroom, and neither do you. Now get out. Having me time.
I am definitely more knowledgeable in aphmau trivia, so I have a better look on this thing as a whole, and I'm using better as a stretch because no one's having fun here. Are you having fun? You shouldn't be. But remember, we're talking about past aphmau, 2016 to 2019 aphmau. And I know that seems like a short amount of time, but it single-handedly shaped me into the person I am today. It also got me to meet my best friend, not Editor Jax. Editor Jax does not exist in this universe. Another kid by the name Sam. I was wearing an aphmau backpack and we kind of just bonded over that as the years went on. But what I really remember from back then was the MMDs, the role plays, and one artist who became really infamous in the fandom. Let's start with the role plays because I remember those more than I should. So we all know the ship names: aarmau, garmau, larmau, katemau. Everyone had a ship name with aphmau. And if you put your chosen aphmau ship name with roleplays at the end on YouTube, you'll get fan-made videos by people who are making their own aphmau roleplays. It was basically AO3 but on YouTube and for 12-year-old kids who are new to the internet. I specifically remember the music being nightcore, like This Little Girl, Angel with the Shotgun, and just like kind of those 2016 songs. Then they would get kind of vague looking anime characters that kind of looked like the aphmau cast, and then just kind of use those to make a slideshow story. The story could be anything and however long. It really was just like AO3 but with visuals. I remember one of the things going up to like part 73. I tried to find that specific one, but I didn't, which is a shame. But I did find a playlist with like 100 aarmau roleplays, which is basically the same thing in my book. There's another thing I wanted to say here because it kind of stuck around, and I don't know if Editor Jack's gonna mention it in his version, but my version involves the old MMDs. MMDs, or Miku Miku Dance, was this kind of model-esque software. I don't really know any technical terms, but it was like these 3D models that people used to do bits with the aphmau characters. I remember aphmau and Aaron mostly being used to do the song Anything You Can Do that I mentioned earlier in season 2, but there was just models of everyone, and in any scenario, you can still go online and find like recent aphmau MMD compilations. I went back and watched a bunch. Now my YouTube feed is a little screwed up. What I'm trying to get across is that all of this was made by kids. The shipping roleplays on YouTube, while the MMDs were probably made by tweens. These were kids. I was a kid. Kids do embarrassing things, and I'm not gonna lie when I said I enjoyed watching those MMDs again. And I'm one of those embarrassing kids now if this somehow makes its way to the internet, because I'm still thinking about these characters and taking a year of my life to make this. Also, I want to talk about Proxy Comics. I don't know about Proxy personally, but I do know they made a lot of aphmau art. One of their artworks actually made it into the season 1 finale, I think, or nearing the finale. Either way, their last artwork I think was in 2018 and it was of Lucinda, but they made artwork of just about every socially acceptable ship at the time. They also just made really nice art that I'd save to my phone and like keep in a little album in my photo app. It wasn't just PDH that they made artwork for, they made artwork for Mermaid Tales, Diaries, Mystreet of course, the whole shebang. It was my first real look into fan art, and it was really cool to know that these block people could look like real people. This isn't a segue into me showing my aphmau fan art. I don't have any. I didn't do that. That's the one thing in this fandom I did not do. Anyway, you guys want to hear something funny we kept track of through the whole watch through? In the series, they have an iPhone parody called aphone, and it's such a small detail, but we caught it early enough that we was like, we should track how many people have an iPhone and what we assume to be an Android, because they never actually make a parody name for Android. So we're just gonna keep on calling it Android. As far as we know, aphmau, Aaron, and Lawrence, along with Aaron's burner phone and FCU, were all Apple. And for any other phone, like an Android or something else, there is Caitlin, Jean, some guy in the background in FCU, and Gareth. That was the whole segment. There's kind of nothing else for us to say here. But it was fun to document, I guess. Anyway, I keep forgetting why I'm making this video, but I remember now. First of all, the idea of making a deep dive on aphmau's school years was a joke based off another joke. And then I was joking about it a little too hard with the Jacks before Editor Jacks, which turned into another joke. What I'm trying to say is, this is a joke. This show is a joke, and I need to point it out. Now I know what you're thinking. I'm a bitter grown-up kid who watched aphmau periodically and has vengeance to seek out. I do, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say that I have a reason to be here, to be doing this, and here's my proof. Merchandise. I have a lot of it from her. You can't even buy this stuff anymore. I guess we should start off with the old merchandise because it's the one I'm most familiar with and the one I've had the longest. So I guess we can start with the plushies. This was, I believe, the first aphmau plush. It is her in cat form with a little tag, and she's got this like bow. I used to think these were wings, and I used to use them as wings, but I'm pretty sure this is a bow. She's got like the old tag. You know, it was cute. I don't remember how much these go for back then. I'm sure Editor Jacks will be able to find something along the price range, but it was probably something like $40 for this. And I paid that happily. Not me, my parents, but that's besides the point. I actually really like this plush. It's actually really still well made. I don't remember when this was released, but I was most likely in middle school. And it's still doing very well for herself. Like, she's got a little dust and dirt, but yeah, this has been with me for like 7 years now or something like that. So she's gonna be in a little wear and tear, but she's cute. The stitching is nice. The fluff is good. Like, it's dense. It is like a dense plush. I remember chucking this at my brother when I was younger. The tag is still nice. It's felt with like printed on. The stuff hasn't actually came off yet, but maybe that's just me not being very rough with it because I don't know, it's a $40 plush and I was like 11. This is going on a display in a glass case. Anyway, the stitching is nice. She's got embroidered features. Nice patchwork, actually. This is like really good stitch work. Like, I understand why these were $40. Like this is embroidered. The outline, embroidered. This is good. This is like a good quality plush. Anyway, the next plush. This is Wolf from Wolf's Tale and Where's Wolf and that one episode of FCU that I can't remember. This is very big. This is a very big plush. Like, even when it came out, I thought this was huge, and I guess it's like in tangent with the show because that like model is enormous. It is big. I'm telling you, this is bigger than my face. And like, he's very dense. I swear to... This is dense. You can still chuck this at someone, which is always a good thing in my book. The tail is fine. It's a bit like stiff, but I guess that's whatever. The character model is also stiff, but also it's a character model. You've got some lines here, which I don't know if that's a part of it or if that's like on the model that I never like realized. Stitch work as well, fabric as well. It's very soft. It's got that like short kind of fabric that I know some people kind of hate. I don't mind it. Embroidered features. The nose is like plastic here, which I don't know, that's fine. I guess you could chuck that part at someone. The snout is actually like out from the face, unlike the cat plush. The ears aren't stuffed, but it's fine. Like, they're fine. They're ears. They're whatever. They've got a piece of felt in the middle, which I find really nice. Like, these are good quality plushes. I don't know how much this one went for, but if I were to guess, in this day and age, this would probably go for 80. So probably back then it's like 50. And yeah, I bought it still. Yeah, I really like this plush. It's very dense. It does remind me exactly of the one in this show because of how like compact it is and how big it is and like proportionally unjustified it is. There was more plushes. There was an Aaron version of this cat, which was actually a wolf, but it was red, but that came out a lot later in the timeline where I wasn't even watching her at that point, so I wasn't able to ever get him, or maybe I was able to get him and I just didn't because I didn't have the money or I didn't find it necessary enough to be like, yes, I want the Aaron plush. I only found love for her. There was also some pillows that came out, which were like these shipping pillows that they called it, and they were like the character with half of a heart, and on either side of the pillow, it'd be either side of a heart. And what you do is you had to buy two. So you'd buy like an aphmau one, and then maybe you buy the Aaron one, and then their pillows together would make the heart. And I have an aphmau one. I only have the aphmau one because I didn't actually understand the feature, but I have no idea where that is. I have no idea where the aphmau plush is, and I'm extremely mad about it because I thought I knew where it was, but I just don't have it. But I did have the aphmau one. I have no idea how much it went for. From what I remember, it wasn't the best quality pillow. It was kind of rough, but not like a bad rough, more of just, yeah, this seems like something you'd find at Kohl's in the clearance section. That kind of rough. It wasn't bad, but I probably should not have paid however much I paid for it back in like 2013. I think there was quite a few though. There was aphmau Aaron, Zane, Kwai-chan, Travis, Garth, Caitlin. I don't know if there was ever a Lawrence. I think there was a Lucinda though, which is really weird that you have Lucinda but not Lawrence, but I guess at the time probably he just wasn't in the show as much, which is a shame because I really liked him. I don't exactly know where on the timeline we're actually supposed to be with these merchandise either. So the next 3 items that I have, I got all at the same time, but they don't coordinate well. Their colors don't really match, but I'm pretty sure I remember them being advertised together. That's why I bought them together. And it's the backpack and lunchbox along with the pencil case. Now, the pencil case is in rough shape because I used this in middle school every day. And I'm kind of glad that I use this every day because, you know, I did get to enjoy it. But now I'm like, man, I'm never gonna get another one of these, am I? Mine is in rough shape. This is the pencil case. It is in rough shape because I used it quite a lot. And this like vinyl on top of it peels very easily, especially under wear and tear. And maybe I should have realized that when it actually started peeling. But these are very well-known character designs, but these are also, I'm pretty sure, character designs from Minecraft Diaries. So maybe I shouldn't be grouping them in with this, but like you've got like Nicole in goggles. You've got Zane wearing this cross. You've got Caitlin Firefist with the claw that she's always seen with. These are their Minecraft Diary formation, and I guess they were just advertised together because Diaries was still going on, which is probably why I have it, because I don't know if I would have bought Diaries merch. I'm lying. I'm lying so bad. I'm lying. We'll get into why I'm lying later. Anyway, this is the inside. It's got this panel in the middle. It's got this little thing. This never really worked because it was always getting squished in my bag, so it never actually did what it was supposed to do, but it's supposed to be like, you know, a place for you to put your like eraser or something. You probably put pencils here. Yeah, this is really dirty, but you know, middle school. You can put more pencils or pens here. There's a zipper over here, but there's not much to say. It still has held up though. This is like a good quality pencil case. It's just this vinyl that was put on top of this was not meant for a middle schooler who was running around everywhere. Like there's half of a Thor here, and don't ask me who Thor is in Minecraft Diaries. I don't know, but like whole characters are just like missing. Kwai-chan is half gone. Or is that Nicole? Hold on. Who's that? This proves how much I know about Diaries. So this is the aphmau lunchbox. I use this every day in middle school. It's got, of course, the aphmau cat face. And then you got a bunch of other characters. You got Caitlin over here with the volleyball. You got Lucinda. You have Travis. You've got Garth, you've got Dante. This has been under a lot of wear and tear. You got Aaron, Kwai-chan, Zane, aphmau. See, these are like the mystreet cat renders, not the Diaries ones. Those are 2 different renders, and apparently I just bought them together and never realized they don't go together. These are 2 separate things. Anyway, lunchbox actually is not that interesting. It's just, you know, a lunchbox. Apparently it's made in China. I don't know, it's got like that middle school lunch type kind of feel. And then for the backpack, which is essentially the same thing. The backpack is essentially just the same thing, but I don't know, I bought it, and I'm extremely glad I did buy these things because these did help me find my best friend. Again, this is the backpack that I was wearing when she first found me. Said, oh, you like watching aphmau. I watch aphmau too. You want to talk about aphmau together? And yeah, we're still friends to this day. But you know, you've got this middle pouch here, which is for like pencils and such. You've got Aaron, Kwai-chan, and Zane on the front. And then you've got Lucinda, Dante. Then you've got another aphmau over here. These straps are really cute. The straps have like the little paws and such. You've got the little thing, you get the little hanger. And you've got also like these little like kind of faded cats, which I find extremely cute. They're everywhere on this bag. Then you've got Travis, Caitlin, and Garth looking at a butterfly, which is, I guess, really in character for him. And it is like a high quality backpack. well, as high quality as you could get for a middle schooler's backpack, which is of course her target audience at the time. There's nothing actually interesting in the middle of this bag. Like, there's no pockets or anything. It's still made in China. It did what it was supposed to do, which was hold my books and hold my lunch. There was an Aaron version. I know there is an Aaron version also of this cat in wolf form. And I never got that one just because I never had the chance. And even when I look for it online, it's extremely hard to come by. So it's okay. I don't need it. I'm not dying to have an Aaron backpack. It's not on my bucket list, okay? It's not on my, like, I need to absolutely do this. It's not there, all right? All right. I'm gonna talk about the clothing items now, but I only have one clothing item. But from what I remember, there was the Phoenix Drop High gym shirt. I never got it. Again, I just didn't have the money at the time, or I just didn't want it. I didn't feel the need for it. And I still don't really feel the need for it. I'm glad I have what I have instead of that shirt. There was another shirt not related to PDH, which was the Love Love Island shirts that came in pink and blue, I believe. But I didn't get those either. I just didn't feel the need for it. Again, I still don't really feel the need for it. But what I do feel the need for was to buy this jacket because I thought it was so cute. And I have not worn it since middle school, but I just thought it was so charming that I needed to get it. And I have no idea the quality on those other shirts, the gym uniform or the Love Love Island shirt. I don't know the quality. I don't remember how much they costed, but I do know what this one feels like. I don't remember how much it costed. This is the When in Doubt Cat Potion It Out in like this navy blue. This is a hoodie. I don't remember how much this went for, but I got this when I was like in middle school, maybe early high school, when I was still at my old house. This cartoon aphmau, as always, with a cat potion, because this is like a running gag in the show that's like, guys, we have a problem. Throw a cat potion at them, okay? It was just like a running bit, and I have no idea why. People probably just found it funny. I mean, I found it charming enough to get the jacket, so what am I talking about? Again, this is a hoodie. It's got like the hood and everything, but it's the same material inside and out. Like, there's no real difference. Oh, yes, there is. It's got some felt on the inside. It's got, you know, the drawstring. This is, I think, a large. I wear a small, but I just thought, why not? I'll just wear it around the house. And I do sometimes just like kind of wear this around the house. Not very often, maybe once every 3 years I'll wear it around the house. But I have no idea when this came out. I think it was somewhere in mystreet era after PDH2. It's very cute, and I do still very much love it. It's very nice. It is a very good quality, but I'm unsure of how much it went for back then or how much it's going for now, but I'm sure it's expensive. There was also 2 other hoodies that I don't have because I didn't really like them, and I still don't really like them, but they were the Aaron hoodie, the one he's always wearing in mystreet, and an aphmau hoodie. I think the Aaron hoodie actually came first. I don't have those. I know someone who does have them, and the Aaron jacket seems fine. It seems just like a regular 2015 jacket. It's got some stuff on, it's got some like felt on the inside. It's got the design pattern on the outside, but when you wash it kind of fades over time, which is with any piece of clothing. But those are fine jackets. I just don't have them, but I know people who do have them, and I've seen them and I've felt them. I think that was a decent jacket. Would I spend however much you spent on it? Probably not. But who am I to talk? I bought this thing. There's one more piece of merchandise that I need to talk about before I get into the recent merch, and that is the posters. There was 2 posters. There was When Angels Fall in season 6 and Diaries. Now, those have nothing to do with PDH, but I just need to show someone before I go insane. So I actually bought the Diaries poster. This is actually a really good poster. I forgot how good this was. Like, it's got a bunch of characters that we kind of don't know of because this isn't the series for Diaries, but it's got like aphmau. This is like later Diaries too. This is later Diaries when things have changed. Aaron isn't really Aaron anymore. He's this character called, I think, Shade, but it is a nice quality poster. And I do really love it, even if I don't have it on a wall or anything, because I don't know if I want to have this on a wall. I'm past this point in my life where I have this on the wall. I don't remember how much this was, and I don't remember how much the When Angels Fall one was, but if it was over $30, you're being overpriced. But these are actually really good quality. I have no idea who the artist is. It doesn't actually say on the poster, I believe, but I'm sure they're out there, and I'm sure they had someone on the team, unless it was Jessica making that. maybe. So that's all I have for the older merch from like PDH and diaries and such. I do have a bunch of the more modern merch. A bunch is a really big stretch here. It's not a lot because I did not want to spend a lot on this, and I probably should not have bought this much, but I have. It's gonna be bad. I'm kind of worried about what it is. I think we have some footage of me finding some of this stuff. I should get one. I'll get one. I don't know which one of what though yet. I'll get the back clip. Yeah, I'll get the back clip. It should be here, right? It should be. Oh my god. Gotta get two. Alright, we're done. We're done. God, I'm gonna look like an idiot. I have some of the mystery boxes. I guess we should start off with these because these are the ones I kind of just want to get out of the way and I have no actual like use for or really any consideration for. So this was made by Bonkers. I don't know if they've been around for a long time, but I do know that they have quite a few other YouTubers on their list of like people who do merchandise. I think Mariah Elizabeth also has them, and Unspeakable Gaming, which is a strange mix of characters to have. This is the first blind box. This is aphmau, Meows. Told you, Meows comes back. Mystery figures. This is set 1. Yeah, set 1. And there's just like a bunch you can get. I hope I get the fries one. I want the fries one. I guess I'll be happy with any. The taco one looks kind of nice. I don't think these aren't characters based off of any series. This is kind of just any. And I guess that's fine. It's cute. It's whatever. This is a figure. It comes in a little wrapping with little aphmau wrapping paper. That's kind of cute, I guess. Okay, so these are worth, I think, $6. And I'm gonna tell you now, I think I'm getting ripped off because that's it. That's the whole thing. So this is a unicorn one. Unicorn with wings. Nope, just a unicorn. It's a unicorn one. What is it called? Unicorn cat. We're moving on. So this is still aphmau Meows Mystery Surprise, but this is still set 1, but it's litter 3 and it's called Celestial. So I suppose, yeah, these are based off of like gems. Yeah, these are based off of gems, which these are kind of cute. I don't know, they give me like Steven Universe vibes. Oh, I want the sun or the moon one. Oh, actually, I think I'm gonna like this set a lot better than the last one. I didn't really like the last one just because, I don't know, I think all those characters are kind of generic, except like the fries one, but I didn't get the fries one. So now I'm just angry that I spent like $12 on blind bag figures. This is my problem with blind bag figures. Yeah, these are a lot cuter than the last one. I don't wanna look. Where's your face? I know I just trashed on these. Oh, but it's kind of cute. I'm very angry. It's purple. It's what are you called in this? It's called Galaxy Cat. That's adorable. I like the Celestial set more than I do the first surprise set. These are whatever. These are kind of generic. I like the food ones though. The food ones are very cute. But these ones, they're kind of translucent, which I know everyone doesn't really like these because you can see like their whole inside and like you can see like, you know, how they're like put together. I don't know if you can see it, but there is just like, these are separate pieces that kind of are like spliced together. I've been doing too much voice recordings recently. So they have little toe beans, actually. This is very cute. They have little toe beans and they're painted pink, but there's no toe beans on the other side. Whatever. It's still kind of cute. You've got a little galaxy swirl on this side. You got a little clown heart. The face is kind of really cute. I don't like the other one. I'm so sorry. I don't like the unicorn cat. I like Galaxy Cat though. I like the Galaxy Cat. This is cute. I wish I got more of these ones. This is series 1 again, the one I keep on talking trash about. I have another one. I only bought one of the Celestial one, and I'm very angry about it now that I only bought one. And then I bought 2 of these. Whatever, it's fine, it's whatever. It better be one of the food ones, I swear to God, if it's not one of the food ones. Please be one of the food ones, please be one of the food ones. It's the fry one. I got the fry one! This is the only one I really wanted. Do I take back everything I just trashed on you about? I wouldn't want to ever pay $6 again for these. That's what I'm gonna say. I don't like the unicorn cat. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I just want to trash on the unicorn cat one. So I have another blind box series. This is the aphmau plush one. This is aphmau mystery plushes. I think these are like $12, which that's a really big stretch. That's a really big stretch. I never actually showed off the box, and it's kind of cute because it's a cat, and it does have like little ear flaps. And I guess that's kind of cute. Would I say that costed me the $12 in whatever edition that was? No. Anyway, can I see who I can get? Is that it? Are those my only two options? I guess these are kind of cute though, because it's like some kind of strawberry cake and some kind of like cinnamon roll thing. I guess these are kind of cute. This is what the inside is. And if that's not a body bag, I have never seen a body bag. These are all cute. I'm so angry. I don't want to put it out into the universe. I don't want to put out into the universe which one I want, which one I don't. I'm just gonna let the universe decide for me. It's the cookie one. So this is the cookie one. Here's the tag. Cute. It's got the new aphmau logo. It's got toe beans. That's really cute. Oh, the stomach's actually like printed on. That's kind of nice. It's got embroidered features. This is nice embroidery. This is good embroidery. It's not as fluffed up as I would have liked it to be, like the other ones, which you can still chuck at someone. I recommend it. Would I pay $12 for this again? Not this one. I'm so sorry, Cookie Cat. I'm so sorry. I'm lashing out at you. It's not your fault. You're the ugly one, okay? So I've opened up the second one. Again, body bag. I love a good body bag. I don't know what this one is, but it's a lot cuter than the other one. This is Chocolate Kit Kat. This is actually really cute. I kind of like this one. Okay, so it's got ruffles, which I think are kind of cute. They're a bit rough. It's not hemmed or anything. It's just kind of felt stitched on either side of the head and the body, which is fine. That's fine. But you got some little like chocolate sticks up here. I don't remember what people are actually supposed to call these things, but I just call them chocolate sticks. Toe beans. Very cute, very cute. Still embroidered face, but it does have some patterns of like swirls that isn't embroidered. Ears are also embroidered. You can see like what the actual color of the fabric is. So I'm assuming this isn't brown fabric. This is, I think, dyed brown fabric or some kind of stamped fabric. I think the actual terminology for it is stamped, which is fine. It's whatever. I mean, not for $12. I guess in this economy, you must. Would I buy these again though? Not for $12. But they are very cute. And they are like a good size. They do fit in like the palm of my hand, but also I could just have like kind of smaller hands. We have one more blind prize, and this is aphmau mystery meows. This is a squishy figure, and this comes in like an actual like plastic like thing, purple plastic. Why is it squeaking? So it's got a little plastic wrap on it. There's no checklist for this one, so I don't know what's in here. I'm so sorry. I saw it in the glaring of the camera lens that it was blue, pink, and I thought macaroon cat. Anyway, this is macaroon cat. I know it only because of, it may have been the plush one that had macaroon cat. The base of this is pink, and then they painted on all the other things. Well, it's probably stamped. I think this costed $6. This was not worth it. You're going back in the cat.
Hi, we spent so much in editing that I actually got more on sale because no way am I paying full price for these things. The little pamphlet thing. I think there's like 8 of them. 5, maybe 6 of them are actually the characters from the series. 2 of them are original characters. I think it's like Noi and Pierce, which I think are from My Inner Demons. Whatever, it doesn't matter. That's not about them. What did I get? I got Kawaii-chan as the first one. I love Kawaii-chan. I love her so much. She's my favorite one. I was hoping for her. She's so cute. She's got little toe beans and everything. They're really like the plushies all over again, but just like figures these times. And of course you can see where everything is kind of put like glued together. I love her so much. You can go back in the box now. I hated these boxes so much opening them, because I was trying not to rip them because I thought I'm going to save one box, but I need to make sure I figure out which one I want to save first. Who is that? Oh my god, is it Aaron? It's Aaron. That's Aaron. Hi. I actually quite liked his figure. I thought it was cute that he had a hoodie. I thought the mold was a little strange. More toe beans. Who else did I get? Open the box. Swear to god, is it the one? Hi, aphmau. She doesn't look anything like any of her other figures, but that doesn't matter, because we're moving on. I think I got 6 boxes? No, I got 8. I got 8 boxes. Hi, Ian. His blue is off. His blue is off, and I got really annoyed. And also, why is he a cat? Shouldn't he be a wolf? You know, that's his whole thing, is that he's a wolf. But no, he's a cat here. More toe beans. But not on the other side. I don't know why they don't do that. That seems like such a thing they would do. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're moving on. Oh my god, is that Ian again? That's my second Ian. That was my second Ian. Whatever, get back in the box. I don't care about him. What's in the box? What's in the box? Open the box! Oh my god, I took so long to do all these, didn't I? Who is that? That's Aaron again. Whatever, I don't need him anymore. I already have one. I could throw him off the side of the bridge. There's one more. Who? Hi, Ian. Hated him. I got him 3 separate times. It doesn't matter. Who else did I... Hi, Kim! Oh, I love Kim. I love Kim besides the Kawaii-chan one. Kim was my favorite one to get. I was so excited to get her. Look at all her little details, her little fade in, her little bow. Oh my god. I don't think anyone else had a bow besides Kawaii-chan, but I think that was around her tail. I think her colors are so cute. I thought everything about her was so adorable. Anyway, I think those are all my doubles. Oh no, I'm talking about the tags and how I try to figure out the items from the tags. And then I also got the box. The whole reason why I even got all of this is because I get to buy the box. And I got the box. And the cashier looked at me really weird when I decided to buy all of these. But it's okay, because they were on sale, and they all costed me 20 bucks. Oh my god.
Woo!
There's 4 more things I want to show you, but 2 of these are food and drink related items. And I gotta tell you, we have video of when I first tried whatever I'm about to show you. I'm gonna just open up one fruit snack just to see what the character is and like what's inside. Oh no! Oh my god, and they look like the bad type of fruit snacks too.
Taste them. Taste them. You can't say that without tasting them.
I can smell it, and if you can if you can smell the flavors I'm smelling right now, they smell like vitamins.
Eat your squares. Eat up.
I'll eat the red one. Oh, I don't like that. That's the most generic tasting gummy. And I'm gonna try them again. I hope it is slightly better than what I think it's gonna taste like. So anyway, what I'm talking about is the aphmau fruit blocks. Made with real fruit juice, no artificial flavors, non-GMO, whatever, yada yada yada. When does this expire? Uh-oh. It is December 17th, 2024. This expired November 29th, 2024. Oh god. The package is just as ugly as I remember. So these are them. They're kind of cute, I guess. It's got the little cat face. I really thought the packages were gonna look like this, and I thought that looks horrendous. Do not do that. I'm really glad that they didn't. It's got the really obnoxious as seen on YouTube logo, which I really hate those. Oh god. That smells like medicine. You know when you had those like Flintstone gummies and you kind of just like stuck your nose in the jar? I think there are 4 flavors. I think there is lemon, orange, cherry, and strawberry. And I don't know what this is. I cannot tell you what this is. They have the worst texture of fruit snacks you can think of. It's like weirdly a lot more solid and not like gummy. The texture of it is a bit grainy, but it could just be because these are expired. So I guess we'll have to go back and see what I actually said about it in the recording.
Fruit Block's got something in them, man.
It doesn't break like a gummy. You know how some gummies just kind of crumble under your teeth? Gummies should not be feeling grainy against your teeth. The texture of it is grainy. I can't. I shouldn't. I'm not gonna. Anyway, so there is one more thing that actually comes in a box of fruit snacks, and it says it right here. 25 exclusive cards. So these do come with collectible cards, and they come in this sheet. These are kind of cute, but I'd never go out of my way to collect these. And anyway, we've got Moon Cat, Rainbow Cat. This is Emerald Cat, and this is a character called Noi, I think it's pronounced. And I'm saying that because they're all in the back. Again, these are like collectible trading cards. So they've got a little description. They've got this thing. I don't know what this is. Anyway, they all have their numbers. This is AF21, AF4, AF15, AF19. So, you know, you can like pop these out of the little thing, but I'm not gonna because I have no real reason to keep these. At least not like for collectible trading reasons. I'm gonna keep them because of the fact that they were in this box. I don't want to drink the next thing. The next thing I have is a drink, and that expired. I already looked, that expired, and I'm so nervous about drinking because like this is actually just expired. The next thing I have is the aphmau juice blocks, and this is flavor fruit punch. And I want to be honest with you guys. I want to be honest. I want there to not be any secrets between us. I don't want to drink these. Anyway, these come in a pack of 8, and these are like weirdly really crushable. Like these have been in my fridge for at least 3 months now. You could step on these and they'd flatten in a second. I have to open them. Well, do I? Must I? You guys want to know the nutrition facts? It's 51% juice. I don't know what that means. I said I'm not gonna drink this, and that I probably shouldn't drink this. I'm gonna drink it. For the sake of science, and for the sake of anyone wanting to know what it tastes like, here's what it tastes like. Expired. Came with a little straw, just like any other juice box. Huh. You guys ever have the Capri Sun? It needs to be Capri Sun. Capri Sun fruit punch flavor, because that's the flavor I'm talking about. It kind of tastes like apple juice, the fruit punch flavor for Capri Sun. But this tastes like Capri Sun fruit punch flavored if you watered it down by like 30%. So this is just apple juice. This tastes like apple. I have a headache. Oh dear God, I feel it in my eyes. I probably shouldn't be drinking that. As someone about to go into their 20s, I probably should not be drinking that for the sake of my health. Anyway, I have like 7 more of those now. Dude, I feel it in my eyes. What I am excited to show you next is a gift from Editor Jax. Or I think Christmas? Yes, this is Christmas last year. We got in a fight over it. Anyway, this is the aphmau fashion doll. Now this is the regular one. And I needed to tell you a quick short story. So this came out last year, maybe a year and a half ago, for about $20. And I did not buy it because I wanted to find it in stores. I did not find it in stores, so I never got it in stores. And before I knew it, this had shot up to $70. I am in no place to be like, you shouldn't spend your money on this. But I think Editor Jax got this for me before it actually became $70. I think he got it when it was $40 and the price was starting to like build up. And I think right now, I don't even think you can buy it on Amazon right now. And if it is, I think it's still like really up there. But anyway, this is the aphmau fashion doll. This is not aphmau season 1 PDH or any aphmau from the series, anything we've covered today. This is not in any of that. This is aphmau modern. She's got purple hair. She's got a cute little, I'm not opening this. I should tell you this right away. I'm an inbox collector. This is staying in box because I don't have another one. And I'm not gonna spend $70 to get another one. But from what we can tell, she's got a headband, she's got a tail, she's got a mystery exclusive glitter mystery Meows figure. Unless it's the Celestial series, I don't want it. So that's probably what that is. There's also comes with a hairbrush and it says 5 mystery surprises. But you guys wanna know what the real mystery is? I'm gonna spoil it for you. That's all the mystery that there is. The brush is an accessory. There's a sticker as an accessory. They're counting the sticker, 1 sticker as an accessory, and I don't want to know what the sticker is. I don't care at this point. I don't care what the sticker is at this point. I don't want it. This is also made by Bonkers. Who made the juice pouches? I think it literally is just juice blocks. Thank you, Unspeakable Gaming. She's kind of cute. She kind of reminds me, her face sculpt kind of reminds me of Vanellope Bon Sweets. And when I say that, I mean kind of like a Disney rat. I think Vanellope Bon Sweets kind of looks like a really cute mouse hybrid. So again, I'm not gonna open this because this is $70 now and I'm an inbox collector. But I don't think we're missing much, guys. She's like 5 inches tall. I'm seeing the stitching. The stitching is fine. It's just, you've got painted on socks. What's wrong with you? I don't think we're missing much. I'm so sorry. We're not missing much. I don't think we're missing much of anything. And now that I've showed you that piece of work, I'm gonna show you another piece of work. This is the aphmau sparkle fashion doll, which is the exact same thing, except everything is now glittery. It is literally the exact same thing. We still have a sticker. I don't want to find out what the sticker is. So we have aphmau again. She's got the same shoes as the last one, except these aren't even painted purple. These are just white. Her pants, these are stamped seams. I don't know if you can even tell, but those are stamped on seams. This shirt, I guess, is kind of cute, but the neckline isn't even hemmed. It is sparkly now. Her hair is sparkly. I don't need to say anything else about this. You get the gist. You get the point. Okay, I now have two aphmau fashion dolls in my room. This is not the life I want to be living. I need to take another hit, man. And last but not least, my last aphmau merch. Lemon Pledge. I went back and forth on whether I should talk about this because it was such a thing back then, but it plays no real role in the story and is never fully brought up as a thing we should worry about. And that thing is the age gap. So aphmau and Aaron have an age gap about 4 years. aphmau was 14 when PDH started, while Aaron was somewhere in 18 or 19 because he got held back a year. Back when I was watching this, I didn't really find anything wrong with it because I was like 11 or 12 and I didn't really think anything of it. But as I grew up and really thought about the ages, it's really weird, and I brought it up for the rest of the analysis because this is weird. This is a weird thing to put into the series. There are a lot of theories on why an age gap like this was put into the show, and one of the main ones was that it was lightly based off of Jessica's and Jason's real relationship. I don't exactly know where this came from, but I do know that there is a video on Jessica's channel where she's going over the relationship and how they fell in love that had enough connections that I think some people made some points. The age gap was still there even in their video. Jessica, I think, was in freshman or sophomore year in high school, and Jason was going into college or already was in college. With all that in mind, it's really weird to have this age gap when all of your viewers are middle schoolers. It feels like it's kind of romanticizing this idea of an older lover that's forbidden and that it's just true love and such. When watching it back, most of the adults were right to be keeping them apart. Savannah had just put aphmau into high school and suddenly she's off with a senior. It's sketchy, and Derek was trying to help his son not catch case, which I suppose is the best thing you can do because Aaron really wanted aphmau. I'm getting off topic. The age gap in Jessica and Jason's relationship made its way into the show, and it made it a little weird to watch when you finally notice it. When it became widespread news, I think people went after Jason for supposedly preying on a freshman. At the time, neither Jessica or Jason really said anything about it and just kind of skimmed over it in the series, which only fueled the rumors. On June 18, 2024, midway through making this video actually, Jessica posted a video to her TikTok explaining her and Jason's relationship and how it actually happened. So when Jessica was 15, in like 2004, 2005, Jessica was in contact with Jason and had lied to him about her age. She had told him she was 18 when she was actually 15 and admits that it was a very stupid thing for her to do, but that she really liked him. They never met up, it was only ever online, and they just played games, and as she says it,
we just enjoyed each other's company.
When she had actually turned 18, they decided to meet up and she had to come clean to him. It took him a while to forgive what she did, but he did eventually accept her apology. Jessica says the reason she didn't say anything was because of how this industry worked, specifically for women. One wrong thing, even if it was 2 decades ago, could ruin her career. So Jason took the blame for everything without actually saying anything to prevent harm to Jessica and her career. She made the video because hate started to resurge towards Jason and she wanted to clear the air. She didn't want to see him be called something he wasn't just because of a mistake she made when she was 15. She apologizes to those who had their heart in a good place, but not to assume anyone's relationship. She apologizes to Jason publicly, and again says sorry to those who she worried. That was the first half of the video. The second half is less of a topic for me to talk about because it didn't actually play a role in this video, but it'd be weird to give you half of an explanation video. But she does say that there's another rumor of Jason making Jessica change her story because he got jealous. She says that this rumor started because of a stalker who was angry over some story decisions. She never mentions what story plot this was connected to, and we never find out how far back she's talking about. It could have been with Garth or Lawrence or not even in PDH. We don't know. The only thing she says is that Jason helped collab on some of the ideas, but the majority of the story writing was Jessica. She brings it up because she said people assumed that it was him controlling her and Jason manipulating her when she was younger. Again, she apologizes to Jason and those who are worried about her, but says that she would not have stayed with Jason if that was the case. So that is the age gap cleared up. with Jessica and Jason. The one with aphmau and Aaron is still up in the air, and there's nothing we can do about it besides call it weird. Anyway, here's some stuff that's happened since starting the video. Number 1, MatPat posted his retirement video the day I finished the script for FCU. Number 2, Barbenheimer happened. Number 3, editor Jackson and I graduated, and we went to Disneyland. And then we got stuck on the Little Mermaids ride 3 separate times.
For the 3rd time, you're shut down.
Number 4, I have not been able to put anything on this shelf for months. I have so much Kirby stuff I need to put on here, but I couldn't because of continuity. Like, this thing is consistent. Who's consistent here? This is my favorite Kirby one. I think I got him while also in the making of this video. Number 5, on April 23rd, 2023, we confirmed we were making this video. Number 6, Toxic Gossip Train. I watched so many AI covers for the SpongeBob character singing that song. I loved all of them. My favorite one was the Plankton one. Number 7, Twitter got chopped and is now X, the everything app, and has lost 80% in value. Number 8, the FNAF movie came out and the second one has been confirmed. Number 9, Monster High Gen 3 was cancelled. The movies and I think the show, not the dolls. The dolls are sticking around for a while, and I hate them. Number 10, OJ died, which I think we're all devastated about. You guys think he did it? Number 11, Kendrick's diss tracks came out, and we all really liked it.
And for number 12, Silk Song! It's out! It's not out yet. Tomorrow for sure.
Number 14, Ash Ketchum's final episode was aired. The English dub, at least. You know what didn't happen in making of this? GTA 6. That joke is gonna be outdated in like a year, but it's fine because no one will be watching this in a year, I hope. Oh, and Seasons of Mystreet was announced.
I've been feeling so small. Watch the clock ticking off the wall. But tonight I'm letting it go. Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. I wanna drive a faster car.
This was my mic.